Hmm. Hmm. Boom, 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 boom. Ay, 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 ay. Boom, 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 boom. Ay, 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 ay. Dum, 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 dum. All right. All right. It's too much fun. Too much fun. Greetings from the Erie Coast. This is Matt Shad. And this is another episode of Unsupervised Saturdays. What if revolution? It's going to be a scenario-based kind of talk here. Panel discussion is going to be guided, right? So there will be shenanigans because we are unsupervised. I'm the only one supervising you, so, and I'm just like squirrel. What? Anyway, so yes, welcome everyone. Welcome. Oh, what's up, Hutch? KP Heathen, roaming prepper, Parkside. This is really just a scenario-based what if kind of discussion. And this is something it's like somebody inspired me, I inspired Hutch re-inspired me, I re-inspired Hutch, and just back and forth and just so I figured, why don't we just boom, 102 degrees at 6 p.m. in Texas. I like Texas, but that's the reason I don't want to go to Texas. Anyway, welcome everyone. Just relax, get yourself a tasty beverage or a snack, and just hang out. And of course, chat is where it's at. I really want to look at this. What would it take? What are the mechanics involved? Right? What are the pros and cons? Right? Because we all it's been talked about ad nauseum, for freaking ever, right? And I want to see what it looks like. I want to see what it looks like, and using this what if scenario with basically real life, with reference to real life situations in history and what we have at hand, right? I think it would look a lot different than what we think it would look like. For one, I think it'd be extremely difficult to get off the ground. I mean, even though we movies like Civil War and there's so much that just it doesn't. They don't really what if it. They do, but it's obviously like the movie Civil War, which was a horrible movie. I had more questions. I had a lot more questions about that movie, about that scenario that set the stage for Civil War. It was like I would venture to say it was made and directed by a cheesy Chi-Com, because that's how they do it. It's like, hey, let's focus on this one thing here, and just bypass all the very important information, like how this happened and why this happened, and all these things. It's kind of sensationalist hooey. It really is. It's a lot of sensationalist hooey, in my opinion. Skull. And would life change drastically? I think that's the part of Civil War that was like, what's up, Thermite? The part of Civil War, the movie that kind of struck me as is kind of odd, but yet possibly true. Where you're just driving along the road, that a Civil War just happened on, and oh look, there's a convenience store. Let's go in. Like, really? I mean, is just a standing. I mean, why not, right? I mean, it's a war. It's a family business. It's been in your family for generations. Hasn't been destroyed yet. It's probably been looted a few times. But if you're there to protect it, and you're not facing a freaking overwhelming force or something, I guess you could you could exist. I guess, I don't know, but right on, Thermite. What's up, man? So I don't know. Just kind of. I'm thinking a lot of weird thoughts about this whole revolution thing, and could it really work? I don't know if it could. Stealing Tree, what's up? I mean, tell you the truth, because for one, I don't think it'll ever get off the ground. Like everybody, Devil Dog, what's going on? Good to see you, brother. We value way too much in this world, in the society. We value the system too much. But so I want to get it from off the ground, right? And I want to get it from off the ground into the steps that it takes to continuously build into a revolution. And then the post-revolution, what does that look like? Basically what you hear about revolution is 1776, which you have to think was a very different scenario, different situation. These people, they just show like most Americans were farmers, right? They lived on land that they didn't purchase. They're not paying taxes on it. There's no connections. There's no water. There's no sewer. There's no electric. It's just there. This is my land. We've been here. We here. We working it. We carving a life out of it. We're making life out of this little piece of land here. And by God, come hell or high water, you're not gonna take it from me. You know what I'm saying? And it was different. It was a lot different. Trent, can you hear me, Trent?
Here we are again.
Yes, we are. How are you
doing,
bro?
You had a nap.
Man, I had a powerful nap. Oh my God. Yeah, I woke up, felt like somebody just poured me back into my body.
Yep, same here. And you froze. And the live stream is dying. Can y'all in chat hear me? What's going on, Devil Dog? 5x5, maybe 4x4, 1x1. Who died? Maybe not. Maybe so.
You can do it. Are we here? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? You can do it. Are we there yet? Are we here? Are we there yet? Are we... Trent, can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear.
All right. Outstanding. Outstanding. We fixed it. Yeah. Crazy, y'all. Wow. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe they don't like this live stream already.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? Oh, man. Yeah. So, yeah, I took a nap while you were busy splitting wood.
Again. Yeah.
Again. Again. Right? Again. But you were at it for quite some time. Huh? How long? How many hours did you split wood?
Yesterday, I think I did 8 hours, maybe more. I don't remember. And
today. Yeah, today. Yeah.
Today must have been at maybe an hour. I don't know. I made it a point not to. I only split 2, 4, 6 rounds today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I was up against the rain.
Right.
And so instead of dragging everything back to the woodshed, I just put the rounds on the tailgate of the trunk, pulled the wood splitter out of the barn and split it there. And by the time I got it all put back up on the tailgate, it started raining. So I just pulled the truck in the barn and walked into the house.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keep it mobile.
Right. And then maybe an hour or so later, it stopped raining. During Hutch's live, I went and put it all in the woodshed and ran to get some more coffee.
That's right. That's right.
Your screen's frozen, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah.
What's up?
Wolfang.
Yep, Wolfang. Devil dog?
Hutch. America.
America. Yes, sir.
America.
Let me drop the link.
Nothing like it.
Boom. Boom.
Parkside.
I'm having a little America with my coffee.
I gotta go make some more. I was tempted to uncover the Bustelo Black, but I said nope.
Oh man.
I know.
I'm afraid to get some, man. I really am. Listen, I'm that guy. Like, yeah. I will, if I get some, I'm like, you know what? I really like this. I want it all.
Yes, you and me both. And I have not found it in the store since.
Yeah, I have not seen it anywhere. I got to go get more coffee tomorrow or whatever. But you know, I know you got to order the black, the Cafe Bustelo Black, right? That's how you got to do it.
No, I found it on the shelf.
Really?
And I'm trying to remember what store we were at. You know, at my age, it's hard to remember. So I'll have to ask the COO.
All right.
But, you know, yeah.
Welcome to Saturday, Unsupervised Saturdays. Revolution. What if? What if there was a revolution? You know, and I want to start from the ground up. I want to start from how it happens, why it happens, you know, what that looks like.
Well, it'll look like something we've never seen. How I don't understand. I know I can't say I don't understand, but people are too comfortable.
Yeah.
They really are.
Yeah.
As you know, it's the old adage of, you know, the dog laying on the nail and he just howls every now and again.
But he just continues to try to sleep on the nail.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Just accept the uncomfortableness.
Right.
Yeah. Mhm.
I don't.
I mean, are we all just like everybody starts going to the store, and go, wow, you know what? I am tired of the high price of meat. I mean, does it start with like something small? You know what I
It
mean?
could.
Like, hey, gas prices are just way too much. Let's just, freaking boycott this gas station, go to that gas station. Let's burn it down. Right. Man, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Ooh, right on, Eric. I've got me some cocoa flavonoids right now in my coffee. Yes, sir. Love it. Instant Cafe Bustelo. Oh wow.
Yep. I got instant Cafe Bustelo freeze dried.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's at what point do people say that's enough?
Exactly.
And it's always going to be like a few people that do it, and everybody's going to look at them like, "Wow, dude, you're crazy. Why you walking into a grocery store and ruining all the meat, in protest? Like they snap, they lose it, they just start, throwing meat everywhere."
Yeah, the worst that's going to happen is the police are going to show up and drag you away. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, and everybody's going to see it, and everybody's going to go, "Wow, that was weird."
Exactly. And then back to their normal business.
Like, oh look, there's a sirloin left. He didn't destroy that one. I'll get it.
$32. Yeah.
$32. Yeah, $32. Oh, I need two of them. That's $64. Number 64, $65. Pick up.
Here's my ticket. Yes.
Right. I mean, we all see the price of everything. What's up, James? Ooh, what? Double Dog, a whiskey smoker. Yes. I want to build a smokehouse. I've always wanted
I want a smokehouse too.
God, I want a smokehouse. Rage in the Cage. What's up, man? Yeah, I mean, so what's up, Ohio Patriot? If it starts, wait, come back.
If it starts with one person you've seen as radical, it must be a group to be seen as a message.
I guess, but there's groups out there already.
Yeah.
And everybody just looks at them like, all right, whatever.
Right.
And that's on either side too. That's what side. We've and that's the thing too. We're forced to pick a side. Like it's got to be left. It's got to be right.
How about just my side?
And I think that's where a lot of people are right now. My side. I'm on my side.
Yep.
And if you have friends, if you have family, right? Group. We've got a group,
James.
right?
Right.
And it's like, hey, this. We're all aligned. We're all in alignment. And the whole world, all the other groups have their own little agendas, have their own little trigger points, right?
Thank you, Ohio, for the sandwich. Yes.
Boom, Rage in the Cage. Awesome, dude. Good news. Outstanding, dude. Right on. So yeah, there's all these different groups. When do we align? When do we? When does one group start talking to another group? And so on and so forth. Oh, I hear COO.
She's talking about.
Everybody calm down.
Eggs.
Everybody calm down.
Let me ask her. That Cafe Bustelo Black, where'd we find that at?
By Kroger.
Okay.
I heard Kroger.
She said Kroger, but I've never seen it since. Excuse me, I'm being handed some food porn.
Ooh, nice. Yeah. Hola, COO.
I sense a continuation in the conversations held previously.
What's up, zombie?
All right.
How's everybody going?
Good, bro. How you doing?
How you doing, zombie? Mr. President.
I'm
Man, she handed me a plate of food. Look at that.
catatonic, catatonic.
Catatonic. Oh, let me do this. Here we go. This wide and big. There you go. Well,
Hello?
hello.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello,
Hello?
Hello.
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 Has
How
the
are you?
revolution begun?
Kind of. X NYC OG Prepper. What's up? I don't know. Majik, what's up? Got my book Friday from the Orlando Prepper. Right on, dude. Yeah, Devil Dog, right? Exactly. You gonna share that food porn with us, bro, or you're just gonna hang on to it?
I'm going to hang on to it.
Okay.
Hello.
Rage.
Hey,
What makes you think that every time that I get a plate of food, I have to share?
Because you have to, man. It's the rules.
What rules are made to be broken?
Okay. Well, I mean, that's what we're talking about is that revolution. You know, when we gonna break these rules?
Okay, that's why you don't see no food. What's up, Rage?
hey, how's it going, brother? Yeah. Right on.
No.
Carry on.
Trent,
Well,
Trent, I
thanks.
think we're gonna have to hack him again.
How we all doing?
Good.
Good, brother. How you doing?
Good,
Yeah.
good.
Who the hell are you talking to?
I'm on
So
the
just to let you know, instead of seeing pictures,
Man,
homemade ravioli,
homemade ravioli.
That sounds
carrots,
awesome.
and green beans.
we're having Food Porn Friday on a Saturday night.
Oh,
Right.
don't cover up the porn.
Hey,
And for all the nincompoops like Devil Dog.
There it is. There it is.
What's up, Eric?
There you go.
Boom. Half eaten.
Oh.
Half eaten.
Correct. Right.
Very nice.
It's my food I'm eating.
I was gonna just have a taste there. You took it
No,
away.
you weren't.
No, you weren't.
Dang it.
Is that Stella? What up, Stella?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Shad. How
We
you
had
doing,
we had chicken wings.
brother? Yummy. Well, we're having chicken legs. I got them in the oven now for another 35 minutes.
Ooh, 35. I bet the-
Yeah.
Why is everybody's volume low?
because your mic is
Oh,
low. I don't know.
Oh,
Sounds pretty good on my end. Everybody says, right?
mine's
Was that the one?
100.
good here.
Yep. You need to push buttons there, Trent.
I'm probably not listening. That's okay.
Okay. Can we lick
Did
the
I just hear
spoon?
somebody? Did I hear somebody say they had chicken legs?
Boom, you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Our revolution has been derailed by food.
Yeah.
No, just stay. Just stay
That was your fault.
undercover and maybe nobody will notice it.
hey, you got to eat something before you start the revolution.
Yeah, I guess. Or that's probably a good way of getting, to stop the revolution, just start feeding everybody.
Right? Make them all tired.
Fat, dumb, and happy. Yeah. Teresa, what's up?
Hey, Teresa.
Is that
What's
the
going on,
president
Teresa?
I hear?
Yeah,
Hello.
Teresa and
Mr. President?
hey,
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
It's about time our transportation administrator shows up for one of the meetings.
crap galore.
Mad Shad, your video is frozen, or is
Yep.
that on purpose?
Mad Shad looks stunned.
He's frozen.
I'm choosing not to move at all.
I see.
Yeah,
He's
you're good at it.
he's staying,
Very good
he's
at your
staying
nerves
very
there.
still.
Yeah.
He's
call
in freeze frame.
I'm practicing stoicism and ventriloquism because I'm talking and you can't see my mouth move.
You're a perfect subject for an artist.
Yep, right now I am.
Right, he doesn't move.
Yeah.
Do
trying
the
to-
sculpture.
Hold
Which
on, don't move. I'll paint you.
Here we go. Boom. Ha ha.
Right on.
Ha ha. No, I
Now-
disappeared.
Now he's playing shuffleboard.
Now I'm hiding.
Well, he's not watching a tennis match. That's for sure.
It could be a one-sided tennis match.
Yeah, just watching the butt of that woman tennis player.
You know you suck at tennis when you lose to a brick wall.
Right?
Yeah.
And I never really watched tennis that much, but when Serena Williams and this newer generation, they started making that woo sound. Woo sound. It's like, where'd that come from? They
Yeah,
never
you
made
didn't.
noises. They never made noises back in the day.
Okay, well, what about John McIntyre?
Right, McEnroe, yeah.
John
What?
McEnroe.
McEnroe.
John
Oh,
McEnroe.
McEnroe? I thought he was one that always threw his tennis racket.
Oh,
Yeah,
he would start fights and yell at people and arguments.
McEnroe was the best at starting fights and cussing out the judges.
Yeah, John McEnroe explored the four-letter dictionary every time he played.
Yeah.
Lay down, Titus.
I want him to be in charge of something in the who are you? Alex G. Who are you? I do not know you, so you're not allowed up on the panel.
Okay.
Alex G.
Right on.
Lay down.
So here we are. Revolution. How does it start?
By the Beatles.
It won't be televised.
It might be live streamed.
It might be live stream. It might. There's some people out there that would do that.
It might be a 30-second TikTok.
There you go.
Targets don't have time to film.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, y'all are Canadians. How would your revolution begin, or how would your revolution begin, and how would you think that Americans' revolution would begin?
Well, up here in Canada, we're getting ready to have the vote in Alberta, and the rest of the country is revolting already before it even starts. And Carney's pulling that stupid shit he's doing, and Trump's doing his stupid shit. And pretty soon it's just going to flow over. But when Alberta becomes its own country, the rest of Canada is in a financial nightmare. And the rest of the world is going to be, well, they're already trying, every country, all the big countries are already approaching Alberta saying, oh, yeah, we want to be a friend. And all the other provinces are trying to make deals with us. And
Greenleaf. Yeah.
so I see it being a financial situation before it goes kinetic.
Yeah.
Whether it's here or the States or wherever. It'll be a financial ruin, and then it'll go kinetic.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks to Daniel Smith.
So, all right, and we're looking at this now. The price of everything is high.
Yeah.
You know, and I kind of alluded to that earlier. Like, we have like a steak protest. You know,
Yeah,
people-
steak for $40 in the store.
Right.
Hey, what?
$40.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. 32.99, 32.59, 35, 42.
Yeah, it's stupid up here
it's
right now.
stupid.
Well, cow and calf pairs right now are anywhere from $5,000 to $6,000 at the auction mart.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can't. Like it's great for the farmers because they're finally getting paid for their cattle, but the market is diminishing because the beef isn't selling in the stores at the rate they want it to because of the high prices. So it's all going to backfire, right? So yeah. And you
But-
think beef is expensive, don't even go near lamb.
But with your consumer, the consumer, who's going to keep paying that?
Well,
The
what's
people with
happening
the
is,
money, it's going to hurt us lower.
yeah, it's already, the black market has already started. People are going to farmers and buying beef directly.
Yeah, and bartering and all that.
Yeah. It's already started. And
Wow.
and people are going to dairy farms, and the dairy cattle that are, either they want to get rid of them because the milk quotas are so ridiculous, so they're getting rid of cattle, or the cow is too old to produce, so people are going and buying those and slaughtering, and getting cheaper beef.
Yeah.
So
And is that would force the oligarchy, the authority to crack down and do more restrictions and policy changes, hunt down these rogue farmers, selling beef, right?
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
These terrible rogue farmers. We know that they want to try to make the farmer the outlaw. There is a war on farming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There has been for a while.
Yeah.
Especially them Amish bastards.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't pay attention to so-called Amish YouTube videos. They don't make videos.
Right.
Right. They don't.
They don't. They don't even own a TV, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you saying that there's no Amish that are kind of like on the fence, or a true Amish person
maybe
a true Amish person I know has
Only
nothing-
if the parents let their kids do that.
right, and the kids get a chance to do that at the age of 18 it is. They
Yeah,
they
it's their
send them
choice,
out.
I guess, but
Yeah.
normally they don't.
Rumspringa.
They're too busy. Like their
Yeah.
lives are too busy. So,
Right.
Yeah, and they are diametrically opposed to it.
Yeah.
Pretty much,
They have
yeah.
they have a good social media, and the ones that are in charge of the young people or whatever, they had their opportunity to go out and see what everybody else in the everyday world does. They made
they
a
do.
choice to go back.
Well, they get
they're in the loop. They're in the loop on things. People
Sure they are.
people should understand that.
They can see what's going on.
Oh yeah, they know what's going on, and they don't like it.
Right.
Right.
No.
What's going on, Cameron?
Camel
Carl.
Carl.
My camel Carl. Right on.
So yeah, I mean these blue areas, so that's an idea. I mean, we know that the blue areas, I guess, like California, New York, could they mess around and create some type of revolt? I could see protest. I could see a protest, be like, hey, this is bullshit. You guys are communists, and it would be a fight with the authorities.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't be a revolution, right? That would be what's up, Maggie? That would be a protest. That would be a slight civil disorder kind of thing. And that's how they'd play it. That's how they'd look at it. And it wouldn't, and of course the authorities would win. That's just the way it is. They're going to show up, with their riot gear. They're going to push people around, spray people with fucking pepper spray, and shoot rubber balls at people, arrest people, and there you go. It's been quelled.
You know
For
what
now.
started? You know what started the Irish Revolution, don't you?
No.
What started the Irish Revolution in Britain was the British military and British police came down on some protesters, and
Oh yes.
a lot of
Okay.
some civilians lost
I do
their
remember.
lives and stuff.
Yeah, they
because
fired
of-
them. I remember now. Yeah, the start of the troubles. Yeah.
Yeah, the troubles. And then whenever they controlled Ireland literally for 30 years, you see, and kept Britain out. British super agents from Britain had to infiltrate their units and figure out what their game plans and their strategy was to be able to even disassemble them, you know, to identify people.
I gotta get going.
And they failed.
Hang on.
Yeah.
We're gonna get going, folks.
All right. Take care of yourself, Rage.
All right,
Stella.
take care.
Love you guys.
Cheers.
Good seeing you. Take care. Let's go.
I'm gonna try reading my novel later on the live stream, maybe. See how that goes.
Hey, right on.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hey, good night.
Good night.
Night.
Good night. And now we have the Wolfgang Show. Oh.
Ow! What the hell is going on? Yeah, but revolution, I don't know, man. Is it knocking at the door?
I'm just wargaming it, you know, and how it would start is right now we haven't even got off the ground yet.
No.
So
There's a lot of just sides being formed, I guess. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on.
So I look at it different ways. You got a civil war, a revolution. Who are you fighting? Are you fighting the government? Are you fighting another group of people in your country? You know, who's the enemy, right?
Are you going to pick a state?
Just let us all remember this. It's word of wisdom. It comes from the war documentaries. It says the enemy of our enemy must be our allies, but not necessarily true, which means it's called what we said last night, factions. It gives way through factions of people.
Well, we don't even okay, so there's no real factions right now. Actually,
Right.
the only real factions we have are on what, you know, they call the left. They already have their factions and they're organized, they're ready. They're ready and waiting for it to kick off. While the right, right, is still going to work, still going to school, still paying taxes, still working, still sending their kids to soccer practice, still paying, you know, exorbitant amounts of money for food and gas and all these things, and in the system and loving the system and don't want it to end. They love this even the surveillance state. They love that too. Like, well, I guess it's necessary, right? You know,
Necessary.
It happens.
Necessary
It
for who?
happens in
For the government.
It happens in communication levels, which means that you use non-traditional communications, which means that if I live down the street from Wolf and he just had a note on his windshield when he woke up in the morning, then nobody really knows who the leadership is because it never goes out of a certain bubble of people.
do something.
In the bubble of different bubbles of people.
I'll be
They're
right
all
back.
heading in
Okay.
that direction.
All right, I have to stop you, zombie, because we're not even there yet.
Yeah.
We're not even there yet.
Yeah. We're
I
not
mean,
close.
is there clandestine groups that say on the right that are actually doing this, having backroom talks, having clandestine meetings and discussing and setting up a revolution? I don't think there is.
If it was effective, then we wouldn't know about it.
That's
See,
true, though. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, there you go. Right, that's a good point. How would we know? Because
Right, they're effective.
all right, so there is. So okay, there is. So in this scenario, the left are already doing it. We already know they're doing it, and they're recruiting. Say the right, G-Mo Nana, what's up? Say the right is being super secret squirrel about it, you know, and just setting up, you know, basically talking, right? Just like they did back in the day, 1776. You know, Paul Revere. You know, like, hey, this bar is friendly. This plumbing company is friendly, and he just goes from one place to the next and talks to everybody and says, hey, get your shit together. Hey, make sure you got this, make sure you got that. And when it pops off, then we galvanize and we muster and we do the things. But I don't. There's no. There's
a word that describes that. There's a word that describes that, Mad.
All right, go ahead.
Insurgency. It's called insurgency.
Insurgency,
which
yeah.
Means
Yeah.
Insurgency doesn't mean
we know what it
bad.
means. We know what it means.
If I put a note on Wolf's windshield every day and he follows the instructions on the note, even if he knows my name, that's all he knows. He doesn't know anything about
It's decentralized small unit leadership, and that's you don't know the only person you know is the person above you and the person below you, right? The group above you, group below you, and you only know one person from that group, maybe, or maybe you don't. Maybe you don't know. Maybe you just know that your message is good, getting out, and you don't know, but it still carries on. So you have to, in that system, you have to know. Because the FBI does this all the time. You know what I'm saying? The FBI does this all the time. There was a lady, you just seen it a few days ago. They got this lady. They said, "Oh, okay, you want to do a terror, and you want to be part of the freaking, you want to do the Muslim terror thing. Okay, so go buy some acetone, and okay, Trent, go buy some acetone. Go buy some I don't know, some freaking toothpaste, and come back here, give it to us. We'll make a bomb, and then we'll send you off to let you go blow up your bomb." And she's like, "Oh, I'm part of a cell," right? She's thinking, "Oh, yay, I'm part of a cell. Yay, right. I'm part of a decentralized small unit leader structure, and I'm doing my part." And then what happens? Boom, they arrest her.
Yeah.
So that's the dangers. That's the dangers of doing that kind of thing, unless you know, with a shadow of a doubt, that you are part of the resistance.
And I heard a little clip today that she said supposedly that she was going to go after the White House, but that was too much work.
You think?
I had to laugh at that one. I was like, wow. They are brainwashing. They're brainwashing.
So we're still trying to get this thing off the ground,
James.
Right? Maybe, possibly, there's small unit, decentralized units that are banding together and creating this cell, like many different armies against to become the resistance. And because they see, what do they see? They see the threat of their losing their nation, losing their ways, their civilized ways, right? Is that Bonesy? Yeah, he can't. He's got bone meal with X. Yeah. He's got bone meal.
So I do have a question.
All right.
The Second Amendment talks about rights to bearing arms and to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government.
Right.
So my question is, who determines that the government is tyrannical?
We the people.
So we haven't even got an enemy yet.
Right.
Is it the government? Is it the fringe groups, or the immigration, the massive immigration army that's in our country? Who is the enemy? Right.
Can we go to Hamilton on that?
Or is it the moral decay of society itself?
Okay, I like that.
It was discussed during the writing of the Constitution. it was discussed by one person in particular, about a lot of them, but one person in particular was Hamilton. And Hamilton said that, whenever we allow, and that's why it's against the rules for foreign interest, like foreign donors to come into a political system inside the United States
A little late there.
and control
Right.
politicians through their money and their wealth. So whenever you go look at the modern laws, Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson, all of them, was correct in that, to say that even in modern Congress and in the Senates and in the past decades, they've allowed to change certain rules when it comes to foreign interest. You see, and that's
Yeah.
that's the
Yeah,
deal.
but we have it. It's here.
Yeah.
We have what is it called? AI pack or whatever, APAC. You got APAC that's just throwing millions of dollars at everyone, Trump included. You have foreign interests that are literally buying land. They own land in this country, huge chunks of land, right? And we just allow it. We're allowing it, and but everybody is like, I don't know, it's okay, right?
Right.
I mean, we just allow it.
Yeah, they gave Donald Trump. They gave Donald Trump a diamond encrusted ring that's worth thousands of dollars, and some other people gave him an airplane worth millions of dollars. And he was asked that question whenever he finished his administration, was he going to donate that ring to the White House to be put on display? And nobody ever got a definitive answer out of it.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. But I mean, and so what about I forget the law that Congress passed, but literally it gave a foreign entity control and information about our military.
Correct.
Everything about it. Yes, we have already crossed that line. We are already been sold out. So I mean, what is the catalyst that kicks off this revolution in this LARPing scenario? Because there's been so many grievous lines crossed already.
Yeah.
Already, it's
that's where we was at last night, and I just kind of touched on it again. Whenever we figured we could go into a 20-year war with a country and establish our own security, our own everybody inside that country, and ultimately fail. And then the people that we handed it over to failed. You see, it means that our interest, we learned something from that conflict. A lot of guys got wounded. A lot of women and men.
all right. Let's stay on topic here, please.
Yeah. So that's where we're at now. We already know better. We know better, but we still allow it to keep going on. That's where we're at. We allow this shit.
Yeah, there's a huge chunk of population, approximately 18 to 20 million veterans, GWAT and everything else, invasion and GWAT, and that know exactly how this works. They fought it, for like 20, 30 years.
Right.
And here they come home and they see the same thing going on, yet they're not doing anything either.
Right.
They are capable. We have Americans in this country that are capable, that have extreme capabilities in warfare and surveillance and counterintelligence and counterinsurgency. Yet they see it going on in our country and they're doing nothing. So what is the catalyst? We haven't even got off the starting point yet. Right. Like I have my overview, which I talked about earlier in the show, is like the catalyst, the who and the why, right? and then of course the actions during the revolution, and then the post-revolution. That's basically the three the three overviews, right? And we can't even get off the first one.
No.
Right.
The same thing that threatens them, the same thing that threatens all these people that have all this talent and have the government spent $1 million on them, teaching them how to do this and teaching them how to do this and how to shoot this and that. The fact of the matter is they're under the same crosshairs as any civilian is inside this country, which means that in order to ever try to convince that, you have to guarantee them the security, which means if the military was, if you like the homeless veterans, they have no guarantee. They don't know where their next meal is coming from. Some of them.
Kentucky guy.
But
yeah.
If you've got a guarantee that you can hand to this person and say, hey, I'm going to take care of you no matter what. I'm going to get you through this. We're going to make this, and this is our agenda. Nobody has point blank said what that agenda is. And everybody's scared that it's going to be outside of their beliefs or outside of what their freedoms or whatever. So they're scared that some tyrannical extremists are going to come in and take everything over, and we're going to be right back where we're at.
Okay, so wouldn't that, if you were, wouldn't that motivate them to try to stop it? At least talk about it. I mean, we hear a lot of talk.
Right.
You have to have security. Like if somebody says, "Hey, zombie, I need you to lead these guys and these women, and we need this to happen." Well, how are we going to eat? How are we going to get there? Where are we going to sleep? How's all this other stuff going to happen? You got to have a guarantee. Yeah.
Well,
and
we have. Yeah. Go ahead.
It takes 4 times the people to provide the logistics just to the certain people. If you have a 10-man person people, it takes freaking 30 people to support them 10 people.
Yeah. To move to get 1 pound of food or anything. Say and this is the ancient formula. To get 1 pound of food to the front lines, it takes 10 pounds to move it. Right.
Exactly.
I mean, it's right. And think about not just that. I mean, they're talking about like back in the day, you did it by horse, you did it by runner. Now there's jet fuel involved. There's there's what I'm saying. It's more complicated. So it would actually be more expensive to move that food.
Look at the cargo ships. Just imagine the cargo ships that get stopped. And
right.
I mean, the food, all supplies on the cargo ships, as big as those ships are.
And they cost hundreds of millions of dollars to buy, build, and operate. just to get that cheap ass good for you, those cheap ass goods to you.
They get hijacked all the time. They get those big cargo container ships. They get hijacked. They get pulled into a port over there on the east side of Africa. They get unloaded, because they just pretty much just, say, hey, we want that food. Hey, we want that car.
I mean, it's not all. I was going to say, yeah, it happens, but, not so much. But look at the Strait of Hormuz.
Right.
There's still hundreds, if not thousands of ships sitting out there that have not moved since day one.
Right. You don't even have to take over the ship. You can wait till the ship gets unloaded, then take over the product that comes off the ship.
You think the Iranians is gonna fucking do anything at all if I take a fucking 8-man group aboard one of those fucking American flag fucking cargo ships and sail that motherfucker under gun to one of their ports and claim it? You know what they're gonna say? Man, that's a nice container ship you got there, buddy. They're not gonna do anything about it. You see, it's a pirate's fucking world. It's a pirate's world.
Yeah, it's
them, hey, I got a boat. I got a boat with American hostages on it looking to port. they're gonna signal you to port, and some of their small fast boats is gonna come around you, and they're gonna get you into port. That's what they're gonna do. You know, it's a pirate's world. You know, it just is, and I think we would be better off to keep our noses out of everybody else on this fucking planet's business, and maybe we could have a revolution inside our own fucking country.
Yeah, we've been saying that for a long time, though, Zombie.
Good point, though.
Who made us the police of the world anyway?
Your fucking president did that to you. Look, like our senators do that to us. Our congressmen do that to us. Our fucking home building companies that own the fucking finance real estate companies. You see, they're the judge, the executioner, and all of that in the same fucking building. And these fucking idiots keep walking in there and getting their handout. Did you know over the course?
You're not my president.
Over the course of 75 years, if you live to be 75 years, it's proven that if you go back and look that you actually worked something like 25 years for the federal government in that to pay the taxes and everything else that has to be paid. You see, you gave the government like 15 years of your fucking labor and you didn't get anything back out of it. You see, how do you get that
revolution over that then?
What they are going to do, and focus on what they are doing.
What's going on, Robert?
Hutch, right? So, all right, what's that mean, Hutch? Maybe stop talking about what they are going to do and focus on what they are doing. Okay.
Exactly.
Well, we know what they're doing. We feel it. We feel the pressure. We feel we can see the writing on the walls. We know that if this course of action continues, that we've already lost our sovereignty. We've already lost our hegemony. We've already lost so much, yet we still continue to just grind away like nothing has happened. And we have yet to even get close to anything that looks like any type of revolution, even in the political field. Like going legit and like I'm just gonna vote. We're gonna vote this guy out, right? We're gonna use administrative violence to change everything. No, they just keep getting more and more and more corrupt. And we just allow it. Like maybe just maybe, we
allow it in other countries. What business is it of ours? What goes on in Russia and China? And
I wasn't talking about the other countries. I'm talking about my country.
If we put all our focus inside our borders instead of outside our borders, we might actually accomplish something.
Well, I would argue that what's going on overseas is special interest, is corporate interest, the government interest tied to that, and that's why they're throwing their weight around. It has nothing to do with the people. Now it does, because we are all volunteer military fighting force. If we just don't go, right, there's a choice, but you don't have a choice when you join the military. You know what I'm saying? You're not, it feels like you don't have a choice.
I understand that aspect of it, but what I'm saying is if we quit interfering in the rest of the world and focused our energy on cleaning up our own front yard first,
okay,
we'd be a lot better off. I mean,
okay, all right. So my question for you is, who's we?
The American citizens.
We already do that. We don't care. We don't care. We don't care. Nobody here in the United States cares about what the fuck's going on over there, nor do we do anything about it. The only thing that happens is we send our sons and daughters to go fight for it. The military does all that. The government does all that. We, the people, are working.
Interfering in other government.
Because it's not our government anymore. I mean, exactly. I mean, well,
that's my point.
Well, my point is, it's not up to we. The people don't care. We, the people, have no skin in the game. What's going on in Hormuz? We have no way to change it. We have no way to change it. We have no way to exact change upon it unless we all, as people, as naval, as military, as part of the military, that everybody says, you know what, I'm going home. But how are you going to go home if you're thousands of miles away? Right. That's the only way you can see change there. We, the people here in the United States, have no control of what goes on in the rest of the world. So,
and our government doesn't represent us as many just put up. She said, right? So they don't represent us, but they represent the people that come across the border.
Well, so we know, but my question still stands, and Hutch as well, right? He's been asking this question: what is the line in the sand? What creates the revolution? We haven't even got off on a revolution yet. I'm still trying to get to a revolution. I'm still trying to get somewhere on this journey. We don't see it. I don't see it. And everything. I'm sorry, but everything that everybody's throwing at me is not giving me a reason. It is not giving me a clear, definitive answer on how or why people are going to join the revolution in this hypothetical situation.
You try to take into consideration lessons that's been learned, which means that whenever Ireland stood against Britain, they stood against the government. Okay, but it all began with a protest, and like I said, it's in our First Amendment to have freedom of assembly.
Okay,
so that's how that started. Was when the government rolled in and said, "Hey, no, you're not going to have this protest." And by the way, some of you are going to die.
Well, that's once again, that's Ireland, not here. Yeah. That's fucking Ireland.
The same thing happened.
I love my Irish brothers. I love Guinness. I love that. I love the fact that they had this kind of revolution going on. But it's fucking Ireland. I don't give a fuck.
But it happens here. It happens here. Whenever somebody says, okay, why am I out here protesting? Am I protesting against the government? Or what are we protesting against? Nobody ever really.
Half the people out there protesting don't know what the hell they're protesting about.
Exactly, Wolf. Exactly.
So nobody knows.
What happens is there's no movement inside that faction. They have movement. But outside of it don't. It means that we have had violence from government to freedom protesters who are protesting freely. We have.
So once again, all right, I'm going to cut you off. I'm sorry, but once again, that's another list on the grievances, right?
Yeah.
We have the government has overstepped its boundaries many times and quelled and put down an insurrection, or ran an MRAP through somebody's house because they made a mean treat, shot them and their dog. Yeah, that shit happened. Remember that?
Yeah. I told a reporter this during the Washington protest when the trucks and everything was involved.
Every damn argument is with the government, right? So is it the government? Is it the government? Is the government the enemy? Is the government what this revolution is going to fight?
I would say right now in this conversation, yeah, it's the government.
Okay, so we have. So okay, all right. So we've established that the government is too tyrannical and has to be put down. We have to change it. We got to go now. We got to fight the government.
Right.
All right. So that's what you're saying. Once again, how do we do that? How do we get everybody on board to go ahead and stop paying your taxes, stop going to work, stop buying things, go ahead and lose your house, lose your car, right? Go ahead and become homeless and go fight a war against a tyrannical government.
Right. And that's where you need people that work for the government to turn on the government.
And you're going to have that
working with you. Will that happen?
I think that will happen, I guess, but the government will have an incentive for you to stay with the government and fight this, fight this insurrection, if you will, fight this, quell this revolt. Hey, we'll pay you triple pay, right?
We'll give you more land. We'll give you. That's what it was back in the day. We'll give you some land.
Right. So now it's easy because money is just made up. So they'll just say, hey, you give us you fight this revolt for us, and we will give you $100K a year. Boom. There you go.
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
It's an old military metaphor that says military follows the money and soldiers follow the soldiers. The military flag follows the money and the soldiers follow the flag. You see?
Well, we have no money. We have no money. So the people are starting this war are getting paid by the government. The government allows in the Federal Reserve, which obviously it's not federal nor reserve, right? Yeah. So you're talking about a population of the country that are willing to lose everything to fight the government. All right. So it's the government that we're fighting here, right? And so what does that look like? How does that start? How does this revolution get from outside your comfy little homes out, and into the streets or into the woods or into the government facility? What are you going to attack? You know what I'm saying? Who and what are you attacking?
Right.
What is the target? What is the target? What is the end goal?
What is the first target to make your point clear?
Right? I mean, is there a declaration?
There's 8 people on there.
If you
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Is there a declaration? Does this the organization, right? The revolt organization, do they declare to themselves, to the world and the government, hey, we're coming for you, and this is what we're gonna. What's the mission statement of this revolution?
That's been talked about before in other conversations about, I like my bridges, I like my roads, I like my infrastructure. I want to be able to take my grandkids down to the park, but I don't want to be drove in the ground by a tyrannical government. It doesn't matter if you wind up paying taxes in and you never pay income tax. You never work for anybody. You just.
Please answer the question. All right, Zombie. Please answer the question. Remember the question and please answer it.
I'm remembering it. I'm just getting to it. The fact of the matter is,
all right.
You have to understand, if you remove the financial sectors inside this country, if everybody says, okay, let's shut the banks down, let's shut the currency down, okay, then there's a lot of innocent people that has to carry the brunt of that, you see.
Yeah, that's going to
suck. They're not willing to take the chance. They're not willing to take that chance. They don't want to see their kids go hungry. They don't want to see things. It's sort of like, well, it's going to have to come to something or another to say, okay, you can't go down to Walmart and buy your food. Why? Because Walmart's not open. Because why? Walmart doesn't have a way to do cash exchanges. Walmart this, it's like we've become so fucking independent in our own little comfort zones of our fucking houses and our jobs. And then think about our military members and our ex-military members. What are they depending on? Their fucking pension, their fucking disability, their fucking money that comes in their account every month so they can have their miserable little fucking life and exist. A lot of people have to have security behind that. We have to take care of these people. We have to take care of our people.
I get that. And that speaks to the beginning where everyone has way too much to lose because we've been given everything.
Right.
We've been given everything. Props are dangerous, right? And so everyone is propped up. Everyone is dependent upon the government for some type of sustainability.
It's going to have to take something personal to a person. It's going to have to affect them really hard for them to come out and say, okay, that's it. I've had enough of this shit.
Okay, what is that? I mean, because everything.
Well, that's to the person. Everybody has their own, level of, I can't take it anymore.
So when is that? I mean, because, when is that going to happen? When is that going to happen? When are people going to say that's enough? I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. Right. I want my toaster ovens and my radial tires, right? Is it the high cost of everything? Because we continuously just fucking pay it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We're like, okay, fine. Steak is $42. I want a steak this week, which means that I can't buy something else, right? we pay it. Yeah. We just go ahead and pay it. So it's not the price of everything. It's you see where the price of everything is going up and continues to go up, and we know it's going to continue to go up. It's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And when is enough?
That's on the person.
That's the
as humans, we can't all get together at the same time and say, I've had enough. It's individual.
Well, then this doesn't happen. So the divide and conquer goes a lot deeper and a lot more simple than we thought. The subversion, like Zombie saying, you got to have security, sustainability, right? Everybody wants that. That's why we have the whole concept of 401ks and retirement plans and things like that, and pay off your house and insurance and shit like that. But what if we just said, fucking, we don't like this system anymore? It has to be an extreme ideology change. And here we go. This is what I'm going to
extreme too.
Extreme, we're to the point where, you know what? I'm tired of working for people. I'm tired of working for the government. I'm tired of working for corporations. I'm tired of working for companies. I'm tired of commuting to work every fucking day. I'm tired of paying taxes. I'm just going to find me a piece of land and I'm going to carve a living out of it, because that's the default setting of human. Is we go right back to the land and we just start growing things, hunting things, raising livestock, and that's it. But we can't do that because there's ownership, there's restrictions, there's all these bullshit all these red tape that you got to cross, and of course the taxes, right? I can't just walk onto somebody's land. Or even the government's land, like free land, and say, you know what? This 10 acres is mine. And y'all stay the fuck away from me. Because you're only one person. Maybe you're only just one family. Even if you're like, hey, I'm going to start my own group, right? And you've got 50 people. They will take you down. They will call you a cult. They will call you, they will do a Ruby Ridge on you. You know what I'm saying? They'll
What about okay? You just brought that. What about Slab City? Have you looked into
Slab? Yeah, Slab City. I don't want to be a meth head.
Right. A bunch of fucking junkies, drugs, and fucking crazy shit going on. Yeah, right.
I'm just saying, there's one area right there where you can just move in.
Yeah. Okay.
Spin that around and what you normally would think about. You'd say, okay, I got my house, I got my yard, I got my fence, I got my pews. I don't want to be bothered. Okay. So you're willing, in this society, you're willing to defend yourself and your property from somebody who's going to come up in your yard and rob you potentially. But you're not willing to rise up with the same arms to protect you protect yourself from what? The government, the ones that's going to come and take what they want, and they don't have to ask. See, then you're right back where we started from, why we had to have a Declaration of Independence to begin with. The founders wasn't against any kind of taxation. They was just outraged by the cost of 3 cents on a pound of tea, which was a hell of a lot of money. You know, the fact of the matter is whenever the kings and queens and the oligarchs and the richest guy in town owns all the trees and all the buildings and all, he supports everything that happens financially. He gives his share to the good government to control your utilities, to control your water, and control your food. See, that's kind of where we're at.
Well, I know that. We all know that. We all know that.
Yeah.
So what is the fact of the matter?
That. We have to remove that. We have
so now we're fighting corporations.
Control.
All right. So it's not the government; it's the corporations we're fighting.
Well,
they control the
mass amount of food and logistics inside this country. The corporations do that.
Right. That's true. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, they're part of, in lobbying the government. They get tax breaks. They get, fucking subsidies and shit like that. Okay. So how do you fight a corporation? I think it's very simple. How do you fight a corporation?
You just shut them down.
How?
You stand up. You have the power of assembly.
Don't give them money.
The power of
protest. Boom.
The power of
there you go. But giving them money, not giving them money, basically, just fucking, what's it called? Not blackmail, but not giving them money and encouraging everyone to do the same, right? That can only go so far because they do have reserves. They have money as well. So now we go back to zombie and what we just start dismantling their corporate infrastructure. I mean, like kinetically.
Whenever you say, okay, here's the real thing. 90, just over 90 heads of cows are slaughtered.
I'm asking the question. I'm asking the fucking question. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little fucking.
No cows to slaughter? What if there is no cows?
How do we take down the corporation? How do we take down the corporation? How do we take down the fucking corporation? That's my question.
They have to be negotiated with. And the people that work there, they already know who they bow down to and who's going to come to that negotiation table. To either you're going to live today.
So you're saying we negotiate with it. Well, we've already negotiated. We've already negotiated. We pulled our money from them. Like they have no more money flow. Like millions of people said, you know what? Okay, we're not going to buy your product. So that would send a clear and present message to them. So now you're saying we negotiate? No. Why negotiate? We've already told them. We've already told them our intention. Our intention is to destroy you. I want you gone. So I'm going to pull my money out and hope to God that you just go away. That they don't go away. So you propose that we negotiate? No. Then the time for negotiation is over. This is a revolution. Right? So what do? We destroy it.
You're not going to shut down Nabisco because everybody likes crackers. You see, you have to say, okay, Nabisco.
Well, that was the point of the whole thing is just, let's not give them money. Let's not buy their product. And we encourage and enforce other, businesses and other businesses and people to say, hey, don't buy Nabisco. I mean, I'm not picking on Nabisco, but for example, right, in this scenario, right? So we're taking down Nabisco. We don't like Nabisco. So we convince millions of people not to buy their product. Okay, boom. Now they're hurting. Now we start to see them scale down. We start to see them, start to lay off people. We start to see their sales are plummeting, right? Well, what they do is they just start to consolidate. So they consolidate. Yeah. They shut down a plant here and there, and they just consolidate into one big plant or 3 big plants, right? Whatever, right? And then we go after them. We go to that, like, okay, you're out of my state. I still don't like you, so you went to Utah, so now we're going to go follow you to Utah because Nabisco is it's a corporate revolution, right? So fuck it. Let's go to Utah. Let's set up insurrection in Utah. Hey, everybody, stop buying crackers, right? And then next thing you know, Nabisco is like, well, damn, I guess we got to go to Mexico, right? Right.
You got to have that conversation with them. I mean, this is what I'm trying to say.
It's not a conversation. It's not a fucking conversation. There's no conversation to be had.
You go to the people in charge and you say, hey, you're not in charge anymore. We are. And this is how much the crackers should cost. And leave it at that. You know,
No. There's no negotiation. This is a revolution, right? I'm taking on the persona of a revolutionist here, right? I'm not negotiating. All right, so that's why I'm a little fired up, right? Sorry.
Right.
So, all right, and yeah, and I apologize if I cut you off, if I fucking, whatever, but whatever. I love you guys, and I love this conversation. So you understand who I am, right? I'm a little mad, right? Right. And so I'm not talking to Nabisco. I'm not. I've already sent them a clear and present message with millions of people not buying their fucking product, and now I've watched them start to, do what I wanted them to do, to leave. They started to leave. I followed them, and they went somewhere else, and now I followed them there, and I said, no, you got to leave again. And I convinced millions of other people to not buy their product. And so the next step is kinetic. The next step is kinetic. The next step is not negotiation. The next step is kinetic. The next step is I'm going to,
derail your trains.
I'm going to set fires. I'm going to disrupt your shipping. Yeah, I'm going to derail the trains. I'm going to structure fire. I'm going to start planting bodies in the corporate front yard. Right? There's your negotiation right there.
Right.
And it's revolution. At that point, it's done. There's no negotiations. I don't give a fuck about the crackers. I can live without the crackers.
They're probably,
what I'm saying? I don't
conversation saying this is what they're going to do. I think this is what they're going to do. Give them a chance to get ready for it.
This is a scenario, right? This is a scenario based, and I'm using this as example. So please do not take this as, But we live in a free country, and we can talk about these things, and it's very, very entertaining.
Until we figure out who's going to make the crackers. Goddamn.
Well, if we're going to have crackers, I need some peanut butter with them.
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck peanut butter too. Fuck you, Jif. Fuck you, Jif. I'm coming for you too. The corporate revolution. That's it.
Peter Pan, motherfucker, you're going
you
down.
Peter Pan. Yeah. Fuck you and your Disney. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go for Disney. Yeah. McDonald's, right?
Yeah,
no shit.
That'd be my first target, to just shut down. Just go down there and say, here
Budweiser.
We are. Everybody leave. Yeah.
Oh, wait. G Monana. Right? We stood against Bud Light. United, caused damage. We have the power to speak what's acceptable and what's not. No prez is going to tell me it's enough. Right? It's, yeah, right, Maggie? Make your own peanut butter. Right? We can make our own crackers. We can make our own peanut butter. Right?
Do you know what the first shot fired in the revolution was?
What was that?
Do you know what the first shot fired in the American Revolution was?
The shot heard around the world.
Yeah.
No, it was the women holding. Oh shit! What's the word I'm looking for? The women stopped buying products that were British made. They stopped buying at the store anything that wasn't pure American. Of course, the women back then knew how to cook. They knew how to make their own peanut butter. I do. My daughters do, but my neighbors ain't got a fucking clue. It starts with the women. It starts in the household.
Right, and that's how I declared war on the crackers. Right. Sure. Yeah. Ideology. Being ideologically opposed and removing your money. Removing your boycott. Thank you. The boycott. Yeah, you just start boycotting shit.
You get enough people to boycott.
And women organize them.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody likes Temu. Everybody likes China. Everybody. You need a simple part. You go to the fucking store, or you call, or you get on your fucking phone and you just order it, and it's there. What's up, Michigan Outpost?
There's a reason it's called convenience. It's easy, yes, but you can do it on your own.
Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah. It just takes more time. It takes more, energy. It takes a little bit more knowledge and know-how. Right? Maybe trial and error.
I just found out that the parts my car, they didn't make very many of them. I've got a 2012 Kia Rondo. You cannot get aftermarket parts. You can no longer get parts from the dealer. They didn't sell enough of them to warrant them keeping parts on hand. But my kids who have a 3D printer can get the pattern and print me whatever freaking part I need.
Yeah, I talked about a guy that I met decades ago. That's what his job was, to refabricate parts for antique cars that no longer make. Yeah. So I mean, there's people out there. You know, you can just figure it out, right? We have everything we need to be self-sustainable in this country, but we refuse to. Fucking crackers, Cheez-Its. That's it. I'm going after Cheez-Its. Cheez-Its, you're on the Cheez-Its revolution.
You got to have an indirect way of doing things. You got to know somebody in your community that has skills in machining, you know, doing CNC work and stuff. And you're not really going to be looking for any part to go on any car. You know, the knowledge.
Well, you know, there. Okay, I mean, you know, that's fine, but you know, there you can also just you know, figure it out. I mean, you know, through trial and error. Through, I mean, there are people out there that can figure shit out, right? Through a lot of like cussing and throwing things. Yeah, that works too. So we're smart enough to know that we're dumb enough. You know what I'm saying? That kind of idea. Like, I'm just going to fucking
oxymoron.
I'm smart enough to know I'm an idiot, and I'm just going to continuously go through this process, you know, until I figure it out. What's up, Huck?
You know, they say you have to know whatever you're specific, what you're good at. You know, what you're really good at. You kind of have to keep that to yourself, and you just have to do that. You don't have to be involved in everything else. If you'll just do what you know to do best, everybody.
But what if you want to do? What if the situation arises where you have to learn? You have to learn to do something else. Do you have the capacity to learn that? Right. Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, it's great to have a specialist, but you know, what's the saying? Jack of all trades, master of none is usually better than a master of one. And so that's the key. You know, I can haphazardly build a bulldozer. It'll work. It's probably going to, you know, require some maintenance and some, you know, repair, but it'll work. As opposed to, I just need it to work for one thing. I just need to build a pond. You know, and so if I can build this, what's up, Southern Dave? If I can build this bulldozer without knowing what the fuck I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? I just figure it out by luck, by sheer luck and will, just sheer will, right? And I figure that shit out. And you look at it, obviously, because you know how to build a bulldozer, and you're like, "What the fuck did you do?" You know, and you're giving me all this shit, and like, that's not how you do it. But I did it. I did it my way. I did it my way, right? And I made it work. I made it work. That ingenuity, that American know-how, right?
That's exactly the reason they just tried to get rid of backyard mechanics. They just tried to pass a federal law to get rid of
that'll never happen.
And make you take it to the dealer only.
No, that'll never happen. Never happen. There's so many shade tree mechanics. Are you kidding me? I know a guy right now that lives in the suburbs that he's got a nice little quaint little house. He's got a yard. He's got dogs. He's got kids. He's got a full-on freaking service garage with lift and everything in his fucking garage.
It's necessary because the revolution, however form it takes, it's going to need tradesmen. Blue collars are going to be our soldiers.
Right. And so we okay. Yes, you're right. But when, once again, we're not even, when is enough enough?
Right.
When is enough enough? When is the line in the sand? When is the step off? What time? What catalyst? Because
what has to happen?
Yeah. Now I know that whatever it is, it has to be able to, when fathers leave their families to go fight, that's when it happens. Right. That's when it's kinetic. That's when it's serious. When fathers have to leave their families because they know that if they don't, their families are going to be destroyed. But in fifth generational warfare and subversion, what we're facing, that's happening already. It's already everything that should be a catalyst for revolution. Those lines in the sand keep getting crossed over and over and over. And we just continuously keep backing up. The population just keeps backing up. Okay. Don't cross this line in the sand. And they cross that line. Oh, yeah? Well, don't cross this line. And they cross that line. Well, okay, I guess you can cross that line. I see. I understand. Don't cross this line. And it just keeps fucking happening. Mother Freedom, what's up?
I'll be right back. I got to make a drink.
Yeah,
Pussified. Pussified. So, yeah, what about that? I mean, there's another line in the sand. Right, pussification, the pussification of the population, which is a sufficient way of putting down a revolution, a revolt. Make everybody just freaking weak and pussified. Make them GHEY, and nobody wants to fight, or they join the other side. Which is what you got. You got your Trantifas and your Antifas and your BLMs and you know the John Brown Club and all these other groups, right? All these other organizations that are organizing, stockpiling, and training, and walking through these scenarios and gaming like we're doing, right? Doing scenarios, having these discussions, and standing by for that time. Yet here we are, all of us, most Americans are just like, well, I guess I better go to work. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't discuss this right now. I gotta go to work. I gotta pay my bills. It's the great preoccupation, and everybody thinks that we're just gonna. What's up, Prepared Irishman? What's up, Jim? Everybody thinks that it's just gonna pop off. Right, and shit's just going to pop off, and every patriot's going to rise up and grab their gun. Let's go. No, I don't see that happening because it ain't happened yet. Very small instances where it's
not going to be traditional warfare. We're not going to be fighting with guns in the streets.
I mean, I think we will, but that's a small portion of it. A very minute portion of it.
And if they're truly a patriot and they're truly intent on revolution, they're not advertising on YouTube or Facebook or anywhere else. They're keeping that shit to themselves and their circle.
Okay, but so just getting that off the ground. I mean, I'm discussing it, and a lot of people do discuss it on social media. It does get discussed.
AI is learning from everything we come up with. Every time we plot out a scenario, they're listening and they're learning.
Well, of course. Yeah, I mean, hell, AI is learning, and AI already knows. Like, well, okay, we are already predisposed to defiance, and so AI is like, well, okay, they like defiance, and they're going to rise up. Okay. So mass casualty events, the destruction of the financials, can destroy the food supply, poison the water, whatever, right? There's other ways to fight a kinetic war, and to deny the battle, to absolutely deny the battle.
It's like a surprise birthday party. It's kind of like all your friends at work and people that you know and family members knew that they were going to throw a party, but you didn't. And somehow they hid their cars and everything else. And then you came through the door and the lights come on and they go, surprise, happy birthday. It's sort of like what I was saying about me giving a letter to Wolf. It's up to Wolf to say, okay, I got the letter. I read the letter, but I'm going to throw the letter away. And if I see somebody that has the same mutual feeling, then I let them know what that letter says. You say it's not up to. It has to be untraditional. What people's not used to. You can't come up here on the internet and say, "Here, this is our plan." You know, you have to be smarter than that. You got to read between the lines. It means that your community,
Okay.
everybody in your community.
Yeah, and we know that.
close,
That's
you know.
I get that. I get that. All right. I just want to keep things on. That's.
I know.
But we still haven't figured out what starts that. What starts that when what begins the preparations for the revolution? Are we already in preparation, or are we just standing by? I don't think we are.
We've been in preparation since 2020. When they made their first big move, that's when a lot of people that matter, that will continue the fight, became disillusioned and said, "Okay, that's it. I've had enough, but I'm going to be smart about it."
If you've got 10 people on a corner in a big city holding an American flag, and all of a sudden they get shot dead by members of the government, and then you say, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh," and then later on you just change the channel because that's your
What's up,
interest,
JD Prepping?
your comfort. You don't pay any attention to it because they say, "Oh, but they fired first, or they found weapons, or they did that, they did this."
They've already done that. That's already happened. That's already happened. So that line's been crossed as well. I mean, everything I hear. Oh, really, JD Prepping? It was a red fox? Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been following JD Prepping in his search for his chicken. It looks like a red fox got it. Damn. Sorry to hear that. We sure are good at pointing out the problem after that. Lacking, right? I mean, this revolution hasn't even got off the ground yet. we haven't even started. I mean, we took down Nabisco. We destroyed crackers. The revolution has started against crackers. Fuck you, crackers, and peanut butter, I think. But you know what I'm saying? We have continuously been faced with this escalating. It is escalating. It is absolutely escalating. Yet we just continue to carry on with business as usual. So there's no revolution, folks. I don't see a revolution happening. I think I am totally black-pilled on this subject. It will be too late. The way that subversion works. Okay, so listen. This is the war that we're fighting. Okay, and this is the tactics used by the enemy. Whoever you want, and we can't even decide who the enemy is because that's part of subversion as well, right? Is the first part is demoralization. You demoralize the populace through shock, through humility, absolute humiliation, right? And then you destabilize. You start to destabilize the food supply. You start to destabilize the actual financials, the water. All that gets destabilized. Your everything. Your ability to work, your ability to travel gets destabilized. Right? Then comes the crisis. The crisis is kinetic. The crisis becomes protest. It becomes revolution. It becomes civil war. It becomes and it's violence, right? And it's done mostly on our part. The enemy's not doing a damn thing except just fueling the fire. We have continuously been, just divided and conquered, divided and conquered, divided and conquered, divided and conquered, over and over and over and over again, to the point where every man, every woman is on their own, individuals only. That's what you have. What can I get for myself, right? And what can the system give me? So you have that crisis. That's when it goes kinetic. It's too late. Now, there is a chance that those that go kinetic against this can win and establish a new form of government or whatever and have that. But the demoralization, the destabilization weakens the population to the point where they don't even have the numbers, nor do they have the will to fight. So when the crisis happens, you're basically they're just mopping up the survivors. And then normalization. That's when the flag of the conqueror flies over your government, your White House. That's when the tanks and the MRAP start rolling in. Because now everybody is in ashes and rubble and weakened and dying and got their hands out like they're beggars. Please save me. Please save me. Okay, we'll save you, but it's got to be communism. But that is how subversion works. You have, okay, we offer you communism or we offer you tyranny, right? total tyranny. We have total control over you and your well-being. And we can kill you if you want. Total submission. So what the hell? Where the revolution should have started at demoralization. The revolution should have started, if not at demoralization, at destabilization. But no, it starts at crisis, and they know this, and it plays right into the hands of subversion. So by that time, crisis happens and is over with. It's done. It's a done deal. You now have a finished product. All right, go ahead.
The ones that are the most contributors to tyranny are the ones that keep the chains around their ankles polished. Either it's a silver chain or a gold chain or something, but it's a chain, and that's where they live. You know, they do that because of their simple security, which means that they were bought out. You know, like you have to say, okay, how can we convince this company that makes this? How can we convince that company to be on a different side of thinking, but still exist in society, but to try to do things a different way? See, we have to convince that. We have to say, okay, you think it's okay for you to sit back and make millions of dollars in profits every day because you overcharge poor people at the grocery store? Yes, they will. They'll say, yes, I do agree with that. I like to have gas in my helicopter and in my yacht. You see, America is the biggest consumer of luxury items outside of this country. We're the biggest consumers of it. The yachts, the Rolexes, the diamonds, the gold.
Consumers of crap.
Well, we like nice things too. I mean, there's a lot of nice things here. You know,
I'm being a smart ass.
I love it.
We buy more yachts. We buy more yachts and big fancy.
I just bought one yesterday.
Than anybody else does in the whole world. I mean, we buy these things. These oligarchs and the kids of the oligarchs, and yet you're going to go down there and pay. How much is a box of crackers now? Just for a box of crackers. You see, that's gas going inside that Lear jet to a person that's never even going to look at you when you're dying out there in the streets. Those people.
So now we eat the rich. Eat the rich.
Eat the rich, kill the poor, the middle class lives forever.
How you distribute your wealth in your community. Your community is to be the ones responsible for your success, which means if you don't make a good cracker, don't expect anybody to fucking buy any of them. But if you make a good cracker, don't take advantage. Don't just fuck me at the goddamn Dollar General store. Don't bend us over and take away from our kids and our future. See, they take away from your future. That's what's going on. They don't give a fuck about next week. They give a fuck about what your kids are going to be doing 20 years from now and how they're going to be completely subdued. That's where they're going to be, subdued. We're already taxed cattle. We're already taxed slaves. We're already financial slaves to this institution of oligarchs, which is being run. The oligarchs run the government. Don't think your vote runs the government, because it doesn't. The oligarchs, the money. Like I said,
Follow the money
the-
trail.
the flag follows the money, and the troops follow the flag. That's how it works in their eyes.
So, yeah, in their eyes, sure. Yeah. But once again, yeah, right, Hutch? I mean, we know what they're doing. Solutions, goddammit.
Right.
Right? What is the solution? And this is something that, Hutch has been talking about, I've been talking about, right? And what is the solution? What do we do?
It's a tough solution to find.
It should be a simple solution.
You would think, but everything that, since I've been sitting here listening to you guys talk about this almost an hour now, everything that's been thrown out there, that's a hell of a lot on your plate. Pick one thing at a time. It's going to take you forever.
Go ahead, Wolfang.
But it's gonna take like I said, it comes down to the individual. What is gonna break that individual, and then turn into it's that so on and so on and so on. You tell this person, hey, that guy up the street's got this, and by the time it gets to the 100th person, the story's changed.
Telephone.
Yeah, I couldn't think of the name of it.
Yeah, the game telephone.
You know what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying.
So we are so divided. We have been absolutely divided to individuals, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think so.
So nobody can get together, because here we are. There's 28 of us. There's 28 of us in panel, on panel and on chat that cannot agree what to do to stop all this.
There you go.
We cannot even agree on it.
We're way past the point of stopping. All we can do is ride it out to the end.
And that's not good.
A lot of people are just going to have to learn
It might
to
be a
live
bumpy
without.
ride.
You just got to live without for a while. You can
What's
say,
up, Frank?
hey, I refuse to pay that price for gas. I can do that personally, but I don't. Nobody else has to do it because I do it. They have to do it because they see the point.
And I need gas to get to work, so I got to pay for gas no matter what. Because if I don't go to work, guess what? I don't get a paycheck.
And that's the problem.
Security.
That's the problem. That's the problem. We are so beholden. We are so dependent on others.
It's a strawberry margarita that I'm drinking.
Oh, okay. Skull.
I wanted something sweet.
Yeah, we are divided all the way to the individual is what you're saying, Wolfang. And I actually agree on that, because everybody but we're controlled on a large scale to be individuals, right? The family unit has mostly been destroyed. Kids leave their families. Kids leave their families and go out into the world to be individuals. And they don't ever go back to the family. They go out into the world and they get swallowed up by the algorithms and the AIs and their desires, right? Chasing a dream, and
sleep, be a good citizen, populate, sleep, consume. That's like that fucking movie. I got that movie.
They're not even populating. Yeah, they live, right? They're not even they're not even populating. They're being incelled.
I would argue it's not all kids, just the blind ones, because my children I raised the way you would raise them in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. If you want to make and maintain family wealth, then you have to keep the family together. The property is in a family trust. Everybody works, everybody pays all the bills or has a share of them.
But it's
by grinding together, we have a much higher standard of living. a much more comfortable, safe living. We bail each other out. We stick together. And yes, I got plenty of grandkids.
But that's far and few in between there, though, Karen. I mean,
It's becoming more and more and more. People are realizing it.
I don't think they are. Because I love it. I do know that there is majority of the population is family, but they're growing their family. It's a mother, it's a father, and it's kids. Once those kids become of age and leave the nest, there's so much incentive for them not to come back, not to participate in the family
I
unit.
would say there was more brainwashing. That's part of breaking up the nuclear family.
Of course it is. Yeah.
right. And I said that earlier.
But
With
a lot of
brainwashing.
people who live in the country, a lot of people who live off grid, a lot of people who do things for themselves, they need their kids. And their
Sure.
kids aren't there getting brainwashed all the time. And if they are, they're coming home and realizing they still got to cut up that chicken for dinner. You don't just get meat at the grocery store. They're
And
working
so-
to make the family the families that work together and suffer together and stay together, they are
How
becoming
many-
more and more because people can't afford for their kids to go.
Right,
on.
but how many families are like that out there? I mean, it's not
Around
like it
here,
used
it's
to be.
about 3 out of 10, and I know that sounds like a lot, but I'm in a rural setting. I'm in an area where that kind of thing is very
And-
Christian families and stuff. They stay together. I know it's not like that in the big cities, but we're the ones.
Hey, I was just informed.
Times have definitely changed. Definitely changed.
Yeah.
You can't
Hey,
go
Wolf.
unless you live on a farm and you can milk your own cow.
Bing, 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 bing.
But then there's a war on the farm.
Well,
Hey,
that's
Wolf.
good for you.
But I
Wolf,
don't
I was
raise
just
nuts to sell and
informed.
stuff. It's just for the family. We just raise for ourselves.
I was
If we
just
have a little
informed,
extra-
Wolf, that
Great.
we need to buy a Subaru, you and I, and go to Colorado and do a lesbian insurgency.
Of course.
Oh, hell no.
Okay, G-Mon Nana, they are, but they're living in the basement and they're playing video games. They're being indoctrinated into extreme
No, they're not.
far left.
She's not talking about that. She's
I
not
am.
talking about
Hold on.
kids
I am.
left. She said kids going back because they can't afford the rent. They have their own household. They have their own wife and kids. They're going home to mama and daddy. They're not living in the basement unless it's made up like an apartment. They're
Some of them
paying
don't
their
wanna
share of
leave.
bills.
Okay. I think there is a percentage of both.
Yeah,
When
I
I-
don't want my fucking grown kids. I don't want my grown kids living in my house on my property. I
Yeah,
raised them
right.
to be able to be self-sufficient. They're self-sufficient. They work. They have jobs, and they don't need that. They have security in themselves.
Okay.
And they believe in taking care of their dad. They take care of me in different ways, but they're not up my ass and on my. I like my privacy.
But that's
You
the
know,
sign
yeah,
of the difference of the times that's going on right now compared to when I was growing up. We wanted to get out and get to work, get the hell out of the house.
Spot
There's
on,
work
Wolf,
out
spot on.
there. There's work out there. They choose the younger generation, from what I've seen myself, and I'm talking in the age group of 21 to 30, they want it all handed to them.
14%. The faith in the United
I'm not
States
making
government.
I'm not making $20 an hour to hand you a donut from Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, give
Yeah.
me a tip. For
Which
what?
costs-
We didn't do anything.
The Dunkin' Donut, the donut costs $10.
Yeah. Hey, we'll put them in the same category as Nabisco.
I'm just saying. It's
Everybody thinks just because they show up and clock in. I get it, Wolf. They clock in and they pretty much fuck off and cause other people to have to work harder. You know, Mad Shad and everybody, we all know this. That
I
fucking
see,
person
right.
that shows up,
And
they
these
just
young
show up
kids,
for a fucking
the job that I
paycheck.
work at, I see them on this damn thing
Yeah,
constantly. Who in the hell? And I'm talking about the male guy, the guys at work. Who in the hell from 7 o'clock in the morning till you get the hell out is on their phone all day long? They got the earbud in, they're on their phone, and they're
yeah,
bullshitting somebody.
doing fucking nothing. Doing what? That's what society. That's part of it. Is they think just because they show up and do nothing all day, they can call themselves having a fucking job. You know, but it makes it harder on everybody else. I won't work around people like that. I'll say, hey man, get your fucking ass busy, do your fucking job, or go some fucking where else, man. And
Zombie,
then
it
they're
drives
the
me
ones
nuts.
that,
I see it at work. I see it
yeah,
at work every day.
they complain about every fucking thing too. You know, they're the ones that complain about everything. And people, they complain about who they want to work with, who they
Yep.
don't want to work with, who they sit with in the break room, who they do all this shit with. You know, it's like fucking useless motherfuckers. Like Mad
They
Shad
never
said,
mature
useless
past
fucking
high
idiots.
school in their cliques. They're stuck in
Yeah,
the high school clique system. They never mature into fully grown adults.
I
And
I
mean,
don't
I
know.
blame the parents for not snatching them up by the head, tossing the phone in the pond, and whipping their ass.
Right? Yep.
Because I guarantee you, none of mine are like that because they had a
God's
mom.
honest truth. That is the God's honest truth. What
Okay.
ruined the kids is when they came out with that damn 2-for-1, whatever it is, when a kid can call this number and say, my parents are abusing me.
Oh God. Okay, so I walked away. I left y'all unsupervised so I could make me some water. So and in that, listening to you, I heard you calling my name there, zombie.
hell
So
yeah.
yeah, I have come to the conclusion after all this that the only course of action for any of us is to become self-reliant, self-sufficient, and wait for the war machine to crush us. That's it. I don't, because I don't see the solution. The solution has not been presented. We all, the only thing that we can come up with, we can't even get this hypothetical revolution off the ground.
Right. I think we should get a hold of Joe Rogan and see what he says.
Joe Rogan's a fucking no.
I was being smart at
Joe Rogan will tell you, oh yeah, you got to take this fucking, you got to take some asagangwa, you got to drink some chunga, you got you know what I'm saying, here smoke this crazy fucking cigar, right? You know, right on, Hutch. I am black pilled. I am black pilled. No one. Right now. You cannot convince me that we can have a meaningful revolution to change things. You cannot convince. I am black pilled. I am fucking black pilled. I might as well just get rid of all my guns, all my gear.
No.
I might as well throw away all my preps. I might as well just say fuck it all. You know, because there is no hope. I see no hope.
Start playing to Mama Earth. Say, hold on to all your stuff because you might need it if we slide off the side of the earth.
Hey,
I need more rope.
Go down and have a frontal lobotomy, and you'll be done with. You know.
I mean, all I need to do is just turn on TikTok.
Yeah.
There's my lobotomy.
I've never been on TikTok.
I get 20 to 30 seconds of constant dopamine, and I become lobotomized.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, man, it just goes down in these insane fucking media outlets. You know what I mean?
And Maggie, then I become a martyr. You know, that's it. I become a martyr. And maybe I inspire some people. What? Oh, what did you say, dog? What do you say, puppy? See, does anybody speak dog? Because I think I hear the solution. I hear the solution in the barking.
More milk
Benjamin
bones.
Franklin. Benjamin Franklin was one of the biggest martyrs in American history. He never lived to see anything that he believed in come to fruition.
We've been very much here. No clear path to perfect government, society, class structure, humanity. Yeah, right, Carol
Oh
Ann?
man, what it amounts
like
to
to-
is no man. There is no man that's perfect. See, that's what people look for. Perfect. I hate that word, perfect. You know, so the imperfections. It says even in some people's what they call their good book. It says that you have to keep your enemies at bay or in a cage and separated from your society. But it doesn't say to end them. It just says they're going to exist because.
Hold on, please. Who's got the dog? Can you mute, please, while your dog is barking, please?
So
Sorry
they're
about
gonna.
that, guys.
There's
Hang on.
no,
Thank you. Thank you.
there's no perfect expectation of man. It means you got to go with the best of your abilities and judgment. And if you have to live with it later, then live with it. You know?
I want to address this, Gmo Nana. I think people need a leader, want a leader. Look at the millions Trump inspired in the beginning. People want change. Imagine the right person leading. We ain't found that yet. The leaders have proven that they suck. The leaders have proven they suck. Even Trump.
I can't be the president. I can't be the president if I suck.
You suck. You suck, zombie.
Damn.
Right? I mean, even our leaders, we can't find a good leader. And what's this concept of leading? Do we want a king? Do we want a fucking emperor? I think that's the lazy way out. That is just tell me what to do. Like that's so fucking ironic that I want the perfect leader and I vote him in, that he's going to make things better for me. And all I have to do is do as I'm told by my leader, who I told him to be perfect and lead me perfectly. What? No, you don't have a choice. If lead, follow, or get the fuck out of the way, or leave me the fuck alone. Right? You know, the concept of a constitutional republic was that we, the people, dictate to the government what they can and cannot do. Not what they allow us to do. Not what they grant us. It's we make the choice. And we either, say, yeah, we like your choice. Okay, go with that. Or we say, no, we don't fucking like that. We're not doing that. I mean, we've been brainwashed to that point where we just say, oh, we've been granted permission. We've been, same thing with you look at the 2A, right? Oh, look, now we're allowed to have suppressors. After how many years? 80 years, we're allowed to have suppressors. Do you understand what I'm talking about? How I'm looking at this? We are allowed.
Our permission.
We have been given permission. Whatever happened to just doing it anyway? Like, you know what? We don't like your laws, and we're not going to follow them. Like, the government has stepped in and required permission for every fucking thing. And we just say, okay. All right.
Yeah, we say okay, but we don't follow their rules.
You are.
Please don't take away my car.
You fucking are. Everybody is. Everybody is. Everybody is in compliance. Everybody is in compliance. And that's the idea of having a leader and followers. The follower wants to be in compliance of the leader.
That's the good citizens. Good citizens.
Right? Yeah. Be a good citizen. Pay your taxes. Obey the law. Well, when the law becomes unlawful or tyrannical, What point do we become non-compliant? That is the question.
And wait till he gets really riled up, ladies and gentlemen. You're gonna like him even better. That's the man Chad, the man fucking Chad that I love the most of everything. He really just puts his fucking soul out there.
I love to argue, man. Thank you. You get me, Zombie. You get me, bro.
Yeah.
You get
a bunch of fucking people out there saying, "Oh, I can't believe they're talking about this. Oh, I can't believe they're talking about this. What are they talking about? I don't know. Duh, think I'll go get a sandwich." You know, that just like
bam, spike.
You know.
All right. Okay, we water the tree, right? We water the tree. What does that do? We can't even fucking decide what to water the tree with. Who waters the tree? Is it a corporation? Is it a government? Is it the mass migration? Is it the green hairs? Is it the Subaru drivers? I mean,
a lot of water.
Yeah, I wordsmith, so deal with me. Tyrants and patriots. Yeah, but who the fuck is the tyrants and who the fuck are the patriots? I haven't seen a patriot yet. And I've been looking in the mirror too.
The tree of freedom must be watered with the blood of patriots at least once every generation.
Patriots and tyrants. Yeah, patriots and tyrants.
We're 2 generations past due.
What's up, KP Heathen? Yeah, when is it gonna win? What? And yeah, right. Damn Subaru drivers, fuckers. And you know what, Subaru drivers? I mean, hey, whatever. I don't care if you have a Subaru. I just. But you know what? The people that drive Subarus, they don't drive fast. Okay, they wait for traffic. Okay, they give at least 5 car lengths in front of the other car because they're so like safety oriented. Safety is paramount, I guess. Right? They're slow to turn,
and they slow down 1,000 feet before when they turn their signal on 1,000 feet before they're going, and they're slowing.
Oh down. Yeah. It's you could probably time it 1,000 feet. There it is. Why are you gay? What's up, Ghost Lincoln? Yeah, we can't even decide. I mean, I've decided Nabisco. Fuck Nabisco. I'm going to war with them. But we can't get enough people in the room. Okay, all right, Maggie. Here we go. I've triggered Maggie. Are you for real? It's a problem not to be on someone's bumper. Wow. Hey, I get it. Okay, but when is I do the same thing. I will stay off somebody's bumper because I don't want to hit them when they slam on their brakes on me. Because I do the same thing. If somebody rides my ass, I hit the brakes or I slow down. But do you gotta be 5 car lengths ahead? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, who of us hasn't? Who of us has not said that?
See, yeah, Maggie's coming for me. Maggie's coming. Oh shit! Here comes Maggie. Maggie's coming for me.
Would you just please get the fuck out of the way, please? Don't turn it over. Don't turn it over. That's what I say. Get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah, there's 3 laws of traffic: lead, follow, or get the fuck out of the way. Right?
Hey, it happens. It's gonna happen. And if you don't think so, part 3 is referred back to part 1 and 2.
And you don't drive 30 miles an hour on an on-ramp going into speeding traffic.
That you have to yield. Yielding. I mean, that's the idea, right? You have to yield. You have to merge with traffic. And, see, Maggie's ready. She's like, are you in that much of a freaking hurry? Damn.
Do the zipper. Do the zipper. Learn how to do the zipper.
I mean, I drive in Cleveland, and it's crazy. It's people ride your ass. People fucking pass on the freaking off the road. They off road you to pass your ass.
Right.
They,
I've seen that here in Cincinnati.
yeah.
Chad.
Yeah, I mean, all the major cities in Ohio, and probably most cities, it's that you're in the fucking way.
You're
You
right.
know?
They go in that emergency lane or that, like you said, off-road lane to pass their ass up. I was like, holy crap.
Yeah, New York. I drove once to New York and I got bumped. Like this motherfucker just bumped me, and he continuously tried to push me off the fucking road. He's like, hurry the fuck up. He was in a beater car, right? We're stuck in traffic, right? And I was 0.5 seconds late to the green light. The green light turned. It was a green light, and I was 0.5 seconds in my reaction time. And this motherfucker behind me hit me, pushed me, like bumped me. Get the fuck out! He's yelling too. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! I'm like, damn, bro. Really?
Hey, when I'm going 100 miles on the fucking highway, I don't need you on my ass.
Right.
No, I drive around 80 miles an hour when I'm on the highway. And you still have people riding your ass at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not going fast enough. How fast do we need to go?
I took a fucking job driving a fucking delivery truck one time in Los Angeles, California, and the fucking trucks were all governed at 58 fucking miles an hour.
Yep.
And the first time I drove that motherfucker, I had fucking 50 fucking people that day fucking blow their fucking horn at me and tell me to get the fuck out of the way, you know.
Yeah.
For doing the speed limit. For doing the fucking speed limit, you know.
Right, Hutch. Everybody is waiting. Everybody wants the leader. Everybody wants that one person to martyr themselves, because that's exactly what happens. Or they switch. They change the narrative. You know, like, oh well, you know, this guy was crazy or whatever, right? You know, they play it off. You know, they spin it. They spin it till, you know, it's like, wait a minute, this guy didn't like taxes, and he was fighting them taking his farm that he's had for generations, 100 years. And he met them at the driveway, at the road with a shotgun, and said, "You're not taking my land." And they shot him. And that's it. That's it. One guy that fucking martyred himself. So, "You're not taking my land. I'm going to continue to raise crops and water them how I see fit. I'm going to continue to raise and slaughter cattle and disseminate it as I see fit." Right? I'm not going to refrigerate it right away. I'm not going to freeze it. I'm not going to, you know, inject him with all these freaking crazy ass chemicals, and I'm not going to vaccinate them. I'm not going to give them the MDNRA. I'm not going to put Monsanto in my ground for my plants. I'm not going to buy your seeds that are proprietary and I have to buy every fucking year. I'm just going to farm the old-fashioned way, and fuck you and your reasons. Tacos.
Yeah,
Tacos. Those are lovely. But he martyrs himself. He martyrs himself. He becomes a hero. He becomes a killdozer.
Yeah.
I say that name and I invoke that name. He becomes a killdozer. He goes off on his own and builds he is jaded to the point where he's like, I'm done with this bullshit, and if y'all have crossed the line, and now I'm going to take action. I'm going to build Killdozer, and I'm going to destroy everything in my path that affected me before, that brought me to this point. I'm using Killdozer as a reference here. So what happened in Killdozer? Killdozer was he was trying to buy land. He was trying to grow, start a business, and he was met every time with a roadblock by corrupt local government officials, and they kept fucking with him. They pushed him off his land. They shut down his business. He was a machinist, right? Obviously he built a fucking Killdozer, and so. That's it. He's like, you know what? That's it. I'm done. I'm building this thing in secret. Nobody's going to know about it, and I'm going to destroy your little businesses. And then that's it. That was his recourse. and nobody followed suit. Nobody helped him. There was nobody out there trying to, you're cheering him on and going, you know what? I'm going to stand with you, Killdozer. You know what, Killdozer? That's a great idea. We should all do this. Let's all get in there and help out Killdozer because this is a righteous cause. Nobody did. Instead, we talk about him with reverence. We sell his merch. We wear his T-shirts. That's it. That's all we got. That's all. That's
it.
He's worth more dead than he is alive, you know. And can I elaborate on something to say that?
Well, let me just say this real quick. He didn't change a fucking thing.
No. And the thing is, it's like you got people, and I've seen this, and I know if people look hard enough, they can see it. Okay, I'm a middle class guy and a woman, and we went to high school together, and my dad just gave us 150 acres, and we never had to work a day in our life, and we've always had a silver spoon in our mouth. But we recently built this garage shed on our property, and the building and codes come in and said we couldn't do that lawfully, and then they just make this big skirmish up, and all of a sudden, you know, it's like the leadership question was what I was going to. Whenever you take somebody and you say they're in the community and they want to be a leader in the community, then who's your best ally? Somebody who's been face to face with the tiger itself. Somebody who says, "Hey, I've been arrested. Hey, I've been to jail. Hey, I've been to prison. Hey, I changed my life for a different view, but I've faced it." You know, when you got people in your community that's outcast for that reason, that specific reason, it's sort of like the Irish gangs. Well, hell, they got stronger in prison. When they were all put in the same cell together, which was 1 in a million chances they would all be in the same cell, they got their heads together, and when they come out, it took the British government 30 years to bring them down. The same thing happened over there in Afghanistan when we put all those 100,000 people through that camp in South Kuwait. The fucking fact of the matter is
yeah, that's how you got al-Baghdadi.
Yeah, they was all in the same fucking race. Yeah, they was all in the same race. And the thing about it is they knew that, but the regular ordinary folks in our societies and our towns that's never been arrested, they've always been good taxpayers. They've always tried to be a good citizen. And then all of a sudden, when they get smacked across that fucking face and it wakes them up, then they want to cry all over the fucking internet because of it. You know, just like you mentioned Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan says, I don't have any solution to homelessness. Okay, give me about half of your money and go over here to the NFL and give me half of their money, and let's get these people off the street. Or are we going to wait for the government to do it? Really? What gave you your wealth? What made you who you are inside this country? And you're not going to pay those people back with gratitude? There is no gratitude. There is no gratitude. Because power rules, which means that if I went out here and said, okay, I see somebody hit the fucking lottery and they won $500 million. Okay, the people in that community is not going to see that motherfucker again ever unless they wind up flat broke. You see,
right?
They have no gratitude. There's no honor among thieves.
Yeah, I do see it. There is exceptions to the rule. Right. You know, it does happen where somebody, you know, makes it big, you know, basically, you know, becomes a billionaire and then gives back to the community. Right.
They're out there.
Yeah. I mean, Flavor Flav. I love Flavor Flav. He is a true philanthropist, man. He is crazy. I don't know. You tell me there, Stone Cold ET. Yeah. Newcomers welcome. Oh, yeah. You're welcome. All are welcome. Hold on. All are welcome if they're brave enough. Yeah.
What's bravery got to do with it, though?
What's bravery got to do with it? I don't know.
There ain't enough of those people out there doing anything. There's not enough people showing gratitude for the country that created them and made them what they are today. There's not enough gratitude in that. They just want to, they got, they're on easy street. Forget about whatever the blue collar people that built this country and maintenance this country and caused this country's heart to beat. Fuck
That's
them.
gone by the wayside, zombie. You know that.
Yeah.
Everybody's too comfortable, and nobody wants to get uncomfortable or give up their comfortability.
Yeah, I agree. That's it. I mean, that's it. We're not willing. There is no will to fight. The will to fight is not even there. It's matter of fact, it's like, you know what? No, I don't want to get in this fight. You know,
I'm
like,
good.
never
I'm
mind.
good. I'm gonna just sit right here and do my thing.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to armchair quarterback it. I'm going to yeah, you get in there. You show them. You give them what for? Yeah. Oh, you want me to help? No.
No.
I got work tomorrow.
In the basement.
I got work tomorrow. I'm sorry. I can't do it.
Yeah.
You know?
I can't be late again.
I can't be late again. They'll fire me. Fuck. The revolution's canceled. Sorry. I can't come, guys. I got overtime. Mandatory overtime. My review is in a week. I'm up for a raise. I just bought a boat. Yeah, I just bought a boat. I gotta do overtime to pay it off.
And I can't wait to pay my taxes.
Right?
I'm a taxpaying. Hey, I'm a taxpaying citizen. You can't treat me this way.
Well, no, it's not about the tax paying. Everybody hates paying taxes. Nobody sees it going. Nobody sees it come off your check though. Everybody forgets that. But tax return day, oh yeah, everybody's like, oh yeah, the government's going to give me some shillings. Yeah, they're going to give. They done took 60% of my money, and they're going to give me less than 1% of it back. All right, yeah. I'm gonna get out of debt. I've won the lottery, folks. I've won the lottery.
But I'm a sovereign citizen.
I get my income taxes back. I'm getting me a barbecue grill and a new tires for my truck.
Right, Hutch? I mean, yeah. So there you go. I mean, how can we get mad at them? How can we get mad at the youth? You know, for not knowing, because that's been my life all the most of my life. I don't know why you get mad at me, and not acting that way when we never taught them.
Right.
That just goes back to that family unit, right? But that's the thing is everybody wants to get out of the house and take off. When
I talk about the younger people, though, I'm actually talking about the people I work with that I actually see at my job.
Hey, welcome, Stone Code ET. Code it.
Hey, that's going to be the new alcoholic beverage down there at the new Barter Town, by the way. It's going to be a bottle of whiskey called I Don't Give a Shit. Because the more you drink it, the less you're going to give a shit.
The IDGAF. I don't give a fuck. IDGAF. So yeah, welcome Stone Code. I'm the same way. I do the same thing. Like I come into chat and I go, "Hey everybody," you know what I'm saying? That's it. I don't because that's. Hey, I get it. Everybody wants to say hi to everybody, but I ain't got that kind of time.
Why do I want to say hi to you?
I mean, I just say hi. I say, "Hey everybody," boom, done. Blanket hi. You know I'm here.
Unfortunately, yes, I know you're here.
That's right. And it's my channel.
I got
For now.
And no one cares. Oh, are you going to take it over?
For now.
Is it the CIA? Yep.
I
Trent's
believe
gonna-
there's about to be a coup in your organization.
Yeah, Trent's going to organize a coup against my channel. Yeah.
I don't need to organize a coup. I am the coup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we already got inside information and hacking abilities.
That's
So I'm facing a revolution right now. Me personally, against the powers that be, the Trent CIA. Okay.
Yeah,
It's the quiet takeover you don't see coming.
Yeah, I get accused of that, Trent, whenever somebody told me one time they told me, and I'm not going to say who it was a female. And she said, "You just don't really care about the chat, do you?" And I was like, "I don't know, fuck. If you're trying to do a live,
Thank you,
you know,
Hutch.
it's not about the chat. The chat's its own little fucking entity itself, you know. I stay out of chat.
Would Hutch say?
Oh, he's got only the finest female secret services to protect me.
Yeah.
It ain't me.
Damn it.
I have mad skills, but I spend them very, very rarely.
I don't know, Teresa. I don't know. I mean, we already see what Trick is capable of. He kept me. I tried to get out of here 15 minutes early yesterday or last night. Yeah, yesterday morning, and he held me till the 6th hour. So we all full well know the power of persuasion that is mission preparedness.
Did I hold you hostage?
See, and that's part of it too. That's part of it too, right? So you're like, it was your choice. You chose this.
We all have choices. It was your choice.
That's a little taste of presidential powers right there. That's a little taste of it.
All you had to do was push the button, and it'd have been over.
I know. Yeah, exactly.
But you didn't.
I'm looking at this as a microcosm, macrocosm, because that's exactly what we need to do, but we won't do it.
Right.
As a collective, as a citizen of the United States of America, or any country, by the way, nobody is willing to push the button to end it all.
Yeah.
We're just like sitting back, just watching it. People got popcorn. They're like, I'm just going to watch this shit unfold.
The problem is you're asking people of conscience to push that button. Why don't you just go down to the local institution, find a moron, hand them the box, and say, push the pretty red button.
Right? The power of shenanigans compel you. The power of shenanigans compel you.
That's right. Nobody made you stay another hour.
Yep.
You made some hot chocolate, and subconsciously you made that decision.
But did I do?
Did you?
Or did I just go along with it? Like, yeah, okay.
Maybe.
Like everybody else. Yeah, okay.
Right.
So yeah, I'm officially black-pilled against revolution. I don't think it ever happened. I don't think it ever happened.
Like I said, my money's on Mother Nature. The right catastrophe will answer and end all those problems for us.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, it'll make the government have more leverage, like they are. Like that's what'll happen. They're the saviors. They're gonna come in and save you, give you a meal and a tent and a FEMA trailer.
Are you saying they create the chaos so they have something to save us from?
I think sometimes they do.
I think all the time they do.
I mean, that's what we're facing now. I mean, that's subversion 101, chaos, that's a Hegelian dialects. Create the problem, create the problem and provide the solution.
Just like with COVID.
Yep.
Hey, we have a guy down here. Get down here quickly. We have a guy with firearms that's going to save himself. Arrest that man.
Shoot him. He's suicidal.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this conversation.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get into some type of, what if scenarios, like in getting into that post, post-revolution, but we can't even get the revolution going.
Right.
I don't even see it happening.
We can be like the gangsters. We can just show up to the Nabisco factories and just start hijacking their trucks, and giving all the food out for free.
Well, you know what would really, if you want to start with the Nabisco and the crackers, start with the salt, because the salt that goes on the cracker.
I mean, I could see everybody just jumping on their forklifts and just assaulting Nabisco.
Oh Lordy.
Poor Nabisco. Twinkies. There you go. We're going after Twinkies now.
Hey, now if you watch Zombieland, you can't fuck with Twinkies.
The French. Some of the captives in the World War II, they become saboteurs. They were saboteurs about things, and when the German army had them building shit, they were sabotaging it, to where it wouldn't work, when it come time to use it. So, I mean, I say we turn the heat up on the oven at Nabisco accidentally. Just turn it up, burn all the crackers.
Just hack it, right? Hack it, turn up the temperature.
Temperature is 450. What the hell happened?
Why can't we just drop the building?
There you go. Drop the building.
Why can't we just drop the building?
Well, that depends on who's running the operation.
Oh, so now it goes back to who's running the operation. Okay.
Yeah, this big gas.
Hey, you guys throw everything out there.
Big gas powered cracker oven just sprung a leak and exploded.
Just exactly.
So that's how we do it. Instead of everybody just, getting out there with their pew-pews and doing that romantic revolutionary boogaloo where we all running around with, Hawaiian shirts and plate carriers, taking down the powers that be. How about we just drop the buildings?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You drop enough buildings, you will get massive attention.
Just to take back what Wolf was saying about he had to have gas in his car to get to work. Okay, what if somebody said, well, I couldn't get to work today, and I know everybody understands because somebody blew the fucking gas stations up. So I couldn't get no gas to be there. So if they told you was fired because you couldn't get to work because you buy no gas because there wasn't no gas, that would be unfair, wouldn't it?
Or would it?
Yeah. I
mean, because that's the whole thing about is public opinion, right?
Yeah.
If someone says, okay, we're going to do this revolution thing, and we're just going to go ahead and drop this building, right? Well, hundreds of people depend on that building. Hundreds of people are died, families are displaced, and now they're like, oh my God, why would these revolutionaries do that? That's horrible. I'm going to side with the government. You know what I'm saying? So that public opinion starts to weigh on it. And that's the same thing that the terrorists do, right? They oh, well, we just martyred somebody. So, or you just martyred somebody by taking them down, doing a raid on them. And that it adds to their recruitment, You're like, well, okay. And it's just a vicious cycle,
So it's damned if we do and damned if we don't.
Or you pick a public opinion bias. You play against that.
Yeah, there comes a point in time where do I really care what the public opinion is?
Well, yeah, because it could be very harmful for your cause.
Right. And that comes down to the individual.
Well, and then of course, many individuals. I'm talking about public opinion. So, okay. And we all know that public opinion. Everybody. The thing is, everybody thinks they're individuals. Everybody thinks that they're doing their own thing. Yet they're majority of people are being guided and coached on what to do and where to go.
Right.
There's no individual. That's the truth. The only individuality that you have is your free will to pursue your desires. And once you back up 1,000 miles away, I can control where you go. Oh, okay. Your desire is to can food and have guns. Okay. Just like 100 million other people or 200. How are you an individual? See, that's the thing is we all believe we're individuals, but we're all in this together. And we just don't realize it. We've been brainwashed. We've been AI'd, you know? So right, louder for the people in the back. Once we realize that we're not alone, because that's exactly what they've done, is they've isolated everyone. We've isolated ourselves, and we've done it willingly by being coached, by being led, by being, you know, whatever you say, you know, whatever it is, you know. Is anybody not paying taxes? Is anybody not paying their insurance, their registration? Is anybody not complying with everything that's going on? Go along to get along? I say yes, we are. Everyone is.
Yep.
The only people that are not complying are the ones that die. The ones that say, that's it, I'm done, I'm killdozing. And I'm done. And you martyr yourself, and it makes for a great story. You know, even years. But that's it. Nobody wants to martyr themselves. Nobody wants to step up and all at once. You know, and if they do, that's when the FBI gets involved, right? You know, they are the FBI, the ATF. You know, I mean, what was the Waco, Texas, right? You know, that's how you go wake up.
Yep.
Imagine if
They
that
tried. Look what happened.
Yeah, we've
Imagine
lost
if
that. We are not the people. We are not the people. We are the individual.
You know, imagine if the killdozer run on a remote control, though. You know, a lot of these new equipment, they do that. The bulldozers and stuff do.
Yeah, we have the technology.
I talked about AI warfare in my short video the other day.
And so Maggie, yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm not afraid to die myself. Everybody knows that. And I am generalizing because you need the general public to get on board with it, not the individual. The individual is a martyr. The individual is a isolated incident. What's up, Lady Smith?
I don't want to die. I want to see what happens.
Somebody comes along and shows you a note. Somebody comes along and gives you a note and says, hey, how would you like to not be able to have to pay taxes ever again? You know?
Go down the lime in the coconut and call me.
People are not going to go along with that, you know?
I'll be back. I'm going to get me some chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk for the win. Oh.
But I've told my wife that. It's like, you know what? As crazy as our society is, civilization, as crazy as everything's going on, I really do want to see how it turns out. My curiosity is that strong.
So I have talked about this before, and I learned it from Mike Hudson, Valiant Survival, and it led me down the rabbit hole of Sethial Plebis. Sethial Plebis. That is Greek for the Great Walkaway, and it happened. It actually happened in Greece, right? In ancient Greece, where exactly what we're talking about is happened. It happened already. The government was in bed with large landowners, and the large landowners employed a majority of the population, right? And they were becoming absolutely tyrannical. Hey, I'm sorry, I need you to. It started off slow. Hey, could you do more? Hey, we got this harvest week. I need you to work from sun up to sundown. Okay. Yeah, no lunch. Just get it done. Get the work done, and we'll get all this. And it started off slow. Yeah, we'll pay you extra. It's okay. Right. And then they said, no, we're not going to pay you extra. No, you're expected to work from sun up to sundown. And fuck you. Get to work. And then they started enforcing it. The tyrannical, the corporate tyrannical regime and the government started enforcing it and enslaving the population. Now they have to work. Now everyone's mean to them. Everybody's disrespecting them, you know. And so what the people did is they, unbeknownst to anyone, right? Like you said, the zombie, the surprise birthday party. One day, hundreds of thousands of people just did not show up to work. They did not go to the stores. They did not travel the roads. They did nothing but stayed in their house. And I don't know the duration of how long they stayed away, but and they didn't say nothing. They didn't say, hey, we're doing this because they just said, we're not coming to work. And their actions spoke for themselves. Nobody said shit. Everybody stayed home, and they stayed home, and nobody went to work. And they lived off, think about it. They lived off their preps. They probably helped each other. Hey, we just ran out of milk. My baby needs milk. Oh, okay. Neighbor's like, yeah, I got you. Right. I've been saving up. I got some powdered milk. Right. I got some nutrient survival here. Yeah. Shout out to Nutrient Survival. Right. Which is no longer on the YouTube, by the way. So check out Nutrient Survival. Yep. YouTube nukes Nutrient Survival. Anyway,
You know, they used to take.
I'm still
they
going.
used to take
Sorry, still going. Thank you, zombie. And so eventually, the large landowners, i.e. corporations, and the government said, we're sorry. They got it. They said, oh no, we're sorry. We were being too tyrannical against you. Hold on. We were being too tyrannical against you. We're sorry. We created a unreasonable working conditions and all these things. Please come back. Please. They started begging the people, begging the workforce to come back to work. We promise we'll be nice to you now. We'll promise that we'll do right by you. And the people said, okay. And they came back, and they came back to work. And Sethiel Previs worked, and they established that the people actually have the power, but they had to do it all together.
Right. They have to band together.
It wasn't an individual. It wasn't one person. Maybe it did. Maybe one person was like, fuck this shit. I'm calling in. I'm just not going to go to work.
And that person called his buddy, co-worker. The other co-worker called another co-worker.
Yeah, so you had word of mouth. Right?
Got to start handing that damn little knowledge out that come down on that little piece of paper I put on your windshield, Wolf.
Right.
And see, old grouchy Kentucky guy. Think about that now. Would Sethiel Previs work? Would Sethiel Previs work? Got you, Hutch. It wouldn't. I don't think it would. That would be the best way. That would be the best way. If everybody just said, you know what? I'm going to claim exempt on my taxes. I'm going to step away from modern life. I'm not going to go to work. I'm not going to pay my taxes. I'm not going to buy anything because buying is selling out, right? It would be, what's up, much tested? You'd have to keep that ideology. You'd have to keep that discipline. Everybody would have to be a prepper. Everybody would have to be a prepper. For millions of people to do it, everybody would have to be a prepper, part of a community, and help each other to be able to weather this storm and not participate. But we are so fucking dependent upon the system. And by the way, the band The Exploited just put out a new song called "Fuck the System." Anyway, just want to plug that too. Yeah, For all you old, wait, what? Okay, I got you, Hutch. Hold on, stand by. You're on panel. There he is. I thought I had you on. Skull.
What's going on?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hutch. Good afternoon.
Save me, Hutch. Save me.
Don't save him, Hutch.
There is no saving. It's we're all fucked.
I mean, convince me. There's no convincing me that we're going to have this. I think you're right. We're all fucked. I'm black-pilled. I'm black-pilled.
In my humble opinion, the only way to ever have any kind of revolution, whether it's violence against the government, violence against the corporation, whether it's a cultural revolution, whether it's a morality revolution, it has to start with breaking your dependency. That is the very first step. You can never fight somebody that's literally keeping you alive. First step to revolution, don't need them. Control your own existence. Literally the only thing you can do to start revolution.
Yeah.
And from there, the only thing you can do is inspire. Live the example that you preach about. Don't talk in circles. And let others see that you're putting in the work and you're serious about your convictions. And let your convictions and your work set the precedent and the example and the motivation for others. Because anybody can say whatever the fuck they want with their mouth. Show people by your fucking action. We get mad at politicians all the time because they're lacking. They talk to us. They talk in circles. They don't give us real answers. Well, neither do we. This whole stream has been a political stream all day long. We've been talking in circles, ain't no definite answers, and it's a bunch of nonsense that has nothing to do with the original topic. How can we get mad at doing the exact same thing that we do as the culture?
Right. Every time I see
oppressed, they're the ones who are watching us. We're the ones who are oppressed. But we live and accept the fact that we talk in circles with no definitive answers, no definitive solutions to how we claim to be victimized every day, but nobody does anything. How many times can you get punched in the face and just sit there and say, well, God damn it, I wish they'd sure stop hitting me. Maybe you deserve to be hit in the fucking face because you're not defending yourself. And there's no hope, in my opinion. We're too comfortable. We have too much convenience, and we have too many excuses. Everybody knows what they're doing to us. Everybody knows what they're doing to us. We've been talking about it for years.
Right.
Why don't we have solutions yet? We're literally saying the exact same fucking thing I've been hearing people say 6 years ago when I started this shit. Not a single fucking solution. Not a single fucking person putting in the effort to change their situation, to change the situation of their community, to build a community, to do anything. It's just bitching in an echo chamber. No solutions. Pointing out the obvious every fucking day for decades of your life. Something that people already know. Your hobby is talking about the obvious. Not you guys in general, but in general people.
Right.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. I do it. I've done it. I've been doing it for decades. Exactly what you're saying. Go ahead, Hutch.
But that's it. You have to be the example. We think revolution is supposed to be, we need the 50 million people to write. No, we don't. We need the 3%. We've already seen over the last 15 years how less than 1% of the population can literally change the face of the fucking globe. Mm-hmm. Gay shit all over the world. Feminism all over the fucking world. This country overrun by less than 1%. But yet we're sitting here talking about we need millions and millions and millions. We need 38%. We need 51% to stand up. We need 99% to stand up. We're only fighting less than 1% of the fucking population. At least the ones who have the power. The ones who have the influence. We know who the enemies are. We've been talking about it for years. News media, marketing, big corporation, AI, government, ideologies. All of these, all encompassing, and we don't have a single fucking solution for one of them. 10 million problems, and we don't have a single solution for any of them.
Because there's 10 million problems out there, Hutch, like you said. I don't see anybody, 10 million. Let's go with that number. You got all these alphabet groups out there, all these alphabet groups, and, they want it their way. And You're absolutely right. It's a new
They
aware
look at it like
system.
yeah, they look at it like it's a personal problem and not a life problem. They don't know it's going to affect their life over the next few years. It affects their life on a daily basis, and that's all they seem to can be able to deal with. You know, they're not going to drop. They're not going to put their cards on the table and
Right.
play the game. You know,
Yes. Yeah.
they're worried about their personal problems and their personal objectives and their personal struggles.
Well, no, wait a minute. Let me rephrase what you just said, Zombie.
Yeah.
You said they. No,
Yeah,
it's
people.
we.
Yeah.
We. I'm taking ownership. I'm taking responsibility. I am fucked
I
up
do too.
because I do the same thing. I'm not doing that. I am stuck in the rat race. I am stuck in the fucking rat race. I am working my fucking ass off. I'm commuting every fucking day. I'm paying fucking taxes. I'm paying fucking everything. I'm in compliance. I am a non-compliant motherfucker, but here I am complying my fucking ass off because I think it's a better way, a better solution because I'm a fucking idiot. All right, I'm owning this shit. I am owning this shit. Okay, it is all of us, and I'm taking it. We are all responsible for this, right? We are, and we do not want to change it because we like the hell that we live in. We love this shit. We fucking love it. We fucking love poverty. We fucking love suffering. What's the term? You know, man is built to endure tyranny, whatever that is, right? We have broad shoulders for a reason. America.
Right. Well, I was getting ready to say I am fighting my own little fight, and I'm doing it at my job with the
fuck your job. You know what I'm saying? Fuck your job.
And
we should all just say, if we want a real revolution, right? We should all say, you know what? Boom, default settings. I'm gonna go farm. Fuck this dumb shit.
Take your job and shove it.
In a perfect world, it's easy to have solutions in a perfect world because we can sit here and say, you know what? It's us, conservative, us moral people that literally hold up the backbone of this country. If 50% of working class America took off 5 work days in protest of a bigger issue, you know how much shit would change on day 6? Yep, but it's never going to happen. We don't live in a perfect world.
When I speak up at work, all that happens to me is I get rode up.
Exactly, because you're expendable. You're replaceable. You are another cog. What is different about you than employer 0.002 after you? You're not, you're none of us are anything to
and my people. Work number is.
So why keep them alive? Why keep
I have
supporting?
A work number. We have that bio thing to clock in at work. Use your fingerprint. Type in your work number, your ID number.
What's up, Rockhound Huntress? I'm checking out your channel. She is definitely a rockhound. Wow, right on. Anyway, yeah. What the fuck? When do we realize that we've been indoctrinated a long time ago?
Well, here's a fucked up story. I mean, it's kind of personal. I've told a few people about it, but it is what it is. So, my father-in-law, on his deathbed, 3 days away from dying, in hindsight, he told his wife, "You were the biggest mistake I've ever made in my life."
Oh,
that single moment alone woke me up to how much somebody will put up with, how much somebody will suffer in silence to appease somebody else, to not rock the boat, to not disrupt the flow of the family, of the job, of the neighborhood, whatever it may be. People will gladly die suffering simply because they didn't want to rock the fucking boat.
Mm,
Yeah.
no shit. That's real. I think everybody does that.
Right.
I see that at work all the time. I practice it at work all the time. I holster my fucking knife hands. I lower my voice and just carry on because I see somebody doing something wrong and I know that it falls on deaf ears. And if I'm the one that's like, hey, what the fuck?
Right.
Then I'm the one that's rocking the boat. And now I'm in jeopardy. Right? Not that guy. The guy that was doing wrong. Yeah, he might get a reprimand. Maybe. Maybe they like him better than me. You know what I'm saying? But still.
Right. And I've said this many times, and this is going with work. I have a hard time keeping my mouth shut. My mouth is what gets me in trouble because I call the shit out when I see it.
Right.
And I've been at this job for 10 years, almost going on 11.
All right. So here we
go. And I just, it's.
Is there really, Rock Huntress? Yeah, are you really? Are you really? I mean, we hear what's going on in Michigan, and okay, let's war game it for a minute. We got bikers. Oh, yay! The bikers have went to Dearborn. They ain't done a fucking thing.
They just drove.
They are.
What are they doing? What are they doing?
And having protests against the Muslims.
They're drinking fucking beer and yelling and just hanging out. They're not doing a damn thing. The Muslims are not fucking scared.
There was not a single real biker that showed up to that bullshit. Just because you ride a bike doesn't make you a biker.
Right.
Thank you. There were no clubs there.
They said they weren't going. That was just some lies and bullshit that YouTube put out.
No, I had no idea what was going on up there, and a coworker told me. I asked him. I said, I haven't seen shit on the news about it. He's like, oh, I read about it on Facebook.
And so what does that do? So what does that do? All right. Real
I was like, I don't do Facebook.
Wait. All right, wait. Real quick.
Hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to travel across the country to stand on a sidewalk and yell at people from not our neighborhood. What's the purpose of that? What is the end goal? Right. Because to me, it looks like a bunch of goddamn Renee Goods traveling across the country just to instigate shit where they have no authority to do so.
Right. And what I was going to say, if I may, if I could also remember what I was going to say. What the fuck? Oh, shit. So, no, I lost it. Never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Squirrel giveth and the squirrel taketh away.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And I've already Americaned. So that's part of it too.
No sense.
So,
and that's exactly
the
what
first
Hutch
thing.
Go ahead.
My bad.
Hutch is spot on with that because whenever I follow through live feeds and everything with the trucker protest shit, it's kind of like, what in the fuck does anybody need to get in a fucking truck and go all the way across the fucking country to the nation's capital to be in protest? What would have happened if they would have just protested in their own little town in their community and stood their ground and held that line there? They didn't hold that fucking line in Washington, D.C. As soon as Ted Cruz got in the cab of the fucking truck, as soon as Ted Cruz got in that fucking cab, it ended. Everybody went home, and that was it. Done.
Yeah. All right, Hutch, you had some. I knew where you were going. Go ahead.
The biggest question I had when it came to this and a few other things that supposedly happened back in the day, the hyped up bullshit. This is Michigan, right? Or either way, regardless. Where's the militia of this state? Why is the obligation on a YouTuber and a bunch of fucking retarded zealots to go out of their way to handle something that should be handled from in-state business? Where's the militias in this country?
Right.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah, and so, damn. Yeah, they should be responsible. If Michigan really wanted, if the people of Michigan really wanted some type of change, they would have, you know, asked their militia to stand up. Hey, go handle this. Right? This is getting out of hand. We don't like it, but they didn't. Right? And so what I remember my thought stream I was going to go down. So what happened? Because we're all talking about this bikers going to Michigan thing. What happened on a large scale to all the population that heard about it in this country? Wow, you hear about the bikers are heading to Michigan. They're going to confront the Muslims. Oh, yeah, it's go time, baby. Everybody felt that. But it was a big fucking nothing burger. Nothing happened. People showed up, and that's it. And they went home. Nobody did the damn thing.
I didn't hear shit about it until one guy at work.
But you heard about it. You heard about it, and everybody else heard about it. And it made people feel a certain way. It gave them maybe some hope, right? Or you know, oh wow, oh is it go time? Is it go time? Right? Oh yay! Right. You know, but they didn't. Nobody across the whole country said, "Yeah, that's a great idea. Why don't we help out too?"
That feeling.
Why don't we push? Why don't we get together with these bikers, right? That are not really bikers. They're just like, you know, whatever. You know, they're guys, they're weekend warriors. They went to Sturgis. They had hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of fucking. They brought their bike on a fucking trailer, hundreds of miles, and got off 20 miles away from Sturgis and rode in. That's what they did. I used to see it all the time.
Sturgis sucked this year. It sucked so much, and people did not show up. The vendors were complaining. The townspeople were complaining. They did not make money at Sturgis this year. Sturgis is fading. They canceled Bonnaroo down here in Tennessee. All those things Gen Xers and the baby boomers have done for years. We're tired and we're full of fed up with the commercialization, and we quit going.
I'm not a biker, you know, so I have no I can't say anything.
I'll get called an asshole.
Biker rallies, it's everything. All our traditional entertainment is just set up, and they're just.
And who cares? And who cares, Karen? You know what I mean? Who's going to care?
The officials that weren't getting the money in their pocket. That's the only people that care. The city council cares because they didn't get the profits they wanted. The vendors,
and I hear
they're pissed. They're not coming back.
Okay, so
I've heard about this militia shit. You know, the local militias, the state militias. What the fuck can you tell me does militias in any state ever do? And you know, what militia?
Good point.
What militia? Really,
right?
Really?
Yeah, Michigan's got one of the biggest freaking militias in the country, right? You know, Ohio's got a big one.
Ohio has a big one.
You know, I mean, so what do they? Yeah, they get together and they train, they LARP, and you know, maybe they do some you know, disaster relief somehow. You know, they do that maybe, but. You know, they're not shooting anybody. They're not arresting anybody. They're not militiaing. They're not being a militia.
The thing is the people that do that stuff are aging out, and the next generation isn't interested.
It's called
age has nothing to do with the trigger finger in a need for revolution. A warrior has no age. Anybody who joins up to be in a militia knows that they're in it for life. Even if you're
exactly, Hutch.
How many of y'all have been in a militia group and you've seen geriatric fucks? Why are they there if they're not going to participate? Yeah. Age has no factor. Age and
these militias, they do have young people because it you know, it's like, oh, this is cool, right? For whatever reason they do it, they hear the calling, whatever, you know, but they would just want to be a part of something. But it's once again, the militias are just like us. They're afraid to do anything. They got too much to lose.
I'm telling y'all, in the modern revolution are old and gray. At this
Say that one more time, please. Sorry.
The balls it takes for a revolution are old and gray at this point.
I disagree completely.
Yeah,
It's
I do
the
too.
old and gray balls who have led us to the shitty fucking situation we're in now. The baby boomers, in my humble opinion, are responsible for all the bullshit and the neglect that we've got in charge of the country right now. Nancy Pelosi's crowd, Chuck Schumer's crowd, the
Okay,
introduction of common
I'm first
the
year
official
Gen
paper.
Xer, and the millennials are saying the same thing about us.
Let me finish talking.
Every generation.
Finish talking. With that,
How
each
far the
generation.
corruption
With
has
that, each
Hold on, Kevin.
generation gets progressively worse. My generation, I've said it for years, we are the worst parents in the history of written civilization. People who have children under the age of 25. We are literally the worst parents in the history of this country. And it gets worse with each year. But the first bit of comfort that came into this country that made people stop paying attention was the boomers. The explosion of luxury, convenience in your kitchen. Here, take this oven, take this microwave, take this dishwasher, take this fancier car. I'm not saying it's your fault per se altogether.
What's up, Molly?
Boomers are the generation where everything turned consumer, where people stop paying attention.
Right, consumer.
And if I could iterate, I remember having this conversation with a boomer that was in my family, and I was that's when I was doing my own little tax revolt. I was claiming exempt. I was doing some creative accounting with taxes. And I did it for years. And she was like, of course, she was part of the business I was working for as a family business. And so she's like, why would you do that? Why would you not want to pay your taxes? You've got to pay your taxes. That's the most patriotic thing to do. Trust the government. Do what, pay your taxes. Give to that's the best way to support the cause.
Show your support.
Right. And I was like, wait, you don't know how. And she's like, yeah, I do. I'm the head accountant of the company. I pay my taxes gladly, and proudly. I paid taxes. I was like, I don't want to pay taxes. I think it's bullshit. So anyway.
It's sort of like being a banker, bank president, and everybody in your family, they're just idiots if they don't have a checking account. The fact of the matter is in 1952 inside the United States, 77% of the population in the United States that was of voter registration of age to vote and work inside the country had confidence in the government. Now, in 2026, however, that confidence level by numbers has fallen to 14%. Only 14% of the people inside this country have confidence in the government. That's a big thing there. So you have to go say, okay, if 14% of the people still believe in the government, that must be the 14% that actually are employed by them. You see?
All right, I'm gonna leave y'all unsupervised. Please allow y'all to allow yourselves to not talk over each other and be.
Well,
anyway,
gonna talk.
I'll be back.
I'm gonna talk over y'all because I usually sit here and I don't say much. But Spike, you said something that you don't talk to vets anymore.
To be fair, I am a soldier loving son of a bitch. I think it's one of the
Spike
most
said I can't even talk with vets. I know any longer.
But
well, you're talking to one right now.
Here too.
Because I'm a vet, my husband's a vet, my parents were vets, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, my great-great-great-grandparents, all the way back to the Alamo, and then I quit looking.
Yeah.
Well, Hutch, I don't know if you got the comment.
It's that governmental divide. It goes deeper than you think. It means that people hold themselves in special status because they may have served or are serving the federal fucking government. That's great. But it does none of us a bit of good to sit and lavish over that. It means that we have to either come up with a solution or we need to start talking about something else. You know,
Okay.
Well, when I
Back.
joined the military, I made an oath.
Okay.
And I will defend my
All right.
country.
I'm about to piss y'all off. I'm about
Let's
to
go.
piss y'all off.
Give me a reason to yell
And
at
I
something.
had an edible. I'm
So,
mellow.
we're all doing the America thing. Anyway, do y'all remember a story in Tennessee about what I think it's called Apollo, Tennessee? Y'all remember the story? Y'all understand this? What had happened was that a town in Tennessee, majority of the men, this happened like I forget what time, what 40s, 50s, World War II, right? World War II era, Athens. Thank you. Oops, Athens, Tennessee. So what had happened is all the fighting age males had went off to war. It was majority of the town. So what had happened while they were at war, the local government, including the sheriff's department, including the mayor, all that became absolutely corrupt, and they were tied to organized crime in other cities that they were running. They were absolutely corrupt. They were shooting people, they were arresting people, they were taking land, they were doing all these things, right? That was, absolute tyranny. Because they're out in the middle of nowhere.
And you're leaving out the fact that these were coal miners.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. Thank you.
Company stores, which
right. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's another the coal miner wars. That probably has something to do with it too. But it was part of it. Thank you. Yeah. Right. Thank you. And so anyway, the men who were fighting the war, and they did amazing things with. I'm talking about probably the best of us, the best generation that's ever fought a war. They fought wars. They suffered. They starved, and they killed motherfuckers with their bare hands. They did amazing things. They beat the Germans. They beat the Japanese, and we all know what they did. They come back to Athens, Tennessee, and they see the tyranny. They see the fascism because they know what fascism looks like. They were fighting it, and they decided, you know what? We're not going to take it. We're going to start, and they did. They started doing the proper channels, right? Let's vote them out. Let's redress our grievances. A lot of them, the corrupt town started arresting them. I think somebody got shot at a bar, whatever, and that was probably the catalyst, whatever. So what they did is they took over City Hall, right? We all know that story. There was a shootout. Nobody died, but there was a shootout, right? Maybe one person died, but the veterans from a war came back home and fought tyranny. And then when everything was over and they came to investigate, like, what happened here? Nobody in the town said anything. They're like, I don't know what happened. There was a car fire and a structure fire. I don't know. They went about their business.
Actually, that's in the military museum.
Okay.
That's related. That's what I do. I work at a museum.
All right.
Military museum.
Right. So we all know what the veterans did. And how many veterans were that? Maybe, I don't know, 100 or so? 100 or so veterans.
I believe. 157
veterans came back home and took back their government. They took back their. And what, if I may, what time frame? What year was that? It was what?
I believe it was started in 47 when they came back in 47.
Okay, 47.
And I think the actual attack was in 48.
Okay, 48. How many years is that from now?
There you go. I gotta do math. I'm high.
Don't look at me.
48, 58, 68, 78, 81. It was 81 years ago that 157 veterans took up arms and deposed a local tyrannical regime. 81 years ago. What makes you fucking think? What makes you fucking think that 18 million veterans of this country are going to do the same thing? I don't see it. I don't see the evidence. I don't see it.
There are dozens of incidents just like that one. That one just got more publicity.
Right, the coal miner wars. Right, the coal miner war. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Quite
Yeah.
often in
I
several
owe
states.
my soul to the company store. Right, yeah, I get it. Yeah, right. 81 years have passed. We are facing the same thing. We are facing worse than they fought for. Worse. Yet no one,
Dang.
especially the veterans, are stepping up.
That's
No,
strange.
none of them. And I'm a veteran. You're Zombie, you're a veteran. Karen, you're a veteran. Wolfang, you're a veteran. There's a lot of veterans up in here. There's a lot of veterans in chat. We're not doing that shit. Nobody's fucking doing that shit. There's no fucking revolution. And okay, go ahead, Karen. Tell me when. Tell me when us veterans are supposed to fucking stand up. Tell me when that's going to happen.
When the military will fracture.
No,
I'm
us.
not going to say they're all going to desert. They're not all going to desert. There are going to be those who support the government, and there are going to be those who rebel against it to protect their families. The military
Yeah, but when-
itself is going
What
to
he's
when-
asking for is, what is
Yeah.
your evidence of that? You literally have nothing but a feeling that you're explaining. This is going to happen because I believe it's going to happen. What is the evidence saying that the military
the way
will
things
back
play
you
out
up?
in history. It's happening in Russia. It's happening in the UK. These things take about 6 months to hit the US from Europe, and about 6 months from China to Europe. So if you just follow,
All right. Well, I get it, and I do understand it, and I love history, and I love foreign history as well, right? Yes, we all remember the Wagner militia that tried to do a coup in Russia. That didn't go well, did it? Prigozhin, he fucking fell out the
Wagner
sky.
was a mercenary. What Putin is facing now is literally his own generals and his own troops. That's why he keeps killing them.
And he'll just have him assassinated and replaced. That's easy. That's an easy solution. But yeah, yes.
I mean, if
that's-
we're using foreign examples, then let's use the IRA. How long have they been fighting
Yeah.
for radical government?
No,
Hey,
but
they
shit.
come back too, big time. In the last month and a
No,
half,
they're not.
big time.
They've done something. They've done one or two things. They've made some videos. They burned a house. They burned a car. That's it. That's all they done. Go ahead, Hutch.
That's superficial bullshit. That's all any revolution in the modern era is superficial bullshit.
I mean, I would love the fact. I mean, oh shit! I'm trying to
Did
get the
any of
words.
y'all ever stop to think that we'd be sitting here discussing the fact that the revolution is taking place like an armchair tournament?
I mean, I've had these conversations. I've heard these conversations as a kid with my elders, but I was a kid, so
I just can't being able to sit here
must be fun.
and talk about this and be on video, seeing each other. I'm happy with that. I don't care what they think, and when I say they, I'm talking Big Brother. They see my face. I'm ex-military. They already know where I'm at. They have all my information. Like they got Chad. Like they got Karen. Anybody that's been in the military.
I have brought this up a couple times before. A lot of people say that just the sharing of information itself is enough to say that you're doing your part in the revolution or whatever it may be. Insert.
I used to believe that. To believe that. Go ahead.
How much of a good thing are you doing if you're literally in an echo chamber consistently forever? No new faces, no new conversations. How you know what I mean?
Yeah, where's it going? As you call it, the echo chamber.
And I already know I'm on a platform that actively subdues and actively, throttles down my reach. I am literally talking to 31 people. Now, my hope is that those 31 people will share this video, and that those other 31 people will share this video. But they stopped that, and I know this for a fact. Right? Yet still, here I am talking about it. I think it needs to be discussed, and I think it needs to be out there. Maybe, hopefully, this sticks around. But I know this, that it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to reach a large group of people. Nobody is going to really hear this conversation. Tomorrow they're going to forget this fucking live stream even happened. And we had this conversation.
I'm really surprised you're even having this conversation anymore, Mad. You know what I mean? I've heard it. You've been putting your message out there, and I've been putting my message out there for fucking years to these fucking dead ears. It's just falling on silent ears. They don't understand that if somebody's a little older and they're a little wiser. Oh, if he's a professor up there at the college, he's going to teach me something, and I'm going to go out here in the world and do something. But if somebody says, "Hey, I got raw experience," and says, "This is what could happen. This is the possibilities behind it," they'll say, "Oh, Zombie, he's just an old fool. He don't know what he's talking about. He must be crazy."
Could we put a little bit of the blame on maybe it's not the lesson being taught, but the teacher and the way that it's being taught is what's turning people away from knowledge?
Yeah, and sometimes people can't handle that. They can't handle, I don't know, maybe somebody ultimately come up with these secret magic words to make people finally start to get it, But when you say, "Hey, I'm 38 years veteran working for the federal government inside this fucking country," you know what they did? They handed me a big shit sandwich. So now I start over with nothing. But I still got myself and I still got my mind. But you can't expect for the younger generation to follow when they don't know where they're going. They don't know. They don't know if they want to get financed. They don't know if they need to credit up or they need to change jobs or what do they need to do, live with their parents. They don't know. They don't know these things.
Our generation, me, 40-something-year-olds, 30-something, we're responsible for them not knowing. We're responsible for them being confused.
Spot on.
We destroyed this country. And we still have no way to figure out how to fix it. Hurry up and wait is the best solution that we can.
Yeah, hurry up and wait. I've heard that a lot.
Yeah. Wait for the leader. Wait for the Messiah. The concept of the Messiah. It's going to lead us to the promised land.
I heard Trent talking about it last night. It's like you can take somebody out here and say, "Here, son, I know you're pretty smart and everything, but we need to chop this wood." And they're going to say, "Why do we need to chop this wood for? Why can't we have an electric stove? Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that?" They're all full of these questions, but they don't expect for it to get cold that quick. So when it does get cold and the lights go out, a good old wood fire is going to keep you comfortable. They don't know that. They don't think about the future.
They don't know that because we never fucking told them. Like, you literally just gave the explanation to everybody who knows exactly what to do.
Right.
That's the problem. Yeah. We never taught them. We're mad at carpenters for not having tools they never even knew existed.
Yeah.
Or the know-how or the knowledge. Yeah.
Our lack of action is why we're surrounded by fucking retards. Because we were too busy chasing schedules, bar life, city life, dance clubs, chasing credit cards, chasing debt, house payment, car payment. 60 hours a week so you get a goddamn gold watch, neglecting your fucking kids, letting them be raised by strangers and communists. And we wonder why we're surrounded by fucking retards.
And that's happening. That's going on right now. Wow.
It's like that song, "I work a 40-hour week for a living," just to send it on down. And I know me and Mad Chad sung that song once or twice. "I owe my soul to the country company store."
That's right.
Because you do.
I know the song. Yeah, I know the song. I've been, I like to try to get that range, 16 tons. What do you get? Anyway, yeah, we're at fault. I know you want me to sing that song. I might, but we are at fault. We have to take that responsibility to understand. When is someone going to do something?
Take on all that fucking guilt, though.
You okay? All right. You don't have to. I mean, but you didn't do your part. I didn't do my part. I didn't have kids. I mean, I right off the bat, I lost. I put a big old fucking nail in this country's coffin because I didn't have kids.
I did.
Well, I mean, not that I know of. There might.
It's what I knew because
I mean,
not on there's a book out there that tells you how to raise.
Yeah, right. There might be some little Vikings running around in Okinawa somewhere. I don't know. Big hair and shit, fucking beards. I don't know.
There's no manual. There's no manual on
there
how
is.
to raise a kid.
There literally is everywhere.
There is though. I mean, especially what we're talking about.
And we've got generation upon generation of example to learn from. Literally everything about having a kid has been done for us. It's literally the easiest thing in the world.
I wish it. Well, good. I had a hard time with my kids.
This what a lot of people say it's overblown. I get it's our own choices that make it extremely hard to raise a child. Kids are not expensive if you're not out there buying.
It's not a golden. It's not a state down. It's not a golden trip either.
Oh, I understand it's not supposed to be easy, but do you think that you have it harder than what your grandparents had it? Do you think that
no?
Did they have it harder than?
I'm not comparing my lifestyle. Because I know my mom had it harder than I did, and she raised me the best way she could.
All right, Hutch.
So why did we drop the ball?
Yeah, go ahead. Why did we drop the ball?
Generation that held everybody together.
I don't know.
Why did we drop the ball?
But I'm not going to use
so hard about modern life
or any of that though. I did what I was taught.
Hutch.
We had people who literally lived on beans and corn with 11 children in one goddamn bedroom, and that was the norm. Why can't we do it with every convenience and option available to us at our fucking fingertips? Why is it so hard for us when life is so goddamn easy now? Make that make sense.
You can't.
That part of society, that's a part of society that says your kids, modern day people, when they have kids, mine are grown, but people have kids that say, oh, if you're mean to me, I'm going to call welfare. Or if you're mean to me, I'm going to call 911. Oh, I got somebody that works for the good government that's going to come along with a gun strapped on their hip and they're going to tell you what you're going to do. So I mean, it's real fucked up. It really is.
I agree 1,000%. But again, at the end of the day, that's our fucking fault.
Yeah.
Yep. I've seen it done right. I wasn't a part of it. My mom was, I grew up in a fucking hood. You know what I'm saying? I grew up on food. I know what I had food stamps. That was my, that was my allowance was in food stamps. I had free lunches at school. I had subsidized everything. I get it. I grew up fucking terrible. I mean, it was horrible. Scared white boy in a black neighborhood. So, but I've seen it work. I've seen it. Hold on. I've seen it work. I've seen men that mentored their children, and I watched them grow, and they became men that had the same morals, the same everything. They became men that you could look up to, that had these attributes, and they carried on. And I didn't have that. Hell, I didn't barely have a father, and it was by design, right? But you can still get it, just because, right, there is subversion. Yeah, there's powers that do all these things that that derail and sabotage our lives, it still takes that family. It still takes that family to teach their kids, hey, you know, that's all bullshit, right? This is what you got to do. This is the right path. This is the right course of action. This is the right way of thinking. But nobody, like Hutch just said, nobody's done that. Gen X, I'm Gen X. The latchkey kids. Our parents kicked us out of the house. He said, get the fuck out. Don't come back until the street lights come on. We learned on our own, you know? So I didn't have any parents that I had some uncles, right, that tried. They tried and they failed.
But
right?
see,
and
even then I would argue the lack of parents, yeah, it sucks. But the fact that you got to explore and have that time to discover for yourself is also something that today's children are missing. Everybody's bubble wrapped, or everybody's scared that somebody's going to kidnap them and do nasty things to them. So kids don't go outside anymore. So now they lost parents and they've lost imagination.
Yeah, and they've lost everything. Like, I'm not bragging on Gen X, but yeah, right, Mr. Dunham. It was safer outside back then, and it wasn't. I mean, kids died. I got hurt. I got scars from my childhood. Everybody did, but it tempered us. You know what I'm saying? Like you're saying, it tempered us, and we understood. Well, you know what? My bike is broken. I broke my bike. I need to fix it. Yeah, okay, how do I fix it? I got to figure this out. All right, I got to study this bike. All right, how does it work? Okay, there's a chain, there's wheels, there's a frame, there's brakes. Brakes are optional. You know what I'm saying? I had to figure that shit out. Or I could have friends that said, "Oh yeah, this is what you do." Oh, okay, cool. And we work on it together, maybe, or they help me. They teach me how to fix my bike. Now I can fix my bike every time. Now I can build the perfect bike. You know what I'm saying?
You and your big fat fucking mouth, Mad Chad, got me thinking about fucking childhood now. Hey, how many fucking times? And I'm telling you what I did. I'll be openly admitting I'm a fucking city slicker from fucking birth, but we had fucking food stamps, and I know what I did. I would take that fucking food stamp dollar bill in a fucking store. I would buy something, get me a little change back, get me enough change up,
Right.
go buy me a pack of fucking Marlboro. I go buy me a Marlboro. Yep. You know, it just, you learn that fucking survival hustle. You're not sheltered. You know, all that fucking sheltered fucking shit that goes on nowadays. You know. They got a fucking armed
we make fun of the blue hairs and shit because, oh, now everybody's got anxiety. Everybody's scared to go outside. Everybody's scared to have a conversation. Yeah, true. Because we never let them go outside. We never let them have conversations. We never let them get hurt. Of course they're going to be fucking scared of everything. They have no experience with life.
How many of y'all had to go to the store and buy your mama cigarettes?
Yeah.
My mom didn't smoke or drink.
Well, lucky
She'd
you.
call ahead and be like, "Little Hutch is heading down there. He's going to grab me a pack." They'd be like, "Okay, we'll see him in a minute." Yeah,
my stepdad was lazy, and he gave me a note and money, and I went to the store, you know, and gave this note to the fucking.
You'd have like a $10 food stamp cash note, and the Indians would give you real cash back.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, there was a conversion, like $5 to $7 to get you, $10 to get you $7 or $5 or whatever. It all depends on who you went to too, right?
You could buy gasoline. I bought a transmission for a car one time on food stamps.
Right. That's what's up.
How many of you had those little green money stamps from the grocery store you kept in books?
I remember that.
My mom had those. Yeah,
stamps. And there was
my mama had 10 fucking kids. My mama had 10 fucking kids, and she could do whatever the fuck she wanted to do. I guarantee you that.
So you look at we look at now we're having a testimony of how we grew up and how we watched everybody else grow up, and now in comparison, You see what's going on now. These kids they have no clue. They have no clue. They have no idea. They're just their face is buried in the cell phone, even as they drive, right? They have no fucking clue. And so everything that hits them from the social media, from actual real life, right? They're all in just shock and surprise. Like, wow. Like it's this generation, it's going to take them about 30 years to grow. It's going to take about 30 years for them to be adults because they're not going to figure it out as adults. They're already just like, what the fuck? You know? What do you mean? I can't, I gotta buy spam to eat. But I like my car, my shiny car. I like my $800, $1,000 phone.
Yeah, don't forget your gym shoes.
Yeah. I like all these, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars of virtual signaling clothes and hair dye and tattoos and piercings. I love all that. I love that, but I can't eat, and I'm bitching about it. What the fuck? I mean, it's going to take them 30, 40, I'd say 40 years, maybe 50 years for them to grow up and get it. Go, oh, yeah, shit, life sucks. I got to work harder. Nobody cares. Why am I bitching? Right? Make your own. It's going to take them a long time to figure out, oh, yeah, it's up to me.
So
what's up, Robert?
Was it the woke moment that started all this?
No.
Woke is just a symptom of the bigger issue.
Yep. We allowed subversion to take hold. We've seen it coming. I mean, y'all remember the Red Scare? The concept of the Red Scare? And it was a war. I forget the name of the guy that they were, but anyway, he pioneered that movement to try to cleanse, because they knew back in the 40s, the 30s and the 40s, that subversion and communism was a major existential threat to our constitutional republic, and then to our democracy, and to whatever. McCarthy. All right, thank you. Yeah,
and I would argue anybody over the age of 50, roughly, whoever remembers having to hide under their desk for,
right? Yeah, we're all gonna die.
You have been warned about communism since you were children, yet communism has still taken over your country. Like, you were literally warned from children. Communism's bad. They're the enemy. Hide from them. This is, bad,
duck and cover.
But yet they have still infiltrated our government.
Yep. And infiltrated our lives, infiltrated our daily lives, and made things harder and harder. And we know that's coming. We're having this conversation.
And we're doing it on systems that were made by what we're
we're being actively silenced and all that stuff, whatever, but yeah, I mean, it's so that duck and cover mentality as kids, right? Why are we taking cover under our desk? Because it will protect us from the communist nuclear bombs, right? They were literally flying over this country, taking pictures.
Yep.
Remember, I mean, they did that shit, and we were too. We were over their country too. The Cold War. In the Cold War, I mean, that's why I got into the punk movement. I was like, okay, we're all going to die. Might as well, buy clothes that's going to last me forever, and grab my skateboard, and that's it. I'm just going to do what I want. Skateboard and mohawk, here I come. Listen to my music.
That's exactly what turned me into a lesbian.
Of course, yeah.
To say, like, in your guys' lifetime, you went.
Hold on, one at a time, please. Hutch.
I was gonna say, in your guys' lifetime, you have went from that dude's a communist as an insult, and he could possibly get his ass whooped, to that bitch is a communist. You're like, who? Tina? She's not that bad. You know what I mean? She's just a little weird. That's the progression. of communist propaganda in the country. Get them. So, she's all right. You know, she ain't hurt nobody.
You're right. You're right. And I've said this before. When I was growing up, chomos were not allowed. Chomos were not allowed. If somebody found out that someone was a chomo,
What the hell is a chomo?
a pedo, a kid diddler,
Okay.
right? A chomo. So if somebody found out that somebody was a chomo, that person was no longer among the living at some point in the future. My first dead body that I seen was a guy tied to a chain link fence and a pair of vice grips on his tongue that got twisted out. That's how he died. And everybody knew he was the local chomo.
Wow.
First dead body. I think I was like 9. Yeah.
That is called poetic justice.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, I'm not. You have to excuse me. I'm not up on the slang.
You'll learn it. You'll learn it. It's fun.
You know.
Now what happens? Now maps. They actually have a name now. Map. Oh, you're a map, and they have a place. They have a place on a flag. Right? That whole rainbow flag. They have a place there. The maps. The chomos. Okay, they're there. All right, they're accepted in their little debauchery community.
And worse than that, there are people in our American government who stand on national television and defend it and actually pass legislation to make it easier to touch your children. And we still haven't had a revolution.
Yeah, I was going to go that way. I was going to go that way, Hutch. You got me. But yes, exactly. Exactly. Well, hold on, Zombie. Hold on. Not only that is we've had evidence. All right. You can call it what you want, if it's circumstantial or whatever, but we have evident questions about our leadership all the way up to the highest level. Doing absolute horrible, abominationable things to children.
Yeah, right.
And yet nothing is happening. We have a list. There's a list. There is a list. All right. And that we could actually make, so if that list was ever published and everybody back in the day, give it 40 years, that list would be, there would be checklist. It would be a checklist, right? And every now and then there'll be a check mark or an X through that name. You feel what I'm putting down here?
Yep.
Right. That's not happening. That is not happening right now. And it should. We all know it should.
Yeah.
Okay? But yet here it is. Here it is.
Yeah.
And no revolution. No pitchforks.
All these fucking,
no torches.
All these fucking thousands of fucking pages of fucking evidence gathered by the fucking FBI and intelligence inside this fucking country, and all of the fucking redactions inside those fucking files say, "Oh, we don't want to expose who."
That should tell you exactly who else is. That should tell you that part. What is it? I'm sorry, Zombie. I'm sorry. I'm on a roll here. Okay, please forgive me. Nothing but respect, nothing but love, but motherfucker, let me get in. Let me get in. Right? The people that redacted it, right, they should be on that list. If they're not on that list, boom, there you go. There's a new list, right? So there's a saying. So there are those who can extrapolate from incomplete data, and there are. Do you get it? Do you get it? Do I have to finish the statement? That's the statement. There are those who can extrapolate from incomplete data. And there are those, period. What does that tell you? We already know. We already know, and they know we know.
I
And
know.
it just in both. Take care, Holla. They they know that we know, and that we're okay with it. Do you understand that? Do you understand the weight of that right there? I'm going to do this the unspeakable atrocity. Right? Do I have to say it? Everybody knows. Everybody's been watching and listening. I don't have to say it, right? I don't have to get gruesome, right? Or uncouth here, do I? Okay,
No.
We all know. Yet we're okay with it, and we've done nothing.
So how do you take a nothing person? Okay, this is just wrong, and I'm going to take care of the situation.
So you're a martyr. So that person is a martyr.
They're going to protect it. It's like we was talking about last night about how the White House has bulletproof windows.
It must have been good.
Yeah, it was pretty much like that's why we have Secret Service and intelligence agencies protecting all of these fucking scumbags, because they need protection, and we're paying for it. We're paying for these fucking heinous motherfuckers protection. And if we put them in prison, guess what?
Is that enough, though? I mean, so my question is that enough? Is that enough protection?
No.
I mean, seriously, is that enough fucking protection? Is that? Oh, okay, well, I can't get to this Chomo because he is absolutely protected by all these guns and secret services and whatever.
Right.
All right. You remember this case, and it was done on live television, where a man at an airport was at a payphone, and he was hanging out, and while he was waiting, a person was being carried out in handcuffs because he just did something very atrocious. He did something to a 14-year-old boy that is no longer with us. And that man that was at the payphone, as soon as that other man walked by, shot him in the head on live TV, and he got away with it. By the way, he didn't. He's not in prison. He lived out his life.
I have no problem with vigilante justice,
but they do. So is that the what the fuck? We know who they are. We know who they are and where they are. And nothing should stand in our way, because we are the people. And if we want something done, we can do it, right? But no, we're not.
What happened with I know what happened with that. I'm not an eye for an eye. You know what? I truly do believe in that eye for an eye. I think maybe some of the shit would lessen. I don't know. It just.
Here's the thing: is that whenever you have these videos, I watch them where these guys get caught, or whoever they are get caught, trying to fondle kids inside Walmart's dressing room areas. And then they get arrested, and then they go to court, and then the moderator says, oh, he got charged with indecent crimes against kids. He's done 1 year in jail, and he has 8 years of probation. You see, so whenever you're talking about the leader, you're talking about the leader of the country, you got to understand, there's a big difference. There's no difference. They should all be, put on a stake, if you ask me.
Right, Maggie? Right, Maggie? And you know what? The fun part is I don't even really need those. I don't really need those tools. That's what I'm saying. Is we know how to do this.
Right.
But we're not doing it. Nobody's doing it. Nobody wants to do it. So I am black-pilled. At this point in time, I am black-pilled on the whole revolution thing. Nothing. It's only going to get worse from here, and we're not going to change anything. So, Raptor Ranch.
Right.
The 2030 agenda is still in full effect, regardless who would have won the election. We have surveillance state. We have digital currency. We have the whole mark of the beast nonsense coming. We've got future travel. We've got thingie houses. It's here. We're beyond.
And how long, Hutch? How long has that been? Everything you just said, what, 10 years ago? 20 years ago?
I'd say Y2K was the start of the official technological revolution. It's not too long after you start getting cell phones, you commonplace Apple phone.
All this shit going on right now. You know, back in the 80s, you didn't have this.
70s, 60s, 30s.
I mean, if I was to throw out my solution, my immediate go-to, my guttural response for a solution is Uncle Ted was right. Maybe we don't deserve to have all this luxury and technology at our fingertips. Maybe we're not ready to carry computers everywhere we fucking go. Maybe we need a cold purple reset.
You don't really need an ankle bracelet anymore if you've got a cell phone, especially a government cell phone.
I said
you don't need an ankle
bracelet for being a criminal.
Yeah, well, you're not even
that would be the only way to do it. It's literally a hard reset. Give people a completely different perspective that people have not had in literally 26 years. Nothing about
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. That was pretty much it.
Okay, I was going to scroll. So, Maggie, I could. All right. So, thank you, Maggie. Thank you very much. You got my back. She throwing bombs. She got my 6. Yeah. All right. That's
she throws like a girl, though.
Right. But no, I was going to go like, hey, that was the most glowy thing you've ever said. Hey, friend, do a terror. Take this white grease pen and write all these weird things on your gun. Yeah. No, I thank you very much, Maggie. No, Maggie's cool as fuck.
Hey, man, who was that said that on open TV about we know who all the criminals and who all the bad guys are inside this country? Who said that? And then somebody said, well, why are they still there? Because they allow it. We allow it.
I think the problem is that our stance on freedom changes too much. So it's kind of the rules for me and not for thee kind of thing. If it's somebody that we don't like, we're like, throw the book at them. But if it's somebody that we know or ourselves personally, come on, it's not that big a deal. Can I get some leniency? There's too much gray area involved in both sides of you.
Yeah. Maggie, so now you got me thinking about maybe I need to have another disclaimer besides, okay, no kids. If you're on heart medication or heart condition, be advised about this channel. Damn, I need all kinds of disclaimers. I did say all are welcome if they're brave enough, I guess. If you're brave and healthy enough. Yeah.
You do say that.
Go down.
Wait, what? Hutch?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, right, zombie.
No, but I was saying, Shad, you did say that, when you start your live video that, hey, if you can't handle what's going on.
I don't think I did.
I thought you did.
The only thing I say is all are welcome if they're brave enough. But now I got to add to it. And I got to say all are welcome if they're brave enough and healthy enough. Consult your physician. Now, so I gotta have a lawyer and a script writer just to do a fucking video.
So who's your physician? I want to know who the doctor.
No, Maggie. I'm just going with it. All right. So it's not. If it, I'm not targeting you. I go with shit. I just go with it. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, right? Boom. So that's how I roll. So I'm inspired. I'm inspired by your words. And if I take it and offend you, well, maybe you need to be offended.
I'm going with ADHD myself.
Okay.
I'm gonna call this guy Captain Crunchy. I think we all know who he is. When we were doing the fucking he was doing the live feeds and playing the guitar and reading every single word of the fucking chat. And you wouldn't have wanted to be in that chat. And the thin-skinned people had a tendency to stay out of that chat stream, because it's just the truth. And it's like some people say, oh, cover your children's ears. Well, okay, I say don't. Maybe they need to hear it. Maybe they need to hear it. Something that's going to affect them, besides the video game.
I mean, it's, you know what? So it's not for children. And I think that children should, that's kind of our job as adults, is to allow children to develop and to develop. So to develop, they kind of have to be unaware of certain things, right? So they can be, right? They have to.
Don't use food stamps to buy cigarettes.
No. Hey, so no bullshit. So not to be sexualized, right? Not to be politicized. Not to be enlightened, if you will, because that's going to come on their own. Their mind is developing, and they still need guidance and direction. All right, it's needed. Children need guidance and direction, and discipline as well, right? So children should not be, interacting with adult conversations, but I know it's going to happen, and I know it does actually happen. So those children are different.
Wait a minute.
Those children are exploring the world and experiencing and exploring and discovering the world in a different way, right? I mean, I was obsessed with reading, and I read things that, I was in 5th grade, talking about, all kinds of weird shit that the teacher and especially my class was like, what are you talking about? The Russian, revolution? What? Who is this Rasputin you speak of? Right. I'm like, yeah, and here, check this out. This happened too in history, So, I mean, it's, you're talking to these children that do indulge in these conversations. They have the moral, they have the ethics, they understand all that. They want more knowledge, and they're going to seek it out and find it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like I heard, like when I studied history, as it was given to me in, say, the 5th grade, I had questions, and when I asked those questions of the teacher was like, I'm embarrassed, but I don't know. But here you go. Here's a reference point. Go read this book. Oh, wow. Now I'm learning another aspect of history, and there's more history to it. You understand? So my thirst for knowledge was more than what they were giving me. I was thirsty. I was thirsty for knowledge, and as a 5th grader, I went down so many fucking deep, dark rabbit holes, of history, and learned amazing things that still to this day is like, I can't really talk about it because, nobody really knows what the fuck it is. Like, nah, really? Really? Yeah. Little certain aspects of history. So those kids that do actually, come into these chats and indulge and listen and learn, they're, I don't want to say they're higher intelligence. Yeah, I'd say so. So that it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
They
Anyway.
know a lot more than what we give them credit for.
And they feel a lot more too. They're you know, it's because I know I was that kid.
All right, y'all. Past my bedtime.
whenever-
Good day.
All right, Hutch. Later, bro.
Hutch.
Thank you for hanging out, bro. Great conversations. Go ahead, Zombie.
Yeah, back in the day, man, in junior high school, you know, as a guy, if you go up to a girl and say something inappropriate to her, you're liable to get smacked or kicked into cojones.
Oh yeah,
But modern day,
and her big brothers would
modern
come
day
after
time,
you too.
yeah, modern day times is call 911. Let's talk to the school resources officer. Let's see who we can get put in jail, you know, protect us, save
Same here,
us.
Roots.
You
Yeah,
know,
same here.
it's like they all want their own personal savior, and the government's who they call. It's kind of like save yourself. Kick that bastard in his nuts, you know, slap him on his fucking face and tell him to get the hell away from you. You know,
What if they,
it's
what if
just
they like it?
Yeah, pull out an axe and a knife to protect your little sister
yeah,
and be Irish.
yeah.
I
Be a
don't
little
know how
red-
to be Irish.
Be a little redhead 14-year-old that has a axe, a hatchet, and a large knife that she's trying to protect her sister and herself from a grown ass man and a grown ass woman trying to traffic them. And then what happens is they
Josh, you did a damn good job.
yeah, that's what I said. And then demonize her on social media. On the official word from the government is that she's a freaking terrorist for doing such a thing, and that she's a gracist. And I say that should be an R. She's a gracist terrorist of the right wing movement against immigrants.
Yeah.
You know, it's like what? So they were trying to traffic, and she was protecting herself and her sister, and she gets
Why the
demonized.
IRA came out of retirement.
Well, they've never went anywhere actually. It's actually half the government of that's why you have that Irish is divided thing in Protestants, Catholics, right? That they have two sets of government, you know, over there. So
And neither one of them's Muslim, so maybe they will finally unite.
well, they are, and I have hopes that, you know, the Irish, of course, that's what they do, is they like to get drunk and fight. They've been doing that for thousands of years. that's their popular pastime. So of course the Irish. But I don't even, you know what? I don't even think that it matters. I don't even think that the IRA with their they literally taught the book on decentralized organization and how to get shit done and how to fight a huge tyrannical government. Right? The shit is still being studied to this day what they did, you know.
Yep.
So but I don't think, even with that, I don't think they can win. I think that it's going to be a big nothing burger. The people that protest, that are majority of, you know, the population, they just get out there and, you know, they fucking drink and then they yell and they throw some rocks and then go away.
I watched a video, man. I watched a video last week, just recently, and it happened kind of recently, to where some high school kids in a town discovered that there was a local chomo in the area and something had happened. So they took it upon themselves to put his ass in a suitcase and unalive him. And I thought, well, why the hell is the damn teenage boy getting arrested for that? You know, why would he get arrested for that? Because if somebody comes at you as a young teenager and says, "Hey, I want to play with your feet," and you don't put him in a suitcase, there's something must be wrong. You know.
That's where we're at, man. That's where we're at, and I talked about it before, you know. So once again I've been I have this song in my head, and I can't Get it out. And this song is it's from a movie. It's called Samurai Fury, Japanese. I've been obsessed with Japanese period movies. You know, the samurais and the everything, the shoguns, that kind of life, because it was at a time, the Sokuku period, all that, right? This hundreds of years of basically feudalism and balkanization, right? Of all these little states that were trying to protect themselves. They were trying to take over other states. You know, everybody's fighting, right? Everybody was fighting everybody, and everybody was doing revolution. The people themselves would rise up and say, "That's it, we're done. Fuck you," right? And they did it against samurais. Now, sometimes they would have other samurais and Ronin with them as well. So I'm just setting up this. I love telling stories here, folks. So and a lot of these movies, especially like the Chinese movies, and Japanese movies, are based on historical truths. These actually happened, right, in their history, and they make movies about it. I mean, in China, there's Wang Fei Hong. I mean, you hear these names, right? Everybody's heard of Miyamoto Musashi. They have their history. They have their heroes. They have monuments built to them, right? It's just like us, you know. We got George Washington, we got General Lee, we got Patton, we got all these great, you know, all these monuments to these great people in our history. Same thing with Japanese, all right? It's just a little bit longer. So basically, here's the story: is that a shogun of a nation was oppressing his people to the point where he was overtaxing them, and it was all grabbing their land. It was exactly what we're talking about. You know, something wrong, right? Yeah, and so they were trying to start a revolution, right? They were trying to, like the Buddhist monks. Okay, the Buddhist monks were in charge of taxing everyone. They were basically loan sharks. The Buddhist monks were the loan sharks. They were in bed with the government. So I can put this in, you know, and the local population, which were, you know, they had villages that had goods and services and things like that. And then you had farmers that supplied all the rice and all the food, all the meat, right? And fishermen. And so they exploiting everything. What's up, Bassettine? They were exploiting everything, and the people were fed up. And finally, they got enough organization and figured it out. Holy fuck! Yeah, the 101. They figured it out and put it into action. Their plan, and one of their plan was to literally storm the warehouse that all the debts. The loan shark debts were. They had paper. They used paper. Like, hey, you sign this paper, your farm is now ours. Your daughter is now ours. See what I'm saying? It was, yeah. This is very, and you can't. You don't have a daughter, nor do you've given us your farmland. Well, it's not enough. You got to give me your slave labor to go work in the diamond mines. Huh? Yeah. 6 months, and then they keep them for 2 years until they die. So anyway, the people finally, and they were fighting samurai. They were fighting people with guns. They were fighting people with swords. They were fighting people on horses with swords and spears. They were fighting bows and arrows. They had bows and arrows, of course. You know, it was the military, right, led by a samurai, and these people had pitchforks and, you know, some swords, and they did this shit, and they finally fucking burnt down in front of, while fighting the samurai that the shogun sent out to quell the revolution, right? They burnt it down. They burnt that motherfucker, and then they looked at the samurais like, we're willing to die for this. We did this shit. You gonna stop us now? And the samurai are like, yeah, you got a point. Okay, fine, we'll stop. We won't attack you anymore, right? And then, of course, didn't end there. A clandestine group went towards the shogun and assassinated him in front of everybody. A group of them. They were bloody and battered and bruised and beaten, and died, and missing arms and shit. But they fucking did it. And then everybody in the whole government of that shogunate said, "Yeah, you're right. Okay." And they had this song. It was their celebratory song. Once the debt notes were flying in the air on fire, and all debts were absolved because they were loan sharked, right? They had this song, and it was a chant. It was basically a chant, and it tells you a lot about the Japanese people, and where they were. So here's the song, or the chant. What is the point of being so serious? What is the point of being so serious? Life is a dream, so do what you want. Life is a dream, so do what you want. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down the world. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down the world. And then it would just chant that over and over and over again. Peaceful people.
Until they went to sleep.
Until they woke up. And that's it.
That's the buildings we got to drop right there, man. Said. That's the buildings. We got to drop those buildings.
Call Trent. Trent, you still here? He probably is taking a nap. No, he's gone. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Right. There you
I
go.
had a lot to say for a minute and I lost it all.
I know. It's my show, and I just went on a rant. So, with a song, a rant, a story, and a song all at once. Go ahead, Wolf. Go ahead, Wolfie.
No, I just told you I lost my train of thought.
I'm giving you a chance, though.
Oh, to redeem myself.
to figure out, remember what you were going to say.
Yeah.
All right, I tell you what, I know what's going to happen because we're going to be talking, and you go, "Oh yeah, by the way."
Well, first off, as I said
Here we go.
earlier, I really don't say that much.
I know, Maggie. I'm feeling some type of way. But
There's a point. It's like somebody will say something, and I'll have something to say, but I can't get it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the question of, how can I play basketball in the rain and not get wet?
Right. How do you do that? No,
I know, right?
No, I do like the conversation though with the revolution. What would happen? But as you said, we got nowhere in that scenario.
Yeah, I had devised an overview. Basically talking points and everything. I had thought about this shit. And you know what?
I mean,
we failed. It stopped right there at the beginning. The first part of the whole plan, the whole scenario, stopped right in its tracks at the beginning. No revolution. Nope, it's not going to happen. I mean, it's sad,
Funny.
and it's sad to admit that I failed. That my thinking was that I was going to lead us down this road of man, maybe it's possible that we secede. But you know what? No, it got shut down first, right off the bat. Okay, where's that at?
Well, you got to remember, you're talking millions of people.
And they can't figure it out.
How are you going to get 10 people together to figure something out?
I got 25.
I'm just throwing a number out there.
I am too. That's how many people are in chat. I got 25. We ain't figured it out yet.
All right, I got you. I got you.
It's a true reality of things. You know, I'm down in a facility one time, and they have this electronic screen inside the cell block where all the inmates are able to make phone calls and talk to their loved ones on a digital device and order their commissary. So they had this rebel inside there, went up there and just broke the fucking screen and destroyed the little fucking device that people had to communicate with the outside world on. You know what they did to him? They just put him in a cell by himself, and nobody really did anything. You know? And I was thinking, man, they're gonna kill this motherfucker, ain't they? You know, but ironically, you know, he was okay. You know, it just showed them that, hey, look, you put somebody in a cage, you take away all their communication, and they're still fucking alive. They're still alive. You know. So whenever push comes to shove,
real quick. Go ahead.
Push comes to shove, and you may not have the nicest of things. You may not have this. You may not have that. But at least you're still walking around, you know, alive.
All right.
You're above dirt.
Right. So I got to address, because me and Spike are having a conversation here. I'm going to indulge it. So, am I being told the heart and soul of a nation is dead? No, I am not. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, but there are exceptions to the rule, and I'm also holding the possibility that it could work out in our advantage. But you know, I'm not seeing a lot of evidence right now that this whole thought process, the thought stream that we're having, this thought path, is that, you know, revolution could happen, right? I don't even think it would. I mean, the evidence is showing me, because I'm trying to, you know, ask that question. It hasn't been answered, really. If you're the only one asking these questions, Shad, but then we are fucked. But then we are fucked. Yes. But we both know you are not. So all is well in some weird and wild truth. Yes, because we're still allowed and given permission to carry on with our lives, right? As nothing is really happening. We're preoccupied. We're working. We're buying things. You know, it's business as usual. We're adding to our 401k. We're paying our taxes. We're doing everything that we're complying. Everyone is in compliance.
Okay.
Right. Damn it! Again with the Cheez-Its.
Hey, all right.
I'm telling you, Cheez-Its are going down. Anyway, but no, it's not going to happen like we see it or define it. Exactly. That's my question. And what does that look like? And nobody has a real answer. We have a lot of answers, actually, but it's not leading anywhere to having a fucking full-on, organized, effective revolution.
Right.
Because
it couldn't come down to one specific object, point, whether it be government or big pharma or crackers.
Right. Yeah, we took down the crackers. Yeah. Fuck Nabisco. You're done.
Fuck the crack.
Yeah, fuck Cheez-Its. I don't know who makes Cheez-Its, but yeah, I guess it's a war on Cheez-Its.
I think that's Nabisco. Isn't it?
Is it Nabisco? All right.
See, they're everywhere.
Hey, Cheez-Its are good.
Yeah. Okay. But see how that's my point. I can't even get y'all to put down the Cheez-Its to take down the tyranny. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Y'all are like, yeah, let's go to war with Cheez-Its. Let's go to war with Nabisco. But I'm going to bring Cheez-Its to the war and eat them. as I'm
I want you to
destroying.
eat those.
Actually, that's kind of
I want you
poetic.
to eat those fucking Cheez-Its. I want you to eat those fucking Cheez-Its, and I want tears running down your eyes. And the tyranny you're causing the rest of your fellow
Tyranny, yeah, I feel you, zombie.
Hey,
Nice.
I earned the money. I went to the store. I bought them. I ate them. I have no guilt.
So that means you're the enemy in this revolution because
Yeah.
you are a Nabisco sympathizer.
I like chocolate too. Y'all gonna start off on M&Ms now?
What, Nestle?
Make you a card. Make you a card.
Nabisco. Any kind of chocolate made by Nabisco. And if you eat chocolate, you're a sympathizer, and you're going. We're going to war with you. The revolution's coming for you.
Nabisco. Yeah, down with Nabisco. That's what your fag's gonna say.
Oh, my face
And they're gonna say,
hurts.
"What the fuck are you talking about?"
I mean, think about it. That's how it worked. That's how it, I mean, you take down the sympathizers too in any kind of, revolution or war or whatever. They did it to us. We did it to them,
Guilt by association.
I mean, that's part of the war, part of it. It's like, oh, you're a sympathizer. Well, you got to go. Right. So
with your head.
I mean, that's how the British did it too. I mean, the Romans, I mean, everybody did that. That's everybody. And every revolution did the same thing. Right? Oh, you're the Buddhist monks in the story, the Japanese story, the Buddhist monks, the Zen Buddhist monks, the best of us, right? The ones that give us enlightenment, the ones that give us wisdom are literally extorting the people with these loan shark notes, trusted and revered for their piety and their wisdom and all these things, right? But they were the reason. They were the catalyst. Like, fuck you, you're gonna die, and they killed them, right? They killed the Buddhist monks that were at the warehouse that were, conducting the loan shark business.
Right. In other words, don't be a troublemaker.
We shouldn't take away everyone's coffee and cigarettes. Oh, that's coming. That's coming too, right? The financial nothing. It's going to be a financial desert around here.
There's a movie about that, man. There's a movie about that. It says if it's bad,
Bunch of
it's against the law. It was Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes and fucking that one movie where if it was unhealthy for you, it was against the law.
Demolition Man.
Yeah.
Demolition Man. There you go.
Demolition Man. Yeah, you couldn't cuss. We had Sandra Bullock in it, and Sylvester Stallone.
Was that Judge Dredd?
No, that was another one.
Yeah. No, that's
Taco Bell ruled the world. There was nothing to eat but Taco Bell.
right. And you didn't have sex either. Sex was with some weird orb.
Yeah,
No cussing.
Squeezed out on a plate.
Yeah. And I've had this conversation too with Trekkies, right? The whole idea of if y'all have read into Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry's utopian universe. Think about it. It's
no money, no porn, no despair.
Yeah, you could literally live forever with the advancements in technology, in medical technology, just by being exposed to a whole federation in the universe that had higher advanced technology than you, hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years.
You know what I learned? The criminal underground always survives.
Yeah, con, right? Exactly. There's always going to be a criminal element, always.
The mafia lives forever.
The Romulans, the Klingons. I mean, and we had to deal with them.
The ones in that fucking latest episodes where they come back, they actually come back in time to get Spock.
Oh yeah.
The red matter. Let him watch his own planet get destroyed.
How? Yeah, even in this like universal utopia, i.e., absolute true communism, literally absolute true in every form of communism. Think about that for a minute. Because they never had a want, they never had a need. Everything was provided for them. Right? There was no concept of money. It was you did what you wanted. And if you really wanted to be on the Starship Enterprise, you had to go to school, you had to go to academy, you had to get all this training, right? And all this experience and other
college education.
I mean, yeah, we're talking even the education as kids were just absolutely advanced in all.
I will say their education was merit based, and ours no longer is.
I mean, so all these higher aspects of what it takes to be what they call a tier 1 society. No, I'm sorry, tier 2, because tier 1 society would be absolutely enlightened, like fucking spirit beings. But you're just a ball of light that never dies, and you get to do what you want. That's tier 1. We're about tier. Gene Roddenberry was tier 2, right? And so we're about tier 4, tier 3. I think we're tier 3 right now because we still have war. We still have.
Tier 1 is controlling all weather, all life, all everything on your planet.
Well, it's tier 1 is the enlightened being. No, tier 1 was the enlightened being that was pure energy and just did what he wanted, which was you could go plug.
But in the here and now, we're still a level 0 civilization. We haven't tamed our own planet.
Well,
yet.
we're about a 0.4 on the scale. If you know what the scale is, but Tide has a Pride commercial every year. But that's Gene Roddenberry's absolute beautiful communist utopia.
Yeah, what a man.
I mean, history and art have a funny way of meshing together. Dune. Y'all know about the story of Dune? Like, have you read the book Dune?
And Dune is Muslim based or Islamic based.
On a universal scale.
Yep.
And we're not talking about we're talking about a universal jihad. An absolute, like the most absolute tyranny.
Are we allowed to do nasal spray high live? I mean,
no. My sources, my lawyers say no. We're talking about an all-powerful being in Dune, an all-powerful being, Mr. Muad'Dib, right? He becomes the most all-powerful being in the whole universe and has total and complete control of everyone and everything in the universe. And he controls everyone, to your thoughts, to everything. And he was around for thousands of years after that. And so what happened, this was a jihad. It incorporates the whole idea of the jihad. The guy. There's so many Easter eggs in it. The guy coming out of the well, the guy coming out of the hole, right? The worms and the spice and the transcendence of time and material and distance, right? This guy he had total control, so he could stop you from doing anything wrong. He could kill you. Like just by his thoughts alone. And he was omnipotent. So he knew everything and seen everything. All power, all control. And that's how you were ruled for thousands of years. Until one day he dies. But he faked his own death. Because this most powerful omniscience, omnipresence, everything that had ruled the universe for thousands of years, there was nothing but peace. And anyone that thought otherwise or tried to do otherwise by his standards was instantly killed by his own thoughts and actions. Boom. Wow. Right? That's how powerful we're talking. He could change everything. He could stop suns. He could do whatever he wanted, right? just all of a sudden dies. Like, yeah, has a big thing and goes through this, scenario, and then he dies, and then fakes his own death and runs away to be by himself. To allow the universe to now, what do you do without total control? Now it's up to you. That was the moral of that story. That's what I got from the story, right? Is that here it is. Here's true tyranny. Here's true perfect existence, right? Perfect tyrannical existence where everything is controlled, right? And managed and whatever. To, hey, guess what? There's a power vacuum. Figure that shit out.
Excuse me.
It's your turn.
Have you know this light's been blinking like that for 10 hours on one battery?
That's badass. Yeah, you're.
What I miss?
The conversation's being derailed by Zombie over here with his bright flashing lights and shit.
Zombie lights.
Yep, Zombie attractor lights. So yeah, anyway, Zombie built this thing. It's pretty cool. And he's going to tell you about it. But it's battery powered by a fucking battery bank. He's fully you can fully programmable and all that.
No.
And there you go. He's going to talk about it. I'm sure.
Is it memory bulbs?
No,
Are those memory bulbs?
It's low volt. It's low volt LED.
I didn't say low volt. I said memory.
What?
Memory.
What are you talking
Not
about?
memories. I said memory. Memory bulbs.
Is that the name of it?
It's got a programmable. I got a way I can hack it and make the lights do whatever I want to and do different signals.
Okay.
And what it is it's a 360-degree light. It's like Mad Shed said. I can put it in a big room and turn it up.
Right, and you just brighten the whole freaking room. Boom. Here you go. Here's light. One light. Here's light. You got like 8 hours of it, and you could probably possibly just keep it running indefinitely. Really think about it. I mean, the applications, right? If I had a solar panel, which I do, and I had a solar power generator, which I do, and I could run that thing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at low power.
Which I do.
This
No.
This panel has a built-in solar panel. The program does.
I mean, you can upscale that though. I mean, what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
And shit, you build a fucking how big a solar panel you want and cover your whole roof and run that light forever.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the idea.
I don't know, because why not? He built this shit. That's pretty cool. He didn't buy it. He built it. That's what I like about it.
Every ball, it's just like, that's the things I like to do, where if I say, okay, I truly want to be off the grid of mankind, then I'm capable of doing that. I don't have to, I do computer software programming. I know how to do all that stuff, but to be able to live and exist,
Boom, got light.
Everybody needs a good light. And like I said, that thing's been going for like 10 hours, man.
That's cool.
On one charge,
And so you're building a shroud for it, right? So, or a mesh or shroud or whatever. Yeah. So my question,
where you can lay it on its side. If your vehicle breaks down on the side of the road or something, and you need a good light, or you want to, you're on a trip, and you need light. That's a light. You know what I mean? That's a light.
I mean, I could see this taking off in the RV community. You know what I'm saying? Like you see those. You've been to those camps, right? They bust out the lights and they're setting up their outdoor grilling, drinking, hanging out area, right? And there's all until the wee hours of the night, and they got lights and shit. You know.
Yeah, I live in an RV.
So there you
know
go.
what I
I
mean?
mean,
I live in
yeah, I feel you. And then, yeah, if you're camping and whatever, you just hang this thing in the fucking tree, or stick it on the side of the road. You're broken down. Yeah, so many applications. But I was thinking like with your shroud, your mesh, that you also incorporate like maybe a clamp that you can block the light and directional.
Yeah.
And kind of slide it around.
And
That's it. I was just thinking that.
it'll be cool. I'll show it off when I get through with it, but it's actually completely weatherproof too. You can submerge the whole thing in water.
Oh damn!
It's weatherproof.
Cool.
Cool.
Needs to be rotisserie.
It's a it's not a chicken cooker.
No, it's 360 degrees. You don't have a shadow.
Joke.
See the shadow on there anywhere? There is no shadow. It
That's
doesn't
pretty cool.
cast a shadow. It's pure light.
In my shadow. Do.
But yeah, I mean, I would love the fact that like I could put like a shroud on it and just direct the light where I wanted it, and not illuminate the rest of it. I could have like a directional, and just
besides
with
that,
the shroud.
I can say, here I am, Mad Chad. I'm over here. See my light blinking? I'm right there. That's where I'm at.
Right, target indicator.
The lights I've got strung around my swimming pool.
Giant fireflies.
But like I said, it's programmable.
That's cool. Oh, could you do Morse code with it?
Yeah, Morse code. There you go.
Yeah, interesting. You could probably do that, huh?
It's got a USB. It's got a USB port on it. I can plug it into my damn software, and I can program those lights to do whatever. It can send out Morse code. Do all that. I thought about that when you say, ships still do that. They communicate with lights.
I've seen it. Yep, I've seen it. They got the flashlight. I thought it was pretty cool. When we were on a ship, and the supply ship would come by. They had a time-honored tradition. It was a tradition. Like they still did like the flashy light. Hey, I'm over here. They could have called. They probably did call, right? They got on the radio. Hey, ship's here. Boom. But they still had to go through the hello, how are you with the flashing lights.
Yeah.
Right.
Hi, I am.
I'm going to blow the hell out of you.
Right. Yeah. Please don't shoot. We're here to resupply you. Here's our authorization code with flashing lights. That's how they communicated. And then, of course, the ship would respond, and then they would go, come closer. Then they do the ceremonial rope throwing. They still do that shit, where they throw a rope from one ship to the next, and it's got a monkey ball on it, and they have a ceremony and shit, and they throw the fucking monkey ball, and other ship catches it, and we received it, more flashy lights, right? And then finally, boom, they get through all the preliminaries, they get to reloading the ship, and mooring up.
They have ceremonies for everything. And Shad, didn't you say you did the shellback?
Yep.
Right.
Yep. I went through the whole polywog to shellback thing. Yeah, it was cool. Yeah. I mean, we woke up like, 5 o'clock in the morning, whatever. We have to wear our sweats inside out, right? We had to wear our shoes on the wrong foot. And then we got information, and we went to the chow hall. And while we're going to the chow hall, our food was blue pancakes and blue syrup, and they just threw it onto your shirt. Here you go. Here's your food. And you're like, okay, that's my breakfast. or there'll be some questionable fucking food you got to eat, something like green oatmeal, some shit, right? With some bacon in it. It's food, but it's just like, and then after you're done with your meal, your breakfast, you have to crawl through the trash chute.
I wonder how much of that has changed now.
Well, I'm going to tell you, it has, because when I went through the polywog, and it's a line through the whole fucking boat.
Right.
A line. that you have to go through, and your role is to be yelled at, hazed, all this shit, and before you get to the upper deck where the King Neptune's court is, which is comprised of the captain, his XO, right, all that shit. And they're sitting there in their fucking regalia and stuff, and that's the court. And each one has to ask you a question. If you get it wrong, you go to the back of the line of the ship. This is an all-day event. Right. Sometimes all day, all night. It's like, oh my God, what the fuck? Right? Yep. And then finally you get to the captain, and the captain asks you a question, and you say, okay. Now, I didn't get to do it. That's good. But he puts a grape in his belly button, and you have to eat it. It's kind of weird.
It's different from what I was told.
Right. So, okay. And so I'm still going. Hold on. And luckily they ran out of grapes when I got there. So answered all the questions right. And then after everybody has passed through that line, you know, the polywogs get held to a holding area where they're sprayed down with water. Like you get a shower, you know, and you sprayed down in water on the deck. And then when everybody gets that way, you know, gets through that, the feasting and drinking begins.
Yep.
That's pretty fucking cool. Yeah. They're grilling hamburgers. They're grilling hot dogs. You get 1 or 2 beers, right? That's it. You get a chit. You get a beer chit. Here's your beer chit. You know, you're like, oh, hell yeah. Right. You know, so it's like, fuck yeah. That's badass. And so I had the chance, of course, after doing that, and you get a certificate and all this shit. And it's in your records that, you know, you are now a shellback. And then, so now time comes when somebody else crosses the equator in your own ship. You're like, oh yeah, baby. Now you're on the other side, right? You know, you're the one doing the hazing. You're the one, you know, whipping them with the wet noodle, you know, hazing or, you know, yelling at everybody. And, you know, it's good times, right? And so we were about to do, because I'm an inward shellback because I crossed the equator, you know, the second time. And so the admiral himself came to us. This is when we were going to Africa. The admiral himself stopped us, I think, in some port, and had this fucking ship-wide formation and told us that hazing is no longer allowed, and you are not to participate and have your shellback ritual. I'm like, whoa! What they still did, of course, we still did, but it wasn't authorized, right? So right. Everybody did it in house. Really, it wasn't ship-wide. Right. I'm sorry, my camera froze on me, but here I am. You know, that's what I got. I can turn it off. You're tired of fucking looking at it. It is kind of stupid. I look stupid as fuck. I'm just like, what do you say? Here, I'll do that. Oh, let me see. Okay. Right. Maybe he's masturbating. Yeah, you don't know what I'm doing.
While y'all were talking.
Go ahead, Karen.
This is what I've been doing while y'all were talking.
Let me put that up.
This is one of my side jobs.
Cool. It's you.
So.
Wow, you artisan, you. Look at you. What?
I know. I just need to make 6 more plus some turkey feather fans. We got a powwow coming up.
Cool. I've been to that powwow. Good times. I love a powwow.
I'm one of the people that sell the bone chokers, moccasins, and the feathered fans. And
yeah, the turquoise everything. Yep. I'm going to turquoise bedazzle this jacket and get $1,500 for it.
No, I don't do that stuff now.
Oh, I knew it's funny, Walmart. I was working at Walmart, and one of my managers, she was just, everything was turquoise and everything. And she had everything that was Native American turquoise, and she talked about it. She's part of the tribe, and they do these powwows. You know, I was like, okay, I want to go. I want to go.
Southwest Indians. I'm more of a northeast, southeast.
I mean, it doesn't matter really. A powwow is a powwow, but
Oh yeah,
you know,
they're usually intertribal. But
good times too, man. Lots of dancing, lots of vendors. I mean, you can see you'll have vendors, you'll have all kinds of shit, right? So it's a sanctioned event. It's fucking legit. And the food, oh man, the food and the conversations. I remember just finding myself in a tent with some old fat Indians, and they're just like we're passing around a bottle or a mason jar full of something. I don't know what it was, but damn, it was good.
I probably got one in the kitchen.
Right, and then all of a sudden, this blunt comes out of nowhere, and you're like, "Uh-oh, oh shit, let's go, smoking peace pipe, hell yeah!" All right, what? I got to eat a jalapeno because you think it's funny when white men eat hot things? Okay, fine, But the conversations we had, and just it was great times, man. And the kids running around. I mean, I was amazed by the kids, just all smiles.
Everybody watches everybody's children.
Yeah, they're just running. They're just running wild, running free, just having a good old time. You know what I'm saying?
Respectfully, they just respect their.
I don't know. There was some that were like just kind of like doing their questionable things, throwing things.
They got slapped down.
But it's still, yeah, exactly, because everybody's watching them. Because their kids are in this mob of kids running around, and at any point in time, it was either a look or hey, stop that, okay, right, and they'd go off. But the adults and they, because everybody's being, hey, this is your tradition, this is your culture, this is your history, this is an heirloom that you need to learn and pass on. So that's the point of a powwow, right? And yeah, they had the sweatshop or the sweat lodge or whatever. But I remember the food, conversations, and the rivalry too. They're like, what up, white boy? What's up, colonizer?
The real fun begins when the white people leave and they shut it down and they do the real, like the round blanket ceremonies and stuff where you do trade.
Okay, right on. I mean, I seen that too, right? But I called them Skraelings. I was like, yeah, I'm a Viking. I was here back in Eric the Red's time, and y'all kicked us out of here, right? And we called you little Skraelings, and thought y'all had watermelons for sale and shit. I mean, I fuck with them too. I was like, yeah, little did I know we had fucking half naked men shooting, hidden in the woods, throwing spears and bow and arrows at us. What the fuck? How y'all fight like that? So I mean, I hit them because they love their history. They love their history too, and discussing their histories and our histories and how it intermingled, thousands of years ago. Like, no shit. And here we are drinking and smoking together. Badass. He's like, yeah, you like our fucking cigarettes, don't you? Huh? Yeah, funny, huh? Now you like our blankets, huh? Like, yeah. But you like our liquor, don't you?
I'm out of here. Y'all have a good night.
All right, Wolfgang. Take care of yourself, bro.
Peace.
Have a good night. Skull. Thank you, brother.
I'm probably going to
Great
join them
conversation.
too. I think I'll smoke one last cigarette and go to bed.
What? It's only 11. It's 10 till 12.
Okay, to be perfectly honest, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. I'm going to go make some elderberry syrup. I'm going to put the dishes away. And then I'm probably going to go to bed. But hey, if you know a housekeeper that'll work, cheap.
Yeah. He's
send them
Somalian.
on down.
He's Somalian though.
Hard time getting into this town, to be perfectly honest.
I'm just
Somebody asked
going.
me one time.
We had
Somebody asked me one time.
an African Olympic runner, and he was doing mountain training here to get used
cool.
to the humidity and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, some fucking redneck hit them with their car.
Now what the fuck?
It's a very ignorant geographical location.
Understood. Enough said.
That's why I'm
Uh,
here. I get more intelligent conversation on YouTube than I get from my neighbors.
I understand that too. That's funny. I understand that because I grew up in Tennessee. Right. So I've got stories.
I'm Tennessee Light. I'm still in Georgia. State
Yeah, I
line
couldn't-
is like 8 miles down the road.
Yeah. Yeah. And people don't realize it still exists. You know, it does. Truthfully, it does. You know, but it's not as mainstream as everybody thinks. It just depends on demographics. And that's true with any culture. And that's exactly how the caliphate is born. That kind of
It's
mentality.
coming in because I've got this neighbor bitching about her half black grandbabies.
Right. Right.
And
Just-
that neighbor who's got, half black nieces and nephews. But at
Hey,
the same
somebody
time,
asked
they're
me
ignorant
one time-
rednecks.
Somebody asked me
And they
one
don't
time
even
what
realize
would I do if I was chief of the Indians? I say, well, all the women would belong to me. And they said, oh dear. I said, no dear, ass too high, run too fast.
Yeah, right.
And on that note, gentlemen, I'm definitely going to have to say goodnight.
Oh, but I was going to say the joke about the Indian names.
Night, night.
All right. Good night, Karen. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you, Karen.
We'll see you next time.
Take care. Skull. Anyway, I have the joke. Let me try to get this joke out. So, there was this young warrior that was coming up in the tribe, and he's about to go through his trials. So, the trials are that he has to go through and run through the woods and not be seen by the enemy and take a deer. He's got to steal a horse. He's got to, eat the ass in out of a beaver. I don't know, whatever. Right? They make it fun. drink this mushroom tea. You'll be fine, really. You know what I'm saying? Go hang out in the sweat lodge, smoke a peace pipe, go hang out. Basically, go hang out a day with the shaman, right? He's on the outskirts of the village because he's fucking wasted half the time. This Bjorny's badass, right? Hey, y'all, come party. No, we're good. I mean, basically, that's what the shaman's doing. He's just on the outskirts, just fucking partying his ass off at the campfire. He's got the campsite, and he's just, I'm fucking stoned. But he does some shit though, right? He's hunting, he's doing whatever. He knows how to make. He knows about the world, right? He knows what the tribe needs from their man, from their warrior. That's going to protect their tribe and go to war for their tribe, right? And protect everything, do everything, provide, right? It was that warrior that did everything. And of course, later on you retire and all that shit. And so this is a great time for him. He's coming out of childhood and he's about to go through his trial, right? Many cultures had this trial, right? Go out into the wilderness and find yourself. You got to be lost to find yourself. You got to get lost to find who you are. That kind of mentality, which I think we should still do. Hey, little Timmy, here's a knife. Go play in the fucking Yosemite National Park. See you in about a week or two, maybe. Right? And so this young warrior, he's meeting with the elders and and everybody else that's going through this trial. He goes, flying eagle, yes, you will do well. You're the son of bends in the wind, and all these names, and he's right. The elders are going down, acknowledging the young warriors, the young participants in this trial, right? giving them credence, right? And then, of course, laying down the ground rules, right? And the young warrior in question goes, "Wow, okay, names." He's like, "Yes, the names. The names are very important, and we go through them to acknowledge who is who, And it's decided by what we see. The two things that we see. First thing when you're born, that's how you get your name. Flying Eagle, Bend in the Wind, Babbling Creek, Rock." And we acknowledge this, and we hold it's part of history too, right? They pass it down from generation to generation by word of mouth. So these trials are very important. And the young warrior is like, I understand that. I do. I finally get it. Wow, it makes sense. But I don't understand what happens if we fail. And the elder goes, "Well, shitting dog, I guess we'll figure that out if you survive." Shitting dog.
Yeah. That's a damn fucking shame, man.
That was told to me by an Indian at the fucking powwow. It's like, oh damn. And he told it in he said that's the way you got to tell it. You got to tell it in this long, drawn out fucking, thing. Like, oh, okay.
They was talking about that recently in the First Nations tribe up in Canada, and what the tribal members has been doing is they've been bringing their warriors forward and training them to be warriors. So now they've taken over the police responsibilities in their little villages, up in
the reservation, right?
Yeah, because of them. Whenever something happens or something's going on, it takes the government fucking forever, if ever they show up to even try to do anything about it. So they just kind of take that.
They're hours away.
Hand.
Yeah, they have to. And they go to academy. They get training, and they're legit. Yeah, the reservation police and reservation because they're building their own freaking. All right, fine. We're a nation. Okay. Well, guess what? Nation has roles. I remember watching. It was reservation land, and there was a sheriff's department that was driving down a road, inspecting the land. It was like open land, right? There were clear signs when they entered. Clear signs and everything that says you are now entering like sovereign nation reservation land. And you are subject to search and policing and all that, but you are not allowed to come in here if you're law enforcement. We handle that. We got our own. Basically, that's what it's saying. These guys, for days, they just went down this gravel road down a field and was inspecting the reservation. It was the sheriff's department, and the reservation police showed up. And they draw guns on each other. Like, wait a minute.
One of them got detained. You remember?
Yep,
they got
detained him.
by the Indians.
You're right. Thank you. Yeah, you've seen this video. The reservation police threw that motherfucker on the ground and put handcuffs on him and put him in the back of their fucking truck and told the other guy to stand the fuck down, dude. We're in charge here. And they got a whole bunch of people involved and whatever. And the reservation's like, hey, y'all do the same thing to everywhere else, and you do it to us if we come in your area. So we have the right to do the same thing too, and we're legit. So that's what's up.
Oh yeah, me and the guy Brian. Brian is the guy that does the talking on Here's the Deal videos. Remember them when they was coming up? He's changed his channel, but we had a conversation about some things, and he was like, they can't go out here on a reservation. These protesters went inside a reservation and decided they were going to block the highway. And the reservation
I remember
police, the reservation police come along and fucking drugged their fucking asses out of the middle of the fucking road and arrested a couple of them. And he was like, so now we're thinking, I was like, listen, and he argued a little bit with me, and I said, it means it's an Indian reservation. It means it's a sovereign territory. It don't belong to the government. It belongs to the nations, the Indians. You know, they got to respect the federal laws, but they are allowed to make their own rules and laws in their reservation.
Yeah, they have to protect and that was the argument that I remember that it brought up, that the states have a right to protect their borders by force if necessary. Right? I mean, that's what Texas's argument was. That's where you got the whole Minuteman militia that went down there and tried to take on the immigration problem, which they did. And there's other groups. There's other groups that actually did more clandestine things, but it did, right? And that was the question that it brought up. Are the states allowed to do this, even a reservation? Because they are. Everybody knows about speed traps. There's certain towns you don't fucking speed because they're just waiting. That's how they make their money. They're gonna pull your ass over. They're gonna fucking give you a ticket, and if you give them any shit, they're gonna put you in jail, and then that's even more money.
They had that one little fucking town over there in Georgia, going out to like Myrtle Beach or some fucking where they were making fucking millions of fucking dollars in revenue off of fucking people, and there was only like 200 people living in the whole fucking town, and they were making millions of dollars on traffic tickets.
Like they get a cut. Like South Carolina said, okay, we'll give you a cut. No shit. Yeah, the OVI things are very prevalent in South Carolina. And they're run by state troopers, National Guard. It's crazy. It's like, really? I'm going to get a strip search right here? What the fuck? Luckily, I was throwing papers, and I just, first thing I did is I turned my dome light on, and I opened the door. They're like, what? And they're like, oh, really? I was like, yeah, hurry up. I'm late. Let's go. You're in my way.
Don't get out. I don't feel safe. I'm a man with a gun, and I don't feel safe.
And they're running this OVI check, and they're like, look at my license, my registration. There's people inspecting around my car, in my car with flashlights. They're looking at my license plate. They're everything, right? And there's everybody's just at this checkpoint. There's an ambulance standing by. It could get dirty. They could shoot you, right? And they're doing their training thing. I'm just like, hurry the fuck up. How long is this going to take? And I was like, am I going to have to like pass on this to my customers? Because my prices are going to have to go, because you're detaining me from doing my job. And I got my job ends at like 7 o'clock. If I don't have these 10,000 papers delivered by 7 o'clock, it's gonna cost a lot of people a lot of money. And they're like,
an angle on that.
Okay.
Here's a legal angle on that from experience. Whenever you get
and I had guns and weed too.
Whenever you get pulled over for an OVI inspection or whatever, it means that there's no penalty if you tell the officer at that point, no, I'm not taking your fucking test.
Right.
The only test that's required is a blood alcohol test that can be administered by a local hospital. But other than that,
but you can deny that too. You can deny that too.
Deny that. Yeah.
You deny all of it. I don't want to blow. I don't want to give you a blood sample. No, thank you. I'm good. No, you can't. No, you can't search my vehicle. Right? No. Can I go now? Right. Yeah. I mean, and I've done that too. I had a little Ziploc baggie that had my license and my registration and my proof of insurance. And I would, because I've done this too on my own. I would go to these freaking super, like it's a construction site been put up on the middle of the road, lights and trucks, and I mean, talking big OVI checkpoint. Boom, right here. Here's tyranny. And I crack my window and I throw this thing out and let it hang on the outside window. And of course, there's a sign, a little note that says, "I do not answer questions. Can I go now?" And that's it. And they look at you and they're talking to you. They're, roll down your window. No, you remain silent because you've already told them everything by the note. And you just sit and wait.
You don't have to help them. You do not have to help officials in their investigation. You can remain silent.
Exactly. And just don't say a thing. Keep your hands where they can see them, and wait.
And Tennessee just had
keep your doors locked and wait. Answer no questions. You know, you've already said it. You know, because you're supposed to like say, "I don't answer questions. I do not comply with searches." You're supposed to say that. But if you write it down, you've already said it. There it is. You can read it. There. I don't have to say nothing now. And eventually of course they might call their fucking supervisor over, right? And a whole bunch of other people. And they're like, just, they could escalate if they wanted to. But then somebody with, is like, yeah, let him go. Come on. He's
they had a problem.
There's auditors there, right? There's auditors. Cameras are, all eyes are on them, right? So if this goes bad, then their job's on the line, basically. And maybe the city officials, maybe the city hall, has repercussions.
Shit hit the fan recently in Tennessee based on the false DUIs that they were handing out to people. They were ruining people's fucking lives, charging them with a DUI when they didn't even drink. They didn't have any drugs. They didn't have anything,
Right. It happened to me in South Carolina.
Yeah.
I was, okay. Who want to go first? You want to go first?
Oh,
okay, go ahead.
I got pulled over in Wisconsin coming out of Michigan for a drug inspection and a truck full of tools and hardware. And you know what I told him? The rookie? I said, "Go ahead." He said, is it okay if I search your vehicle? I said, go ahead, knock yourself out. And then when he got through about an hour later, he said, "Man, you sure got a lot of tools in that truck." And I was like, "Yeah, really? That's how I earn my fucking living, asshole." It was like they're looking for something, anything. And it's like, why do you act that way? Where does that come from? Either it's obvious or it ain't obvious. You can't just guess. You can't guess. Guessing ain't part of it.
Right.
It's like when they say the feelings police. You call the feelings enforcement. Right.
So my story, I have actually a few stories, but the first. I was first 2 years of the Marine Corps, I was a drunk, absolutely drunk all the time. Wherever you see me, I had a drink in my hand. I had blood alcohol content of a constant 20 or something. I don't know, but for 2 straight years. And so I changed that and had a wreck and went all this stuff. I quit drinking the last 2 years of my my term in the Marine Corps, and I never forget it. I had stopped drinking. It's been months now. I was the designated driver at the parties and all that shit, and everybody else got drunk. I didn't. And so we go to Myrtle Beach, and there's like 8 of us, and one guy got drunk, and we're carrying him home. This is Myrtle Beach. We're walking down the middle of the street, 8 of us, and we've got this guy with his arms around us, and we're carrying him and walking him back to the hotel and getting, going to take care of him. And you get him secured, get him back to the hotel, get him a shower, change his clothes, let him puke. You know the deal, right? We're taking care of our fellow Marine here. And I'm not drunk at all. We get arrested. Myrtle Beach police pulls up. We all get arrested. We all get thrown in jail. But we're given the option to pay $80 to get out.
Yeah.
And if we all pay $80 to get out, they will forget about the whole matter and we can go free.
Yeah, same thing happened.
I wasn't even drunk. I
I
never got tested.
Yeah.
I never got tested. I had to pay $80 to get out. No, there was no breathalyzer, nothing.
Same thing happened to me in Clarksville, Tennessee, up there at fucking Fort Campbell. Cost me $250 fucking dollars, and it just kind of just went away. Nothing ever showed up. And guess what? I don't really drink alcohol. You know what I mean?
Right.
I was just guilt by association. You know what I mean? They just drug us all in there. You know, charge us all $250 a piece and let us go. I guess we paid for some gas and some kind of shit. I don't know. They needed to pay the light bill. That's what I told them. I said, y'all must have needed to pay the fucking light bill awful fucking bad.
Maggie, we all paid. There was 8 of us. We had enough money. We paid for it, even if somebody didn't have the money. But yeah, we all, and if it escalated. So my last 2 years in the Marine Corps, and I didn't drink, I was the guy they called because I was in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, Jacksonville, North Carolina. So it's not far, really. It's like 100 miles from Myrtle Beach, and that's where everybody went, right? And I would be at the barracks chilling, and the guard on duty would come running up to my fucking room and say, "Hey, you got a phone call." I'm like, "Oh, fuck." At like 2:00 in the morning, I'm like, I'm drinking, I'm hanging out, I'm doing laundry, I'm whatever, I'm like, fuck. I was like, oh yeah, Private Schmuckatelli is in jail for whatever, public drunkenness, and he needs $1,500, and you can get him out tonight. Fuck. So now I got to call everybody in my platoon, get them up. Everybody's got to hunt everybody down and come up with some money to get fucking dumbass fucking Private Schmuckatelli out of jail before Sunday, right? Because formation is like 4:00 Monday morning, and this is the weekend. I'm like, fuck. Yeah, and I'm the guy that has to drive down there with the money, give it to them, grab my fucking, fucking boot, and haul ass back to Camp Lejeune. So now everybody's going to be fucking giving him shit. He's got to pay. Maybe he can pay everybody back. Maybe we come to that kind of fucking conclusion, right? Because that happened too. Like, hey, we got you out. Now you got to pay us, and it's going to take you. You got to give us each like $10 out of your paycheck. There's like 30 of us, or 15. That
failure to fall in can cause you to fall out.
Right. And so later on, of course, in his career, he's expected to help out when somebody gets fucked up, right? So that's how you police your own. That's how you take care of your own. But they pay for it. It's like, all right, well, you fucked up, but yeah, we got you. We got you back. Now you owe us. And it comes about, and you either pay it, either in money, right? Everybody wants monetary value, but we're Marines, so we're like, why don't you just take the fat chick? Go ahead and take one for the team. I want the hot one. I want the hot blonde.
Yeah, beat a bitch.
Yeah, you take the fat one because she's derailing us. Yeah.
The old sea donkey.
Right. You take the old one. Grandma needs to get laid too.
I asked a lady one time that was working in a strip
Lovely
territory. She had gray hair on her head. I said, "Do you have gray hair on your cunt?" And she was more than willing to show me.
Right. Yep. Different world. Astatine. Okay, hold on. Astatine is asking you a question here, bro. Check it out.
What's the question?
There it is on the screen. Are you selling those lights?
You know, I'm gonna put one together. And I'm gonna show everybody how I put it together and everything. And I don't know if I'll have time to. I probably will, but I wouldn't. It depends. You know, it takes a little time to put that together.
Hey, I'm just throwing the question out there. I mean, there you go, bro. Sell your
Yeah,
zombie lights, man. Your zombie, and there you go. There's your marketing. I'm part of your marketing.
yeah,
That call it zombie lights and come up with a fucking badass little logo, right? And boom,
you know,
slap a sticker on it, send it out. There you go, zombie lights.
you know. What got me into that, Mad, was animatronics. I used to build animatronics,
Oh shit,
for a
okay,
hobby,
hell yeah,
and do the programs on all the smart
yeah, dude,
boxes,
great.
the movements and controls. Yeah.
Well, Jason, it's a rite of passage, right? It is. It's a rite of passage, right? Yeah, yeah, dude. So yeah, hey, I look forward to your video. Teach us how to do it.
Yeah. You know how to make whenever you improvise like switches and I was going to do one on switches on how to improvise switches, things that make switch connections and disconnections, magnetic switches, all that stupid shit,
Yeah,
because you never know when you might need a good switch.
necronic neons. I'm telling you, Matt. Chat's a freaking marketing genius over here. Yeah,
Yeah,
necronic neons by Zombie Force. You get the Force
I
One
like
light. Yeah, Force One light provides protection from zombies, and also a clear sight picture and clear sight.
Yeah, I built that thing because it just kind of it's kind of like you got to say, okay, I got to point the light in the right direction after dark in case if you need it. And then there's somebody always pointing the light in the wrong direction. And I said, okay, how about I build a 360-degree light to where it doesn't cast any shadows?
I mean,
You know?
imagine if you had that. I'm looking at like camping and shit. Like, say I'm out
Oh
there
yeah,
camping, and I camp underneath a tree, and I take that thing and just hoist it up into the tree and turn it on.
yeah.
Boom,
It'll go.
light
It'll stay on all night
all
long.
fucking
It'll
night
stay on.
long.
I had it on.
That's the party spot. I mean, that's where the coffee is. That's where the bacon is. Pull up a chair, have a seat. Let's talk. Right?
Hell yeah. That's why I built it, because you never know, and that doesn't make me special. It just means that I've got a light that's capable of staying on 10
Yeah.
hours consecutive. You know what I mean? Without any
Yeah.
shadow, anybody
All right.
having to hold it, and
Think
it's
about
solar
this.
power.
Think about this. A disaster area group, and they're going after some. They're trying to find a bunch of hikers or whatever. Like there's some kind of natural disaster. They set up a base camp, right? Where that's like the all the communications are going on, all the decisions, and you have like 6 of these up around the perimeter, and boom, everybody's walking because you got to read things, you got to fill out paperwork. There's paperwork involved, there's these disasters, and they're putting on gear, they're making sure they got everything, and boom, off they go, save lives and shit, whatever,
I didn't invent the technology. The bulbs and the wire, the control box and all that's ready and available on the open market, but I just kind of reinvented the wheel for what I needed,
innovation, man.
So
Yeah,
I took a couple of good ideas and turned them into something that I could find useful. It's
yeah,
useful when you have a light that can be seen for miles away.
right. Oh yeah, damn, you could put these on a tower.
Programmable. It's programmable.
Yeah, you could. I mean, command and signal on that. Have these set up all over the freaking state and region, whatever. And there's your backup communications plan, right? Lights on, lights off, right?
Like
That's
that
so many
Lord of
things
the
you can do.
Like on Lord of the Rings when they say light the beacon, light the beacon.
Light the beacon. Yeah, yeah. You have a beacon, and you have communication because you're watching and you're sending a message to someone else that possibly has a beacon, and so they can send you back another. Like you can communicate. Hey, we're out of beer. Okay, we have beer. It's going to take us 3 days. Thank you. Need more beer. Oh yeah, by the way, do you have any zigzags? We have 1,500 zigzags. Okay. Do you have any bacon? You know, so boom. All right. Communication. Okay. Oh, by the way, the enemy is 600 miles to our west. Moving in a northerly direction. So we report to follow.
Smoke signal. It's a lot better than a smoke signal.
Yeah.
That's the way I look at it.
And so that's back to that naval tradition I was talking about with the lantern and the lights that they went through. They maintained it. Like this thing's got fucking brass that some little guy, some Navy dude has to polish every fucking morning, right? With Brasso, that's his fucking duties, on the ship. The tradition goes deep. The naval traditions everybody gets to experience it. Even the lonely fucking private or seaman, whatever they call them, the seaman, yeah. But the E1, right, or the E0, the boot, yeah. I mean, it's a time honored tradition. So badass, command and signal.
I'm gonna try to figure out something for I'm gonna do color LED and the same kind of thing, but
oh shit,
just to where I can do different colors, and different colors represent different things. Green, red, yellow.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It comes with a territory down here because if something comes blowing in here and knocks our electricity out for a week, it's sort of like people live in the cities and stuff up in the northern states and out away from the area of the coast. Their lights go out for overnight or an ice storm.
Right.
But then we talk about the shit hitting the fan scenario. Well, it is sort of like shit hits the fan. Why? Because the gas stations down here don't work. Why? The electricity's out at the grocery stores. It's fucking kind of chaotic not to have fucking certain things, I see people having fucking physical fights at the gas stations before the storm even gets here because they're trying to get ahead of each other in the fucking lines.
Yeah, and the store is about to shut down. They've been mandated. You've got 30 minutes to get gas because they're going to be shut down all across the state. You're like, oh fuck, I gotta go. Yeah, I've been there in South Carolina. I'm like, motherfucker, I just want 10 gallons of gas. I gotta fight for it, And then eventually I've been there where the convenience store comes out, they shut off the pumps, and I was like, sorry folks, that's it. Man, everybody's fucking pissed. There's a line. What the fuck?
Yeah, right after the storm. When they
I've got
closed,
children.
During Katrina, when Katrina was blowing in, there was an option for everybody that wanted to leave and evacuate the city to evacuate. But after a certain time, you couldn't leave. You couldn't leave.
Yeah.
You're a hostage. And when the power goes out and the water goes out and it stays off like it did in my neighborhood down there for a month. Could you imagine that? A month without electricity and running water?
Yeah, I did about 2 weeks of it.
Yeah, people were on the fringes, I mean, it was crazy.
Yep. And I mean, even bigger, we've seen the disparity inherited in the system. So I lived in a freaking apartment complex, it was mid-tier range kind of shit. It was kind of run down, but it was huge. Everybody lived there and worked there. And then across the street were all these like rich beautiful mansion, like some, neighborhoods, these developments. People had fucking, sports cars and shit. And we sat there for 2 weeks, with no power. We couldn't leave because everything was flooded too. So, they couldn't leave either. But after about a week or so, boom, lights came on over there. I'm like, what the fuck? They got lights? Hey, cool. That means our light's going to come back on. Yeah, they're turning on the light. We sit there for like another week. In the dark, looking at their lights, going, what the fuck, man? Really? Fuck us, huh? Give them power first. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh shit. Welcome to the system, baby. Welcome to the system.
Oh, it sucks, It's like to this day, the reason that I moved out of New Orleans is because of the pumping system. It means that the pumping systems inside that city run 24 hours a day, pumping water out.
Yeah, no shit. Yep.
And the majority of them are over 100 years old.
Right.
Which means that there's not substantial pumps in New Orleans right now. If a hurricane came in, there's not substantial amounts of pumps. It couldn't pump the water out. That means the city would be lost. And during Katrina, the state legislators and the governor actually considered just giving up on New Orleans and abandoning the whole city. Yeah. It was on the table for them to just say, okay, let the hell with it, let it go, And on what they call out east, in East New Orleans, there's still vast swaths of land out there to where there ain't nothing but foundations and no houses and no businesses or nothing out there. It's like crazy. Streets and sidewalks with no houses or nothing for like miles, because they don't want to put back into the infrastructure,
I understand this, and I see the because the Dutch had the same problem. The Dutch and of course all your like Indo-Asian countries, that are on the fucking oceans and all that, they deal with this all the time. The land just the ocean takes the land back and keeps it for a while. It's just, there you go. That's the welcome to your environment, right? And so places like that in New Orleans or Louisiana, right? They're fighting so hard, like the Dutch. You've seen the Dutch system of levees and pumps and all that shit. Of course, you heard the story about the kid that stopped the leak by putting his finger in the dike. Yeah, right. Your favorite, yeah. But and so everybody is like, how the fuck do we get rid of this water? Oh, okay, let's pump it out. Well, what happens, man? What happens if there's no way to pump it out? Oh shit!
Yeah, they're 100-year-old. They're a 100-year-old system right there in that city. The city's got about 500,000 residents inside of it. It's a bowl. It's below sea level. It's below sea level.
Look at Venice. There's they just keep building up. They're like, we're not going to leave, but I guess we'll just have to move up. There's absolutely like a whole city submerged underwater, just sitting there. It's like, at what point do you just let nature take its course and be like, yeah, that's the way it is? Figure it out. It's a hard lesson, right? It's a hard lesson. It's like, well, we did this for fucking 30, 40 years. I guess we better just call it quits.
Oh yeah, there's fucking so many places down here in Louisiana that used to be. You can go down there and see the concrete structure and stuff that's left from the certain little cities and towns, but the cities and towns no longer exist. They're not there.
Yeah, it's crazy. South Carolina was all about they tried to fight because South Carolina coast changes constantly. The whole demographics of it, right? The geology of it changes just drastically, from time to time. And so they had this whole beach nourishment program. They built fucking reefs out there. They submerged all the fucking old school buses and built a reef, 3-mile reef, 10-mile reef, so to stop all this shit. And they just kept building back the beach erosion with these massive earth movers and shit. Right. And they build rocks. That's cool. Like they would build the rocks out, as breaks, and they did all that too. Right. And concrete and all that shit. To stop the water erosion from areas, but you would still see it. You'd just be walking down the beach and there's somebody's fucking stairwell.
There's a marker
15 foot long. Somebody's deck,
There's a marker down there. There's a marker down in Panama City area, and where the beach, back when I was a little kid, the beach was actually 50 yards wider. So they've lost about 50, 60 yards of beach over, half a century.
Yeah.
Eventually the ocean will win.
Yep. You just got to move with it, right? I mean, there's so many like stories too. Like we had Hugo on the East Coast, and that rewrote the map. Literally, it just boom. Your house is now under 30 feet of water. It's going to stay that way for 10 years. Yeah, it's not moving. It's not coming. It's not going to recede. Sorry, you get 30 years of submersion. Can you last that long?
I had a two-story building. That had about 11-foot tall average walls on the bottom side of the building. And whenever Katrina came in and made landfall, the next morning I had 9 feet of water in the bottom of my building. 9 feet. And it stayed there for about 2 or 3 days. And finally, after about a week, they managed to pump all the water out. And then I was without electricity and utilities there for a month, maybe, like a month.
Right. So at what point does the city say, you know what, you shouldn't build there?
I got a blonde bimbo stripper girlfriend, and she's staying with me, and she's saying, "You just can't have enough bleach, can you?" I was like, "No."
I mean, yeah. I mean, I've seen demolition, like these money making houses, right? And you see them on the beach, man. They're like 3 stories tall, And this is a house. It got full garage. Everything's on stilts. It's got a swimming pool, right? All this shit. And you go there for a week, or you and your family, right? Just getting dismantled by a fucking backhoe. It's like, sorry, it's the 3rd time this fucking flooded here. It's time to cut our losses and haul ass, right?
My dad had a retirement vacation house down in Destin Beach, and I went down with him after the storm. I went down with him, and there was nothing there. The street was completely covered in sand, and the only thing sticking up out of the ground where the house was at was a couple of wooden nubs, what used to be pylons, and a slab. Everything else was gone. All of it, everything.
Reclaimed. Yeah.
Nothing was there. I seen a whole entire house, that had the foundation still attached to it, the slab, where they use those hurricane tie downs.
Yeah.
The whole slab and the whole house, including the roofing shingles and the siding, was out in the sound down there at Navarre Beach. The whole house.
Right.
Just floating around, just sitting out there in the middle of the sound, just sitting there.
Yeah, we have houses. We have 20 miles of fucking beach, the Grand Strand, and there's just your house is scattered throughout the whole beach.
Yeah.
That's congratulations. Yeah, you win. And guess what? It's going to stay like that for 5 years. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. That's Mother Nature for you. But I mean, they try, right? We try to fucking fight back the tides. And, you know, at what point do you just accept it? Like, all right, cool. I mean, look at the what is the river Euphrates, the Nile, right? It's receding and you're finding all this shit. You know, it's an archaeological fucking treasure trove.
What's the towns and cities over there that they flooded when they made that big reservoir over there close to Egypt?
No, we did it too. Hoover Dam.
Oh yeah. Hey, you know, in Tennessee, the Percy Priest Dam. You know, there's a whole entire city down underneath that lake in Percy Priest.
Fuck.
Whole city down there. I remember when I was a kid, my dad was working in the area. I remember when I was a kid that there was a town right where Percy Priest Lake is to this day. There was a whole town down there. And some of the roads, some of the streets around there still go through the lake. You get on this side of the lake and you're on the street and you ride around the lake and go on that other side and the same street comes out of the lake on the other side.
Can you imagine that? GPS takes you down that way.
Oh yeah.
Turn right at the lake.
Yeah, turn right, hook up the boat. The boat? What fucking boat? You know.
What up, Enlightened Prepper? Trent, what's up?
Well, that depends.
Yeah, he done got his nap in. He power napped on us.
Exactly, Mr. President.
And there was probably chocolate cake involved and hot chocolate milk.
What was it? Homemade ravioli. You know,
you're right.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah. Oh Lord, I would have took a nap too.
And you were probably surrounded by other freaking monsters, you know, that are just sleeping on top of you.
Exactly, and of course one is snoring as always.
Why are you moving, Daddy? Go back to bed.
Exactly.
I made a fresh pot of Bustelo, so I'm good to go.
There you go.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh yeah. I'm pretty good.
So did I miss the revolution?
Oh yeah, you missed it. Yeah, nothing happened actually.
Okay, I was going to say it never took place.
Nope. The theory did not hold water and did not progress past first stage.
Figured that. Yeah.
It's like, damn. The scientific formula was applied and everything. Even all the literal bullshit, overviews and hell, fucking, you could probably do pie charts, but get the flow charts. It never got past the fucking introduction.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought after the first 3 hours.
Right?
Karen did make a good point by just going down to the damn asylum and get some retards and tell them to push the button.
Oh God.
Okay. So,
we're still gonna try. All right. So what is up, Trent? You're good to go. What, you got some more wood to do tomorrow?
Well, that depends if we get rain or not.
Yeah. So all eyes to the skies. Yeah.
Yep. I'd like to finish up the pile at crash site number 2.
All right. Yep.
And then move back to crash site number 1.
Yep.
And get that done.
I see your strategy. Hell yeah.
Yeah. And then go to crash site number 3 and cut some rounds and move them to the drying stage and then see what happens.
Boom. Yeah. Finish it off. Boom. Done.
Yep.
Let the process do its thing.
Yep. And all of the what I call the waste from splitting, all of that becomes kindling.
The slabs. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll, hang those on a rack in one of the bins and let that dry for kindling.
And did you get? Oh yeah. How about this one? Did you get any fat wood?
No, I didn't, because the pine is up front and haven't messed with it since it's been there, and that's been sitting there for 2 years, so it's probably dried out now. But I did get some last year from some.
Okay. Yeah. That is.
Yeah.
Got to start a fire. Got to have some good fuel.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's everywhere. All right, kindling.
Yep. So that's the goal. Hopefully I can get some more this week. I'm gonna see if I can get some time in and hopefully get at least another half a cord cut and stacked.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Hey,
hell yeah, dude.
Did Shad give you that barrel yet? He ain't brought it to you after last night. Said he's got a barrel.
He did not.
I have to check it.
He has to find it first.
Yeah, I gotta find it. I gotta confirm I actually have it.
Exactly.
I gotta dig it out. Yeah.
I don't practice it anymore, but I used to have one of those big 55 gallon. And like you said, but I would take that little small limb cuts and I would drop them down inside that barrel till I got that barrel full of wood. And then, believe it or not, I would just go along every once in a while and pour burnt motor oil over the top of it on that barrel. And I would use that to start my outside fires. My bonfires, my debris fires and stuff. Yeah,
right.
Go right. Just get it done.
Yeah, I've got a stack of wood piled up in the fire pit up front that I need to burn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still do that. I got a bucket that I got a few pieces of wood in that I dump burnt motor oil in just to get my bonfire going. If I got a free fire, just to light a couple of pieces of that, and it really helps, instead of pouring that damn diesel and all that shit on there.
I have a bonfire starter thing I make. Excuse me.
Same here.
I take an old like paper towel, the inside of it, the cardboard piece.
Yeah.
And I take that, and I might use a paper towel. I might use cotton. I don't know. I lay that out and I just cover it with fucking petroleum jelly.
There you go.
And then I wrap it up and I put it in the middle of that thing, that paper towel roll, and then I wrap that all in wax paper, and that's it. That's it. There you go. There's your fire starter. I could literally take a very, very minute strike with a freaking flintlock or ferro rod.
Yeah.
Boom. It's on fire. Or I can take a lighter. Boom. It's on fire, and this thing will burn for like forever.
Nice.
And it's a big fire. It's a nice big fire, and that's how you start your bonfires. And I tested it. I gave some to a friend of mine who went to the lake. I forget the lake's name here. Everybody goes to, but basically that's where they party, right? And they watch the Browns game and all that shit, and But yeah, and they have bonfires by the lake. It's fucking badass. Everybody pulls their lawn chairs out and just hangs out, playing music, drinking, smoking, whatever they do. Right?
Nice.
Watching the game, whatever. Kids running around, all kinds of shit. And he said, "Yeah." He's like, "Confirmed." He's like, "I want more." And he used 3 of them. And he started 3 fucking bonfires. I was like, "Hell yeah!" So these things are badass. So there's ways to start fire. My surefire way to start a fire is a road flare. Fire. If you absolutely positively need fire, road flare. And then watch out.
Exactly.
Wear some gloves, maybe some glasses. It's going to splatter.
Hey, and a tire off of a passenger car will indeed get a good fire going.
Oh, fuck yeah. But if you absolutely need a fire, structure fire, set a tire on fire and roll it in there.
Yeah.
Just wait. It'll burn. It'll burn everything.
Yeah.
Watching the Browns games, right? Yeah. If you're watching Browns games, there's definitely antidepressants involved. Yeah, no shit.
I pushed a big pile of logs up with my excavator one time, and I said, I found a couple of old pickup truck tires
There you
on
go.
the lot that I cleared.
I use
And I
my
just
bark
stuck 'em in that-
wood for mulch.
I stuck them in that pile, man, and when I lit that, man, I'm thinking, damn, that's hot. You couldn't even get next to it with the excavator. I was like, shit, I don't want to burn my shit up, but I thought somebody was surely going to call the fire department because the damn smoke that when you light that tire, it's that
Just
smoke.
black. Yeah.
That black and thick smoke.
Yeah.
You want a signal fire? Just light a damn passenger tire. They'll know
Yep.
exactly where you're at.
I worked at a rubber roofing product plant, and so we had barrels of this crap. I mean, crap, and it had. You think about it, mineral spirits for one. That's highly flammable. Highly.
Yeah.
High flash point. So we had to watch sparks. We had to watch all kinds of weird shit, right? Because that shit will ignite. And then we had rubber, lots and lots of different types of rubber. And so they would make all this, and not to mention all these other calcium bicarbonate. That's kind of like one of the main ingredients. All these other stuff. We had what's the shit? The Fireball. The ethylglycol or whatever. Ethylglycol. Yeah, ethylglycol. We had barrels of that, and but there was always this leftover shit slab, this gunk, and so that to get rid of it, because you got to clean out the tanks, you got to clean the shit out, put it somewhere. Right. So they put it in 55-gallon barrels and just stored it all over the place. And this stuff it's got motor oil in it. It's got fucking rubber. And you take a drop of it and put it on the ground and light it and just instant flame. Holy fuck.
Right.
And it burns forever. Yeah.
Tell us about the infamous forklift incident again, Mr. Man.
No. We had hydraulic fluid too, and so one of these pallets of calcium bicarbonate. It's pretty huge. It's a lot. It's probably like 1,500 pounds. So it's a lot, right? It's a special. It's wrapped and everything. We would stack them 3 high. We could only move them 2 high, or 1 at a time. So to save on time, you would try to pick up 2, right? And that's pushing the limit. 3, no way. 2 fucking heavy, 2 massive. And sometimes you would have to move the stack and that shit, And so me being industrialist, I was like, you know what? I just need to move this whole 3-pack stellate. The 3-pack, whatever. It's stack 3 high. It's up to the fucking roof. And the roof is like 30 feet high. And I just need to move it over left to about 2 inches. So I stick the forklift blades underneath it just enough. And my plan is to lift it up 3 inches and move it over about 2 or 3 inches to the left. I went to pick it up and I hit the gas and all that, and pop, everything popped. And the whole stack come falling down. crashing. It didn't. It started. It could have turned over, but it didn't. But it destroyed a lot of bags too, because I dropped it from such a like 3-inch height.
Wow.
Something like 5,000 pounds just hit the ground all of a sudden, and my now my forklift is stuck under this stack of pallets, and I've got hydraulic fluid everywhere. I've blown all the hydraulics are gone, and now I've got to clean it all up. It's all over me. It's in my face. It's everything. Yeah. Yeah, but because of that, we got a brand new forklift, and they thank me for that.
Exactly.
Right.
Nice.
There's my story. Yeah.
Yeah, the old infamous hose failure. I've had that moment.
Yeah. I use bark from split wood for mulch. Oh yeah, I get my mulch from the tree trimmers for free. They bring me truckloads.
Damn. No shit.
Yeah, the guys that contract with the power company.
Yeah.
They trim trees, and I caught them a couple years ago, 2 years ago, and I said, "What do y'all do when your truck's full?" He said, "Find somewhere to dump it." I said, "Bring it here. I got spots." I got 3 truckloads.
Wow, badass.
Yeah. So when I start putting up my structure in the back, I'll move 2 piles of it back there to cover the ground and everything. So
I had a guy about 2.5 months ago that said he was going to cut a tree down, and would I come up there with my excavator and just pick it up and put it on his little 16-foot trailer. And I did this, and I told him, I said, well, I'm not going to be responsible for any damages. So I get a hold of this big ass tree trunk that's probably about 12 feet long, and it's about 2.5 feet in diameter. My damn boom on my excavator's kind of wiggling as it is, and it's tippy toeing trying to pick it up. And right when I got it over the top of this trailer, a bolt, one little bolt on my excavator gave way, and that damn log landed on his 16-foot trailer, and now his tires are bowed out. It just bent the hell out of it. And I said, well, I had to drop it from like 12 inches up off the top of the trailer. It let go, So, I mean, wood's kind of dangerous,
Yeah, I've seen logging incidents that were not good.
same here.
Yeah.
I do that.
Why is the truck sideways?
I do that a lot. I go down, people call me sometimes like Trent, and they say, hey, I got 4 trees I done dropped on my property. And I go down there and just kind of consolidate them, bring them all up in one area so they can process them in one spot instead of having to move everywhere.
Right.
And that's just kind of dangerous, Trees are damn dangerous.
Yeah.
A good green tree, that sucker's heavy, man. That's a heavy piece of wood right there.
Yes,
I've
indeed.
seen one crush a bulldozer. Yeah. Nobody was in it, but yeah, it crushed a bulldozer. Felt it too. Oh my God. Amazing. Big boom. Big bada boom.
Yeah. I got some trees to fell. I'll probably do that this fall before the snow flies. Once the leaves are off of them.
Yeah, and then you see what you're doing.
Yep.
A buddy of mine up in Wisconsin, he's doing that too. And he said he saved himself the trouble. He was trying to get me to come up there and run the machine. And I said, well, you can handle it, but it's cheaper just to go down here to the rental, buy rent an excavator and go in there and pull them all out at once and just put them in a pile. That's what he wanted me to do. And I was like, man, I'm not coming all the way to Wisconsin to handle 10 trees, But
right.
I don't know. I just think that you know, I think you could, you know, you could rent that damn log splitter out, Trent, make you a little capital. Just tell them it's for rent. Firewood for
That's
sale.
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you got to be prepared to do maintenance and repair on it, and basically treat it as a, you need two of them. That's what you need. You need one for yourself and one to rent out, because they're going to destroy it. you know
Yeah,
that. You know
that's
that.
true.
Something's going to go
Absolutely.
wrong. Something's going to go wrong, right? And you'll be like, fuck, man, you broke my shit. Damn, dude.
Right.
All right. And so, now you got to fix it and put it back out there in service.
Yep.
So I wouldn't be renting it out. If I just had one, I wouldn't be renting it out.
No, mine stays here.
Yeah, this is mine. This is the properties.
Yes, especially since I just put a new engine on that thing.
Right.
And there's a lot
I got
of
skin in the game here.
Exactly.
There's a lot of
Literally.
cowboys. There's a lot of what we call cowboys out there. If you ever let them once get on a piece of equipment or in a dump truck or something,
Yep.
it seems like every time they come in the driveway with something that's broke. I told
Yeah.
somebody I've had that excavator since 1986, and nothing ever major's ever been tore up on it, and I intend on keeping it that way. Every time
Right.
you blow a damn hydraulic hose, it costs you $200, so I know that much.
Well, they totaled the forklift that I was on because it exceeded $1,500 in repair.
Right.
It's like,
Right.
oh shit! Just the lines alone was going to cost us like $600.
Yeah.
And on top of all that, right? So now and of course it's got to be serviced. It's got to be brought up to spec. There's specs involved, and there's all that shit, right? So they're like, yeah, you might as well just get rid of this fucking thing. So we kept it.
Yep.
It
Right.
still works. Like, we did our own fucking kind of work to it, and it still works. It's still being used. But just don't pick up anything heavy. This is for small shit.
Right. And I'm getting ready to get me a mini skid steer.
Yeah, you talking about the skid steer? I've seen. I now that you mentioned them, I was like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, because I seen some at work here. I seen one is like it looked like you got little walls on the side, and you've got a little place to put your feet, and you got handlebars and all kinds of shit up front, and that's how you run.
Right. Yep.
It's like a motorcycle, but it's a track.
Exactly.
Them machines, like I said, my excavator, believe it or not, man, it sets weeks at a time. It never moves, and sometimes I just go over there and crank it up just to be able to just charge the battery on it. But it does a lot of setting. If you don't have any use for it, it's going to be set, so you kind of
I got plenty work. That's why I need the skid steer. And I'm getting all the attachments, the forks, the grapple.
That's crazy. That's
bucket.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah,
I
get
got
that
work to
pincher
do.
bucket. Get that pincher bucket, where you can grab a hold of shit without getting off of it every time.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yep.
Mine, I put chain hooks on my boom on mine because it didn't come with chain hooks where you can hook something, where it's got a place to actually hook it.
Right.
And,
Oh,
that was
yeah,
really
because you
good.
can throw a chain on anything and just pull it right out.
Yeah.
Yep.
I pick half-ton pickup trucks up and put them up on trailers with it, just by hooking a chain,
Oh,
And
shit.
then people don't think the seat belts are very strong, but I scrapped an old half-ton pickup truck off somebody's property a couple of weeks ago, And they said, "How you gonna load it up?" I said, "I pulled the seat belts out the passenger window and the driver's window and hooked my chain to the seat belts and picked it up and put it on a trailer. That's how strong them seat belts are, you know."
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, fucking crazy. It's fun. Excavators, I ain't gonna knock nobody trying to get a hold of an excavator because they're fun as hell. You know, that's your hydraulic muscle.
Yeah.
It's just got to have tracks on it for me. It's got to have tracks. It can't have tires. You know,
Right.
all them
Yeah.
old tires. You can get
Tracks
a deal.
for sure.
Trent, you can shop that around, Trent, and you can get a deal on an skid steer that has tire skid steer. But then you can get the adapter to where you can put the track on it on the tire, and you can save money by doing that. You can buy the change the track that goes on the tires. The tires carry the track, and sometimes you can save yourself a pretty good chunk of money by going with one of those units and just putting tracks on it like that. You know, where
Okay.
you don't get
I know that Cat Industries, you know, they make cats.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've got a fucking all kinds of things, man. Accessories for everything.
Yep.
Yeah. They the most
Anybody.
expensive product on the market.
That's
Caterpillar.
yeah. I was gonna say Caterpillar. Yeah, Caterpillars are, but they're badass. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I had a 977K, which is a huge machine. It weighed 125,000 pounds.
Damn.
And it's just a monster. And it was a Caterpillar. But I'm gonna tell you something right now. Every time something would break on that bitch, it cost $1,000. No matter what it was, $1,000.
Right.
Yeah, oil change, $1,000. You know what I mean? Filters, fuel filters, service, $1,000. You know, I was like, fuck Caterpillar. I got me a Yanmar. Trent, an old Yanmar.
Yeah.
And Yanmar is a damn good quality built product. It don't matter. Mine was built. My Yanmar, I got a 230 Yanmar mini. It's a mini track hoe, but it's not mini. You can't pull it with a half-ton pickup truck. You got to have at least a 1 ton and a good trailer to haul it. But it's not tiny and it's not big. It's just mid-size. But
Right.
fuck, I bought it back in 1986, and I think I gave like fucking $7,000 for it, and it came completely rebuilt and re-overhauled when I bought it, and it was cheap. You know, the tracks. I put tracks on it about a year ago. That's like $20-something $100 just for the tracks, but they're rubber. But the Yanmar, man, is a decent piece of equipment. People go out here and look at them Kubotas and stuff. I'm not knocking it, but the Yanmar, that's the only piece of equipment that John Deere ever endorsed was the Yanmar, you know. And John Deere still runs Yanmar. You know, you think you got a John Deere piece of equipment, but it's a Yanmar. It was made in China, made in Japan. But they're cheap and they're very stout machines. And if I had my choice between a skid steer or a used mini track hoe, I would get the used mini track hoe. I just would. Because I do excavating with it too. I do grade lots. I grade driveways. I move stuff with it that a skid steer can't even get to. So it's whenever I'm sitting in the seat of it, I got my thumb. I made my own thumb special. I can reach over there with my bucket and grab a hold of a passenger car and grab a hold of it and pick it up and put it up on top of a trailer. You know, it's compact.
Right.
You know, the boom has a 90-degree turn on each direction, which means that not only does the machine swivel around, it has articulated track. It can turn its own track, but it has a 360-degree swivel on the main body, but on the boom itself, I can still swing it back 90 degrees in each direction too. So it's like a samurai sword. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
But I would choose a mini excavator with a pincher. It's a thumb when it comes with a thumb on it where you can grab stuff. I would
Yeah.
choose an excavator over that because it's an awesome machine. You know, you look around, a lot of people's gone to that. They've gone to where you say, "What's them people got that excavator for down there?" You know, because it's more handy. You can load a truck with it. You can pick shit up with it. You know, you can dig trenches with it. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. But a skid steer is kind of limited. You know what I mean? It's limited unless you buy a whole lot of accessories. I can buy a 48-inch mulching head for mine, and I can buy a brush hog head for it. I can get all that stuff for my excavator, a bush hog, everything, all of the
Right.
attachments.
That's the same with this one I'm looking at. I mean, it'll
Yeah.
take all the attachments. Comes with the bucket, but
Yeah.
I want to get the pincher and I want to get the forks.
Yeah, you can get the backhoe attachment too. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
got that little backhoe attachment.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah. Yeah, they were putting in like some kind of like communication lines, and they're just digging it with this fucking little mini backhoe on a skid steer, walking. He's just walking. He's having a good time too. He's
Right.
running into the ditches. Boom, grab this, dig this hole. They're throwing line down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. I get that a lot. So, because my helpers sometimes when they help me, they say, "You're going to have to pick this up because we can't pick this up." You know,
Oh shit.
it's just, you know, it's handy.
And
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's handy.
Pick up heavy thing, put it over there. I mean, it's simple,
Yeah.
right? How do you do that? Well, yeah, if you got equipment, hell yeah.
yep. So
Easy day.
yep. I got the green light on that. So
Oh shit.
exactly.
It's your American right. It's your American right, ladies and gentlemen, to go in debt as far as you want to. And it's also your American right to file bankruptcy.
Right.
You go
It's
bankrupt.
all fake
No,
anyways.
that's
You
just
might as well
Batman.
live it up.
So you
Yeah.
gotta paint it. You gotta paint it with a Batman theme.
Oh, you know I am.
Like all black,
You know that. Yes.
different colors of black, different textures. See, that's kind of like what I wanted to do with the truck. Is like a mixture of like, fucking that armored fucking, what is it called? Rhino liner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rhino liner and black
Yep.
matte black paint. You know.
Yep.
And just, like strip it. You know, and it would. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen a truck. I've seen it somewhere. You would fucking dig it. It's like a big SUV. I don't know what it was, but I seen it. It was different types of black,
Huh.
and it was done in a camouflage pattern. Like whatever. I don't know the name of the camouflage pattern, but it was something like say woodland camo, right?
Right. Right.
And it's done with different types of black.
Nice.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Yeah. That works.
I can hardly wait, Trent. We can be excavator buddies. We can be excavator buddies. And then what I get everybody on is my damn excavator's got a 6-foot bulldozer blade on the front of it. You know what I mean? Because it can do dozer work.
Right. What's going on, KP?
Yeah, he says these nuts.
I'm sure.
These nuts. By the way, I had to research this. The Old Norse is let me get it right. Ein min istus means these nuts.
Okay.
In Viking, mine istus.
These nuts sound better.
Yeah, it actually translates to my testicles.
I tried talking about nut tea last night, but Mad Shed said he wasn't gonna have no part of it.
No, thank you.
Right.
Is it really? Oh, bam, Spike. So the new Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan is like 80 years old now,
Yep.
bro.
He is.
I watched the other movie. I forget. He was like, it was obvious his character was an aging ex-Secret Service of the freaking Beijing secret police or some shit.
Was it about his daughter got kidnapped or something?
Yeah. It was
Yeah, that's a
basically
good
like
movie.
Taken. Yeah, it was like a Jackie Chan version of Taken.
Correct.
What if you took Jackie Chan's daughter? Oh fuck.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, he was like 60 something years old in that movie.
Yep. That was a good movie.
What's that Jackie Chan movie where him and the black guy from
Chris Rock.
Yeah.
Oh god,
And
yeah.
Chris Rock says somebody keeps kicking me in the head. You know, he kept getting kicked in the head. You know, and he could tell where
Yeah.
it was coming from.
Ooh, girl, you fat, pretty hot and tempting.
Yeah.
All right, you're left unsupervised. I'm gonna get something to drink.
Yeah.
Just like he said, you're the only brother I know that has a damn what was it? A Chinese restaurant, a Chinese soul food restaurant on Crenshaw.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yep. I'm so tired. We've been getting rain every day, probably for the last 2 months.
Man,
Stupid.
I wish I had about 3 days of it. Just 3 days of good soaking rain, and I'd be happy.
Right.
I see people out here cutting their dust every day.
I know that's right. I'm trying to do work and can't get nothing done because it's raining.
Yeah. How's your yard and everything? You got a pretty much dirt soil yard, or is it kind of you got rocks hiding underneath it, or how is that?
Oh no, we got dirt that's rich. My garden looks like the freaking Amazon jungle.
That's good.
I copy Amazon jungle.
Yeah, the COO was out there yesterday picking tomatoes and jalapenos and green peppers.
Wow. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I thought about doing something here where I live at.
Right.
I thought about throwing out some beans.
Yep.
You know, you can buy them, and they just take off. You know,
Yes.
they climb and they produce wherever wherever you throw them.
Right.
I thought about doing that. Little guerrilla gardening.
There you go.
You know,
Jack and the Beanstalk shit, huh?
I seen it like they're everywhere in South Carolina. You could just be walking through the swamp and boom, there's a fucking bean bush. Oh shit, that's huge. Yeah. And then of course people grow them in their gardens and got the lattice and all that, so beans are super easy around. They love that fucking soil and the constant fucking baking sun.
Yep.
And birds love them, right? So, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
But what that also does is that also attracts, scavengers and foragers.
Yep.
Your deer, a lot of other things, right? Birds, of course, they'll tear into it. So there you go is like another what garden provides, so to speak.
Yep.
They also can provide meat for you. Right?
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
Chat.
one.
Throw traps around your shit and get a rabbit,
There you go.
Next time you plant some carrots, have a little trap here and there, boom. You'll hear it squealing in the middle of the night.
Send Titus out there to bring it in the house.
Well, yeah. Go retrieve. Retrieve
Exactly.
dinner. And he's like,
Exactly.
"Ooh, I got me a bloody bunny. Put it on the grill. Put it on the grill."
Right.
I'll tell you
Hell yeah.
something that surprised me one time, and I grew a couple of big clusters of them, and that was peanuts, man.
Peanuts.
People-
Yeah, peanuts, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
peanuts.
I just throwed some raw peanuts that was in the shell in a garden and just left them alone. And I'm telling you right now, man, there's a lot of damn peanuts come out of there, you know. And it was just easiest crop I ever grew was a peanut.
No shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tomatoes. Tomatoes, same way. Throw that
Yep.
shit in the swamp. Throw it anywhere. It's gonna go. It's gonna
gonna
take
grow.
off. You give it enough water, it'll soak that water right up. Boom, you got tomatoes. Of course, you're gonna have to beat the birds to it. I mean, they're gonna destroy it. They're gonna be like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Tomato, a deer. I mean, but yeah, your birds will descend upon it and destroy it, just unfruit it. So unless you get there, within the while the feast is happening and get one that's got like just a beak hole in it.
Hey, I threw some watermelon rinds. I threw some watermelon rinds to some cows I had one time, man.
Oh
And then
yeah.
just a few months later, I'm down there cutting a little bit of the grass and ran over a watermelon. And I was like, damn. And then I got to looking, and there was watermelons everywhere. There was like 50 watermelons down there in the field, you know?
My watermelon patch just went berserk.
Oh, yeah.
We're probably gonna end up with like 50 watermelons.
Wow.
What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with them?
Yeah, Spike. I've done the same thing, allegedly.
I'm gonna try to eat as many as I can.
So Obama, Spike, and me had the same childhood. That's another idea too. Is like find a tree and throw a rope up there and put a potted plant up there.
Yep.
And there it is. And you can lower it down, trim it. If it bears fruit, you pick the fruit, throw it back up there. But then you got this forest of ropes going down to the bottom, ropes and buckets everywhere. So it's a bit of an operation, right? But you could conceal it if you wanted to, but it's on your own property. Who gives a fuck, right? So right. Have your buckets, water down there. Maybe some snips, and just walk around the fucking forest that you've got potted plants up in the trees.
Ziploc.
Yep.
But I mean, that's how I learned about it as a kid. Zombie, right? So I'm just saying the other applications.
I always had the best luck
shit. Here we go.
with the most obvious location, and then I can't say that I haven't cultivated a few plants, but it's in the ones I got away with was the ones that was in the most obvious place. They'd say, boy, that sure looks like what I think it is. I say, no, it ain't. It's a wild weed. I just hadn't cut it, People would,
Well, I remember the practice of, once again with the weed, but it can also be applied to other species of plants. Okay. Let me just make that. This is why I'm putting it out there. And that's the context, is that if you had a really good strain, like this was the best strain, but you wanted to put it in the ground and let it do its thing. Right. So the biggest problem is deer. Deer love that shit, and they will eat the fuck out of it. They'll have a feast. They'll tell their friends, and everybody will show up and just eat your weed. Really good stuff, because they can smell it. It totally intoxicates them. They love it. And what you do, and what they would do, is they would put the lesser strain of weed in a big concentric circle for a big wide path of just this skunk weed. Right? Grow that shit. Easy to grow. It's nothing. It's bullshit. That's what the deer are going to eat, and your stuff in the middle stays relatively, unscathed. Unless you get a freaking rut. And then if you know what a rut is, that's the party. That's a deer party.
Right.
That's when they riot. They show up in fucking hundreds, if not thousands, and just party in a field, fight and other things, procreate. But yeah, I mean, you could do the same thing with, I don't think about it, cucumbers maybe, or, so if you wanted to hide your garden, or if you just wanted to procreate your garden and just like, I like the idea of the food forest,
Yep.
And I started experimenting, on some land, and it kind of worked. I had 3 things growing. I had the beans. Now this was basically a grove next to a fence that they used to be shrubbery, and I had to cut it all down.
Okay.
And rip it out. They didn't want it anymore. I was like, hey, can I just can I start a little garden here? Yeah, okay. And through the ruins of the shrubbery that they had, I planted beans, green beans. That just took off. Just boom. Right. And then under that I had blackberries.
Nice.
And they were vining, right? They're everything's climbing, everything's grabbing hold of each other. I mean, you could be picking a green bean and get hit by the thorns of the blackberry. Like, oh, fuck you. Get that too. So, and I tried in tomatoes. And obviously everybody knows that they love that shit, that acidic, sandy soil. And yeah, it's so easy to fucking grow tomatoes in South Carolina.
Right.
It's like, boom, here you go. I used to do it with like fish. I'd go fishing a lot, and I'd take those carcasses, put it in the ground, boom, tomato plant.
Right. Exactly.
My daughter lives up in North Carolina, and that's what her big thing is tomatoes. She grows so many tomatoes every year that she can't eat them all.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I have seen balconies here in Cleveland just full of tomatoes, just fucking everywhere. Like, damn.
Nice.
What's up, Tactical Muffin Top? How you doing?
TMT. Well, gentlemen, I'm getting ready to tap out.
Oh man, it's only 1:30.
I know that. And no, you can't do reverse psychology on me because this ain't my live stream. And I know how to push the button.
Here we go. All right. Excuse me. So, all right. Take care of yourself, Trent. Have a good night.
Yes, indeed, bro. I'll talk to y'all, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for hanging out with us, bro.
Absolutely. Keep the world safe, Mr. President. And, you'll be pleasantly surprised when you hear probably about 5 buildings have been dropped by the time the sun comes up.
There we go.
Yes, indeed. Good night, guys.
Good night, bro. Later.
Yep, later.
Don't work too hard. Vision Preparedness, everyone. Trent from Vision Preparedness. Please check out his channel. Check out his Patreon. And he's got swag. He's got affiliates. Check him out.
He's very well connected.
Yep, and he's the prepper Batman. Right. So check him out. Boom. There you go. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I guess winding down. Who else is out here? Nobody. Just me and you, zombie. Me and you.
Is that it?
That's it. That's all we got.
Yeah.
Unsupervised. Oh yeah, garlic. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, like all your spices and herbs grow really fucking easy. You know, I mean, hell, you can grow them in your freaking kitchen. You know, but you just throw them out anywhere.
You got to watch that mint. You plant mint.
These nuts. Thank you, Vision.
That damn mint. that mint gets everywhere, man, and it keeps growing back year after year.
Yeah, mint. Wild mint. It's badass. Yep. I was thinking I had some plans for that too, you know. I could have thrown some wild mint in there. And this fucking it started to hedge itself. I created a hedge out of the remnants of an old hedge that everybody hated. Like the neighbors hated it. Everybody hated this thing.
Oh yeah.
You know, there was like 5 of them in a row. And I fucking chopped that shit down, destroyed it, and planted this new thing. Like, oh yeah, I like the birds. They let it go too. They let it go. They stopped going out there and harvesting, and they just let the birds go after it. They sit on the porch and watch the birds feast on it. I'm like, all right, okay, that's cool.
I brought in some over in the old neighborhood I used to live in a long time ago. Some honeysuckle vine, some good old honeysuckle vine.
Yeah,
you know?
honeysuckle.
My neighbor was fucking furious over that, man. He said, "Man, that's one of the hardest things there is to get rid of is them fucking honeysuckles." You know.
But you know what? Because I've seen this with apidaries. They'll surround their fucking property with honeysuckles, and it makes their because they get honeysuckle honey. It adds a sweetness to it, you know. And then of course you got clover and shit like that. And clover, oh man, clover you can feed animals with that.
Yeah, you know that red clover, it's edible, but don't be eating red clover if you're of the male species because it'll make your testes go away and you might have breast development. It's a testosterone.
Don't eat that.
Yeah, I mean red clover. Red clover is a testosterone killer.
Okay. So don't feed the bulls red clover.
Yeah.
Right. Because it probably works for all species if it's that powerful.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that's right. So green clover, right, is the good shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful. You know, it's like I went down that road in that dark hole of shit, you know, and I said that you just gotta know, and the highest concentration of estrogen is found in horse semen, believe it or not.
Ew.
Really?
Okay. All right.
I
So
couldn't believe it.
so what you're implying here is that they are injecting horse semen into all our food to make us estrogen, make us pussified.
I'm telling you can check them out.
Why not?
You
Why not? I think it's true.
You know,
they probably got a horse semen processing plant that just pumps out this estrogen, right? That infects all male species and makes it estrogen dominant, right?
That and antler has a high count of estrogen in it, but horse semen is really kind of, you know, you want to go change, you want to have some man boobs and all this other stuff going on, just go out there and start giving them damn horses a blowjob or something, and you will see what I'm talking about.
You know what? You just there you go. You just told all the lefties what to do. Now they're going to go out there and blow horses to try to get a sex change.
Save yourself a little time and trouble.
Fish sticks, what's up? Yeah, right. Yeah, high estrogen in males over 30 is a bigger problem than low testosterone. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. I take that's one of the things I do is I take Turk testosterone with Tonga Ali and all that. Then on top of that, I do creatine, of course, my cocoa flavonoids, and then NMN. And my fucking testosterone is like, yes. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it in my testicles. All right, I'm just going to be blunt. I can feel it in my nuts. Hell yeah, you know. I feel good as a man.
If I grow a set of boobs, man, there ain't nobody ever going to see them, and the only person that's ever going to play with them is going to be me.
Yeah, and you'll never leave the house.
No.
You'll never leave the house. What you doing?
Oh,
Playing my
in the
boobs.
mirror. Yeah,
Oh,
fucking. I don't know, man. It's a fucking crazy ass fucking world. It really is, man. And then there is no solution.
there is a solution. We're just,
Yeah.
whether we want to or not. I don't know.
I don't know. I think a lot of people say that, they're too old to fool with it. Their lives are so established in the way they are that they're not going to jeopardize that for any kind of future change. They're just accepting it. They just accept it.
Wow. All right. So let me touch on this. This is why I love Enlightened Prepper. Yeah. So I get a steady diet of anger and rage keeps my hormones in balance. There is something to it, actually. It is. Like the whole concept of you use it or lose it. One of the practices I do from time to time is I go out into the wilderness and scream, roar, rage. So yeah, everybody thinks there's a fucking Sasquatch in their neighborhood. It's just me. But it's a very powerful thing, and I did it. I started doing it in South Carolina at the ocean. I would just go to the ocean and fucking yell. Like for fucking like 20 minutes. Just, tensing my body. It's a workout. It's a workout. And yeah, you could actually take something and pick it up, throw it down, rage at the ocean, right? Rage at the elements. It's kind of a practice. Yeah.
I had rental spaces, storage spaces in New Orleans for a while,
Right on, EP.
And I rented
That's what's up.
I rented a space out to a group called 504 Break, and they would take and they put carpet up inside the storage unit and made it pretty.
They were recording.
Go in there and get hurt.
They made a studio.
They would get people would come in there and pay them to go in there with a sledgehammer, a baseball bat, or something, and take their anger out on a television set.
Oh, they made like a damage room.
Yeah.
No shit.
It was called 504 Break, man. It was pretty cool. And the guy, he would just have. And I told him, I said, I'm not paying extra for you to break TVs and throw them in my trash. So you got to take care of the broken TVs and stuff yourself. So this motherfucker had like fucking big fucking construction bags full of fucking shit, just fucking truckload of it,
Damn, no shit.
Business must be good. But you would hear them down there once. They would have rage music going, and you would hear somebody in there just fucking wailing on a fucking television and a fucking just anything,
Right?
Just fucking going there.
Right.
504 Break. Good dude, man. He was a real good dude.
Yeah, the rage rooms. And I remember watching something about the rage rooms, and they're not really like the people that go there are not really that impressive with their rage. You know what I'm saying? Like it's you've got some like little soy boy that weighs a $1.10, a $1.05, and he's swinging a fucking freaking hammer a fucking big ass hammer that weighs like 7 pounds, smashing a fucking a crate of eggs or something. Like it's like, or a TV, like whatever. They get. That's the thing, is you get to pick and choose your weapon, right? Do I want the sledgehammer? Do I want the axe? Do I want a baseball bat? Do I want a fly swatter? Do I want a chain? Like they got a chain, right? Just whatever you want. Just be destructive. Here's your 30 seconds of destruction, right? Or whatever, 5 minutes of destruction.
Oh yeah, it was hilarious because every once in a while you would hear a really good one go in there, and then then shit would hit the fucking fan, and you would hear that
Ow!
fucking rage music fucking going. You know. It was
Yeah, get
fucking
into
off
it,
the
right?
chain. It was off
The
fucking chain.
release. And you know, yeah.
I always wanted to have a demolition derby fucking car. I want to get some buddies and get a demolition fucking car and do that, you know, at least once.
That's funny. My sister used to work for a demolition derby.
Yeah,
And that's what they did, man.
They had the H circle, the figure 8 fucking RV fucking trailer race, you know, where they're fucking school buses, you know, they got the school bus figure 8s and shit. You know, it's crazy.
Everybody's slamming. You got cars running into them. Boom, boom, boom. Yep.
They don't go forward. They turn around and start hitting each other backwards, you know. They just back
Yeah,
each other.
pieces are falling off of it. Yeah, yeah.
That's fucking some of the best shit I ever seen in my life.
Yeah, my sister's job.
Yeah.
My sister's job, by the way, skull to my sister. Her job was they had like a halftime show kind of thing or intermission, and they had this badass. They took a Volkswagen Beetle Bug, and they put monster truck size tires on it. And her job was to drive it around and chase this other car and it was like a show. That was her job. That, and, you know, she'd come back and handle fucking tickets and all that. You know, everybody's doing something, but that was her job. That's fucking cool. She was the monster truck Beetle driver.
Oh, I love that kind of shit, man. Like, fucking, I used to have a fucking Chevy Chevette 4-door in a 4-cylinder class.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a 4-cylinder class race, you know, and you had to have a 4-cylinder series car, and
Right.
that was so much. It's just like fucking take the fucking glass out, take all the headlights and glass out, and put the gas tank in the back seat and just go. You know, it's fucking just hilarious. You know.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I remember one of my little summer jobs. I worked the pit crew for go-kart races.
Yeah.
And like these things were fucking hauling ass. Yeah. And I worked the pit crew. My job was, I was like 16, whatever. My job was to pick up the freaking the fucking go-kart, pick it up, and they change the tires, whatever, right? And boom, off he goes, fill it up, you know, with gas. So you just pick it up, boom, everybody does their thing, boom, they go. You know, but and that was fun. That was, you know, there's wrecks and all kinds of shit going on there. Lots of rubbing and lots of, you know, you see some fights, you know, because they don't have they don't have any kind of chassis on them, but they're going like fucking 50, 60 miles an hour around this dirt track. But after that, they would do the Odysseys. You know what the Odysseys are? The bigger ones. You know, they got the one blade. They get the one blade on one side because they're making all left turns, and they're just sliding all over the place, sliding at each other, but just fucking hauling ass, you know.
Oh yeah, they got NOLA Speedway down in New Orleans, man, and I spent a lot of time out there running SCCA. I run race cars out there, and they have a go-kart. They got a go-kart track down there that's just completely awesome. And I told myself if any of my constituents ever wanted to get together and have a get-together, like a bug out,
that'd be amazing.
We would go to NOLA Speedway at the go-karts because they're fucking fast. You know.
Yeah.
They're fast. They're not these fucking little sissy ones. These fucking things roll on. You know. And it's a big track. It's a big ass track.
Yeah, Myrtle Beach. There's NASCAR Speed Park, and they have a course. They got a freaking course out there that you run, and yeah, it's you get the fast. I mean, these are like they're Formula One go-karts is what they are. So you're hauling ass down.
Yeah.
Woo, man, it's a rush. You're hauling ass through this curves and all that. You can't fuck up, right? And it costs money to do it. Now, what they do, this is tradition, is that just for shits and giggles, and they get a lot of foreign exchange students, and they all work at these tourist areas in mass, and they work for like 3-4 months, whatever, or the whole season, right? And so they had the little mini bikes, the little 2cc, little mini bikes. And they would throw these grown ass fucking kids, grown ass foreign exchange students on these little bikes, and they would race. It was the funniest fucking shit. People, they'd dress up. They'd have the helmet, and they'd have their flag on it, and all kinds of shit. Whatever. They're running around, just knee, elbows out, knees up. Bumping into each other. Squirting water at each other, running each off the road. I mean, but they're only going like maybe 30 miles an hour,
I acquired, one time in my life, I acquired a Suzuki replica, but it was only 50cc. And I had one of my younger nephews, he's fucking in his 20s, Mad Chad. He's full of fucking piss and vinegar. And he says, Unc, I really want to ride that thing. And when he got through riding it, he said, that thing ain't no joke, is it? I said, no, it ain't. It's exactly like a real one, except it's just a little bitty fucker, And
oh yeah,
I
had some
a little pocket rocket. Little pocket rocket's what they're called, and it was strange. It can run about 65, 70 miles an hour.
That's crazy. I've seen some at the track at the drag races. Yeah. I have, and some of those can fucking fly, dude. They're little as fuck and loud as hell. It's little. It's just like, holy fuck, this dude's beating a car.
Yeah, I got rid of it because I thought somebody was going to get killed on it. It would scream. It would just scream. It was fast.
On the other end of the spectrum, there was I don't know. I'm gonna speak from like my childhood. I had some badass uncles and aunties, and they had a fucking man. They had a boneyard of 1970s sports vehicles of all kinds. And they still had it running. They had 2 mini all-terrain bikes. They were really wide. I forget what they called them, but this thing had a fucking big-ass wheels, almost like balloon wheels, but they're massive knobby tires. Go anywhere, do anything, climb right up a hill, go down a hill, right? It was a big, wide, 2-wheeled mini bike kind of thing. Those things were fun as hell, man. Fun as hell.
Yeah. The first motorcycle that I got when I was a kid I was like 9 years old, maybe 9, and it was a used 125 Enduro motorcycle made for grown-ups. And I had to lean it up against a tree just to take off on it. You know what I mean? I had to lean it up on a tree and get on it.
What's up, Vanessa? I know you. I've seen you. I've seen you. That kid is too big for the motor for the thing. I've seen it in 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers too. Right? It's just this little kid is like, watch this. Hold my Kool-Aid. He is like, fuck, dude.
and then I turned like fucking 14. When I turned right when I turned 14, my first real motorcycle, it was a damn Sportster. It was a 72 Sportster 1000 series Harley Davidson. I rode that at 14.
Wow. I was afraid. I was afraid, and I think actually everybody around me was afraid for me to get into motocross or dirt bike, because everybody was, right? Tennessee, everybody was either dirt bike, but there's also a huge, which I kind of lean towards, is like 3-wheelers and 4-wheelers.
Yeah.
Right. And so
I
I remember having riding the 3-wheelers, and just having all kinds of crazy wrecks, man. This thing would bounce all over the fucking place, throw you everywhere. Right. My brother, he's gotten into the Polaris 4-wheelers. He's got snorkels. He goes in the fucking the river and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? There's gullies. In part of Tennessee I'm from, there are massive gullies, deluge of water. And so these motherfuckers would get down there with everything, bikes, 4-wheelers, and they'd get down at the bottom of the gully and ride straight up, right, a cliff to the top. There's always like a turnover, like a overhanging area, right, on the top. And they just run up that motherfucker and go over it. And fail miserably sometimes, but if you do it just right, you can get it. 4-wheelers and dirt bikes can do it easier because they just move forward up their forks. The 4-wheelers, oh my god! And then they would launch it. Yeah, they would launch it and like free, ghost ride it, like just fall down, boom.
When I was working on Fort Campbell, and I was living up in Hopkinsville. We used to go out on the power lines, where the power lines come through.
That's gnarly fucking country, yeah.
Man,
gnarly country.
Up downhill shit going on up there,
Right? Yeah, gnarly country. Fuck yeah. And imagine somebody's got to walk that or 4-wheeler it. Imagine that, guys. That job. Hey, fuck! I got to run the power line. Fuck.
Who's gonna cut the grass?
Yeah, who's cutting the grass? Somebody get the bush hog out here. Somebody get the bulldozer. This shit is gnarly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching where I live at too, the high power lines, and they build it right over and there's nothing but I'd have to say it's like 8 foot tall, just brush. And there's some thorny shit. There's some blackberries growing in there, but it's all like that 8-high brush. And soon they're going to come through and cut it all down. But it is that's where all the deer are. They running around in there and fucking breaking through, crossing the trail. You're like, oh, what the fuck? Get out of my way. They run back into the brush. But yeah, eventually they're going to come through and they'll fucking clean it all down.
They got gas lines down here. They run gas lines, and you run the gas lines on a 4-wheeler, man. You talking about having some fucking fun, running gas lines. It goes on for miles and miles,
Yeah, right.
I stopped riding a fucking bike not a few years ago because I just can't take a fall. Not at my age, I can't.
Right.
I don't want to take a fall on a motorcycle.
Yeah, it's painful.
Yeah.
Yep.
I ran all over. I rode my motorcycle in New Orleans my whole entire life. Just ride a motorcycle everywhere.
Yep.
And it's liberating.
I agree. I haven't done it in a while. Yeah.
In traffic, in traffic and shit, it's liberating,
Good night, Spike. Good seeing you, bro. Hope to see you more. And yeah. Thank you, bro. It's called.
I had a little my fucking main ride, Mad, was a fucking a really special one. It was called a Honda Metropolitan scooter. Look,
what?
Man, I could ride that thing from one side of the city to the other side of the city in rush hour and beat you there by an hour every time.
Oh yeah. I remember a bunch of us rented scooters, Myrtle Beach. That's a hell of a journey, man. That's a great time. You're just on this fucking scooter, a whole bunch of you. And you're a scooter gang. Scooter gang. Yeah. And it's funny, because we rent them. When I went to Europe, they actually had scooter gangs, scooter biker gangs. Like, what the fuck? They had these little Zoom daps like Italy. I remember Naples, Italy, man.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I mean, the ones I seen were like, imagine rat scooters.
Yeah.
I mean, just
Oh,
pieced together.
they got them.
You know, they got all kinds of shit on it, fucking stickers and tassels and lights, and you're like, what the fuck is this creation? Yeah, but they got a high CC. Yeah, they've got a badass fucking. They've modified the fuck out of it. You know, it's like it's really super loud, and they're all dressed in like leather, and it's like, what the fuck am I looking at here? This is zoomed out biker bang.
They got ruckus gangs, Honda ruckus gangs down here, man, and they trick them out. You know what I mean? They trick them out. They look like fucking crazy ass little fucking motorcycles, but they're fast too. You know, they're just fucking Honda ruckus.
Badass, man. I had the distinct pleasure of being a convenience store clerk in Surfside Beach, which is not far from Myrtle Beach. It's where all the fucking cool condos are, and it's by the beach. And so I had the distinct pleasure of having the Rough Riders come to my store and buy gas. It's fucking wild, dude. Oh my god, I was like, what the fuck, badass. And they like, yeah, I need all your pumps. I'm like, no shit. Yeah, I've got like the Rough Riders, you know what I'm talking about, right? The Rough Riders, they're famous. They got street four-wheelers, they got motorcycles, they got, you know, they run through and do tricks and shit, endos, and you know, it's all tricked out, lights and shit, you know. DMX.
It's a pretty good culture. There's a pretty good culture that they're all over Florida, California, everywhere. Yeah. You know, they got these little biker deals, and they're not hurting anybody. They're just having a lot of fucking fun. You know?
They're having fun and they're working. I mean, because they were working. They were doing their thing, you know, at events. So they're actually working. But, you know, having a fucking condo by the beach, you know, fucking just chilling. Hell yeah. I mean, that's the beach living, the beach, you know, kind of mentality, industry, if you will. You know, and these guys are like, and we were like, what the fuck? Dude just walked in with a fucking Go credit card, goes, boom. I need all your pumps, man. I need all of them. I got like 150, 200 fucking motors here. We all need gas. Like, damn, they were driving their own, and then they had trailers of four-wheelers and bikes that they were systematically filling up. Yeah, the DMX Club. Yeah, Rough Riders. And I was like, damn. And just, I don't know. I don't know what the price was, what the total bill was, but they took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 pumps. They took all 8 pumps on both sides of the store, filled up everything. Like, damn. You know, Orange County Choppers. That was, I got in a fight with, I got in an argument with those guys, but they tried to do the same thing. But, you know, they wanted to pay. It was a transition period from the time that you could just fill up your gas and then go in the store and pay for it to you have to have a credit card. You gotta pay from the pump. And so we were just now reinstating that. We were just now getting into that process, that practice. And the Orange County Choppers were like, what the fuck? What do you mean? I'm about to dump thousands of dollars, and you're like, hey, you got to pay first. You know, I'm like, it's just fucking policy. This the new system, and now everybody knows. It's like, yeah, that's what you do. You know, you can go in and prepay, but you know, as like pay as you go. That stops the runoffs because that was the big problem. People would just. I used to chase people in the fucking traffic and yell at them, "Gary, pay your bill," you know, and they come back. Oh, sorry.
I had a night job when I was a kid, a night job working on one of those old mobile gas stations where they just had the island. It was just a fuel island. There wasn't a store. It was just a fuel island. And we had a soda machine and a fucking oil rack for motor oil. But other than that, it's just open all fucking night. You're just in a fucking little gas island bubble. You know, and you had to pump the gas for the people and check their tires. And we had window cleaning shit and all that other stuff. But you really had to watch a motherfucker because they would definitely pull up and fill their fucking car up and catch you distracted and just drive the fuck off, you know?
Right. See ya. Yeah, we had one. He was a well-known painter in the community. That's the thing about these smaller communities that everybody knew everybody. And he had a blue truck. It was like a Ford truck, and he had like a fucking ladder rack on the back of the truck because he did painting. Right. Everybody knew who he was. And he does that shit to me. Everything's like, I mean, I'm talking like we're slammed. There's people coming in and out. I mean, it's a convenience store on the beach, right? So you got tons of people coming in, and he sneaks in, gets gas and runs on me, and goes down to the fucking local, like literally 3 blocks down to the local bar and parks the truck. I'm like, motherfucker. I called the cops. The cops knew who you were. They knew the bar. They knew me. They was like, yeah, come on. But he came back and paid his bill, and they let him go. But it's like, damn, dude. He's going to do me like that. I know you, right? Yeah, you fucking do it. They just run off.
Yeah, they used to have an old gas station up on just north of Nashville, up on old 31W highway. And they had a little old country store up there, and I knew the people that run it, and me and their son hung out with each other. And they had one of those gas pumps to where all you had to do to fill your car up was just go up there with a pair of freaking wire pliers and take the little nut off the little thing on the pump, and the pump was on. They just for some reason they didn't have the electrical to where you could just turn the pump off. So the pump stayed on. They just put a lock thing on the nozzle, but you could take a pair of pliers and just take the nut off the little thing, fill your car up, put it back like you found it, and nobody knew the difference, you know? And it was like, damn, you know? Being associated with gas thieving, yeah, that's me.
Sorry, left you unsupervised. I had to go get a tasty beverage.
Yeah. We was members of a little church. We was members of a little church in the community one time, and we actually got busted getting gas out of the church buses one night, and we wound up having to cut the grass over there at the church for like 2 months. You know, we had to cut the grass, take care of shit. Yeah. Little heathens.
Little heathens. Yardbirds. That's funny. I
had a 19 then. When I got caught,
almost true. Almost true.
I had a 1971 Dodge Swinger. Had a little slant 6 in it, and we got caught doing that at a church one night. The church we went to.
Oh my god, dude! What the fuck?
Yeah. It's like,
oh yeah, there's a. I taught one of my cousins how to drive a stick shift in one of these places in Myrtle Beach. It's where during the off season during the big seasons they have these water parks, massive, and they got massive parking lots, big as fuck, almost like a square acre almost maybe, but people just go out there and just fucking. You know, it's nothing to come there one day and just see like a bunch of circles, you know, written in the pavement with rubber, you know, just tire tracks everywhere, circles, and you're like, what the fuck happened here? You know, they're just wilding out there, you know. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. I went to school. You know, I went to school over there. I went to college over there in Nashville, believe it or not.
Did you really?
And some of the college buddies that I had, we would hang up around.
EP. See? Yeah, EP. Right on. Hoorah, skull. Yeah. There's a place in Georgia. I forget the name of it, but we got thrown out of there. And kind of banned for, you know, thrown out in mass. There was like there was like 25 of us, and they threw us all out and told us never to fucking come back again. You know, whooped our ass in the process. But it was funny. And then, of course, I got a job at the rifle. There's a strip club outside the rifle range in Camp Lejeune, and if you work the rifle, sometimes you got to work the rifle range. But that's one of the perks is you're right next to a fucking big ass titty bar, and you know it's got everything too. So it's out in the middle of nowhere, near a fucking rifle range, and you're like, let's go to the titty bar. Fuck it. I want a cheeseburger and I want a beer and titties. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Good way to unwind. Yeah. But I got a job there at I was working the rifle range, and what I did, I got a job as a bouncer, you know, and just, you know, because they always need guys, right? Always us fucking dumbass Marines and whoever we drag with us. Unfortunate souls. We might kidnap some kind of like, you know, somebody from maybe a local kid, and like, hey, you're coming to the bar with us. What? No. Driftwood. Yes, Driftwood. EP. When I was there, the Driftwood was a buy me drinky bar. Straight up buy me drinky. What I mean by that is Filipinos, and you go in there and you they're scantily clad, beautiful, very charming, and they latch right onto you. But for their company, it costs you about a $20 drink of Sprite. Buy me drinky girls, because they go, oh, hello, GIM, buy me drinky, buy me drinky, buy me drinky. They're so cute. They are so cute. You're like, okay, you know, but you ain't getting no farther than that. That's it. You know, there might be some light petting, you know, whatever, and you know, that's it. That's all you get. But yeah, the Driftwood, that you might if you're industrialists and got some swag, you might be able to nail one. I'm just saying, but it's a scam, right? It's a straight up scam. Yeah. See, EP knows me. I was 0311, so yeah. Two kinds of Marines. Are the short bus cut stuff for sure. Yeah, but we also have that ingenuity. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, scantily clad Asians. Watch your wallet. Yep, they will soon depart, and they'll do private dances for you if they knew how to dance. They usually don't know how to dance either. So you got this Asian, this Filipino chick, like, you know, awkwardly kind of shaking in your lap. You're like, what are you doing? I dance for you. Okay, good luck. Yeah, hope it gets better. You know, it's awkward. You know, it's like, hey, you're kind of cute though. All right, even though you're awkward. Damn it. See, EP is trolling me now. 0341. So refresh my memory. 0341 was a machine gunner, right? No, that's 0331. Right? I'm forgetting. 0331 was machine gunner. In 041, artillery? Yeah, arty, mortars? Mortars. You were mortars. I'm guessing mortars. My answer is mortars. So yeah, I love the what motorman. What's a motorman? Motorman. Is that a? I don't know. I don't know where we're going. Weapons company, 81 mortars. Okay, 81. Yeah, no shit. All right, 81s. Yeah, you had 31s, 41s, and 81s. Damn. Hell yeah. Big guns too, man. That's they can erase a grid square. 81 mortars. Badass, dude. Hell yeah. Mortar. I thought you said motor. I'm like, what motor? Mortar company, mortarman. Yes, now I know who you are. Badass, dude. Me just being a lonely fucking infantryman, right? We did some like training with mortars, you know, and actually got to shoot off rounds. 51s or no more. That sucks. but you know, it was amazing to watch it. I mean, the precision, the teamwork needed and involved. Like, you know, you had the guy out there, the staff sergeant. He's got this thing. It's like a chart. It's got dials and shit, and that's how he does his computations on how they're going to hit the target. Right, and he's calling out orders. Right, you know, adjust this, and there's a radio involved. I've been the guy that calls for fire, right, and know how that works, but I never knew what went on behind the scenes. And so they would do this like, you know, hey, you want to see what we do? Here you go. And also it's like familiarization, just in case we're called upon to help mortars, because infantry, that's what we do. Like, yeah, okay, we're that guy, right? The pipe swingers, but yeah, you might have to, like, you know, be a mortarman or carry all the mortars. That's probably what you're gonna do. You're gonna be the guy that's carrying all the fucking mortars while they're shooting off they're doing packages, right? Like, oh shit, you know, fuck, you know, bring that fucking, you know, crate over here, and you know. But we did get to shoot off some live rounds. We got to see how the T&E works and the targeting and all that. That was badass. But I love the fucking, because it's all precision. They can walk in and everything. But I love they let us shoot that one too. Was just the tube. It had a tube and a handle and a butt plate, and it had a level on the handle, and that's how you aim this fucking thing. You know, so I was like, oh shit, and you're fucking, you know, I mean, just like the 203 kind of thing. Yeah, so yeah, you're explaining more of what that charts and dial graphs is how we compute our firing solutions. Now it's computerized, I'm sure. Right, yeah, because we would do grid, shift, or puller. That's the three main call for fire that infantry does is grid, shift, and puller. Grid, it's basically a number on a map that shows you the exact location on that map. There's your grid, and it can go up to like 10, right? So, and then of course that you had your shift, which means that they know where I give the mortar team my position, right? Yeah, I give the mortar team my position, and then shift X amount left, X amount up, and that's my mission. And then polar was like, quote me, I'm trying to remember this. Help me out here, EP. Tell me if I'm wrong. So polar was known position of the mortar, and you just gave them a direction and a distance, and there you go. Boom, boom, boom. Right. 8 guns on a line firing for effect. Somebody's fucked. Yeah. Yeah. And so we would walk it in. We'd go, you know, we'd give them the coordinates, say, you know, the easiest one is grid, right? So yeah, say, you know, fucking fire mission, whatever. We do our thing. This is so-and-so. This is Charlie Company 1-2. Requesting fire mission, you know, grid mission over. Yeah, boom. Go ahead. Grid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. And then you go, roger that. Grid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stand by or whatever they say, splash down in 5 or whatever. You know, it just depends. And then you sit there and wait and you look. And you look at the target and go, oh, bang, 100 meters off to the right. Oh, fuck. Okay, so then you say adjust fire, you know, fucking 1 up, you know, 100 meters. And then, okay. And then, so they throw another round, just one, and boom, you see it, direct hit. You're like, fire for effect. And that's when they just start fucking unloading. Boom, 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 boom. Right? 8 guns, right? 8 guns, and they're loading them and firing them in going right and up. So, you know, search and traverse, right? Yeah, they would say search and traverse. And that means from that point, like if you said troops in the open or something, you'd say from that point, that direct point, which is known now, because they hit that one, they put that one round with the adjustment out there, and you just confirmed, hell yeah, right on target. So they're going to fire for effect and go out to the right and up from that position and just absolute decimate everything. Fucking, it's called search and traverse. So here's some history for you. Chosen Reservoir, one of my favorite sayings, man, is sir, we're completely surrounded by the Chinese. This was Korea, frozen chosen, and they said search and traverse in reverse for the using their known point as a reference point for the mortars. And so basically, fire on my position, or fire like 100 meters out and close in on my position. I mean, can you imagine that? You just sent that mortars are coming, and that's they're going to hit. You're like you're right in the middle going, shift right, take cover.
I'll tell you what, you're going to make me stay up all night. Thank you, man.
It's EP's fault here. Humanitarian day rations basically to refugees in Cuba. Wow, badass, dude.
Yeah.
I was in 94, 98. So, I mean, I don't, wow. Mid 90s. My unit, when I came into the fleet, my unit was just coming back from Gitmo? Yeah, Gitmo. Or Guantanamo Bay, I forget. They were just coming back from that. So maybe that was my people's mixing with your people's, because that happens in the Marine Corps. You're like, fuck, 1, 2, and 2, 2, and whatever motor T. And it turns into a major fucking just. Oh, you're with so and so. Oh, okay. Get to meet everybody.
Yeah,
General.
What do they call them vehicles, Mad? You'll know the vehicles that have the 8-tire configuration on them instead of tracks.
Are you talking? What are they huge? Like massively huge?
Well, I was shadowing the B company, Bravo company out of Japan in the introduction of Fallujah.
Okay. 2-4, then command changed 2-6.
So
I was 1-2. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, zombie. I'm sorry.
I figure out what they call that unit, but all the scouts were out running around in these motherfuckers.
Oh.
We're engineers.
The Army calls them the Army calls them scouts, right? Yeah, the scouts. But there's another name for the scouts, and they go from infantry, foot soldiers to mechanized to everything. Yeah, even got helicopters.
What was it? I can't remember now. It's 2nd Bravo unit and their scouts in them units, and I was in the engineering. I was more or less in a contractor position in engineering. I was working more closely with the Army and engineering, trying to enter Fallujah when the incident was happening. Where they was pinning us down. We're just trying to get bulldozers in there to get rid of the berms so we can invade fucking Fallujah, getting the hell beat out of us. And I remember those guys running around, and that's the closest I ever had to that, was being able to ride in one of them, and I can't remember what they call them. I think it was Scout. The B company, Bravo company.
Oh, you're telling me okay. Oh, yeah. There's the Lars.
Yeah.
They run the 8-wheel. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of, they call them, the Scouts. Yeah. They had a 20 Mike cannon on it. And they fan out. They come out. Everybody. Yeah. The Scouts. I took I took fucking karate with one of them, a few of them, because they were attached to us for Lars, and they were badass. I mean, they had like 8 guys that were on that vehicle,
and they were just doing random patrol. They was just testing the fence, just go out there. once a day and just open randomly fire into there to see who's going to shoot back at them. But the biggest difficulty there was the civilians, man. You know, you can't just drop fucking buildings. You got to deal with those fucking civilians, and that was my department, was dealing with the civilians.
I see. KP Heathen. Yes, I have. That's going to be badass. That is going to be a badass movie. Yep. That's going to be a crazy fucking movie. Interesting. Yeah, I remember those guys. And they had their own like little squad with them that would punch out, you know, because the truck would, the vehicle would just have to park somewhere and run it. You know, they're covering a road, they're covering an avenue of approach, they're covering a whatever in this whole plan. And these guys would get out and make a 360. They would make a 360 around it and just punch out their own little infantry. You know,
they run ambulance. You know, they would do wounded casualty. Just busy ass motherfuckers all the time, man.
Yeah,
you know?
Right.
And I remember, you know, how disheartening it was to be able to say, when we're door to door in it doing searches, civilian searches, hostile searches, you would have to say, hey, you're Afghan fucking army. We're teaching you this shit. Get your ass in that fucking door. You would have to make them go through that fucking door to clear a room to do something.
I remember hearing about this.
Very
difficult.
difficult.
They would do bong hits before watch. Be all fucking stoned on the job and shit. Pass the fuck out.
You know,
I've heard the stories.
Off the chain, just crazy.
No. I remember the training videos that they were doing with the. They were trying to do PT. They were trying to do side straddle hops, jumping jacks, and everybody knows in the military that's your thing. We get in formation and everybody moves at once. You know, doing jump jacks. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2. There's a cadence, everything. And you don't deviate through that. These guys were all over the fucking place. These people are like, you know, doing hand claps and my leg goes out, right? You know, everybody's just doing their own fucking thing, and it's just a simple PT, right? And they just couldn't figure it out. Like, what are we doing? Yeah.
It's crazy fucking times, man. I remember this, and I'm gonna tell a little bit of delivering money to the local villagers that had lost loved ones in the battle.
Oh wow!
To the
no shit.
Conflict.
Like, here's your compensation, because they demanded compensation, right?
Yeah. Bags of money, believe it or not. People don't believe that, but it's true.
That's crazy.
You know.
Yeah, right.
It would be their money, you know, but it would still be money.
Right. And now they're not obligated to do jihad on you. Right. That's the thing too. Like, all right, take care of yourself, EP. Man, right on, dude. A Mortarman. Oh yeah. Borderline artistic. Nice chatting with y'all. Check out a YouTube channel, Borderline Artistic. You'll be glad of it. Can you drop the link, the actual link, or do we have to look for it? Damn it, EP. Well, have a good night anyway. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for bringing me back. Man, that was cool. Yeah. Skull to you. Skull. And hoorah, semper fi, yut yut. Raw.
Those were the days, man.
But you know what? The pack is never off, right? The pack is never off. The boots are always strapped on, even in your sleep. I tried. I did. I tried. I just accept defeat. I'm like, all right, fine. I'm a Marine. Fuck it.
That's what I told you last night. You know, Marines weren't meant to win wars; they were meant to win battles. You know, and each little
And
battle they
decisively.
would win.
Yeah,
Yeah.
decisively. With a lot of hate and discontent. Yeah. Yep, that's why we got our name, you know. You know, it's kind of like boom, thank you. Boom, there it is. All right, so now I can check it out. Let me go there. Boom. Oh, okay. I see. I see what's going on here. Rated R for retarded. Okay. Borderline.
I think they called them the hogs. I think they called them hogs. What was that unit? It was the hogs. What fucking was that? It was 2nd Bravo Unit, Marine Corps. I think that's who they were.
There was no 2nd Bravo. There's no such thing as a 2nd Bravo in the Marine Corps.
Don't get me started because I don't like military acronyms anyways.
I know, I know the Army is the okay. So it works as you say Bravo, we say battalion.
Yeah.
So like I was part of 1st Battalion, 2nd Marines, 2nd Marine Division, but we just call it 1-2, right? So or 1st MARDIV, you see that a lot too. So it would be 1st Battalion, 2nd Marines, right? So you know, like say, you know, EP here was 2-6. He was 2nd Battalion, 6 Marines, 6 Marine Division. So we break it down differently. It's in threes. It's simple and stupid because we're simple and stupid. Second Battalion. You got to tell me more. Is what I'm saying. Yeah, I did not understand the question or the designation. Yep, sounds like 2nd MARDIV. Yeah, exactly. There you go. EP. All right, so I checked out the channel. I kind of like it. It's pretty cool. I want to sub to it. Take a chance on you, bro. Take a chance. Borderline artistic. All right, fine. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so yeah, feel free to jump down that rabbit hole and check that that link out. I just looked at like one fucking video. It was pretty cool. Now I got to go back to out of top chat, all chat. There we go. Good to go. Boom. Wow, we've been on for 7 hours, 22 minutes. I don't feel. I do not feel tired in the slightest. A little bit, maybe. Yeah.
I had me a safety meeting earlier, plus I had coffee on top of it, so I'm probably going to be up for a while anyways.
Right? Yeah, me too. Same here. Yeah. And then I've been like just kind of chasing beer. It's my 2nd beer. I don't know. I'm like, whatever. It's all good. I feel good. But it is like 2:30, 2:25.
Yeah. I got Central Time, so.
Right, you got that different time. Yeah. It's all relative. All relative to the sun, they say.
Yeah, I think it's a very fucking interesting fucking planet of the human.
It is. Really, it is. Well, we are Yardbirds. I am absolutely honored to be part of your small circle. Even though you come on here and talk shit. Master troll. If y'all don't know Yardbirds, man, he's a master troll. Yeah. I mean, I guess we're unsupervised here, so we're just kind of doing whatever we want. I did ask a question and it never got answered, so that was the whole point of the whole video. But now we're just hanging out. We're like, oh, all right, well. My brain, I really do. I feel like I went to war trying to figure this out. And I don't even feel good, but, it just, I don't see no revolution. It ain't shit. It ain't going to happen. I'm black-pilled on it. So that's all I got to do. That's all I got to say about it. It has convinced me.
That's why I kept saying, and I know that a lot of people don't see the relevance in what I was talking about, the Afghan and the conflicts that we've been in. But
see what I mean? Yardbird.
It has similarities. I mean, there was they were freaking running these little villages and mud huts out there in the middle of the desert by opium, and drugs. And
right.
All kinds of shit involved, and then somebody said something to me one night. We were having this discussion about Assad. And I said, Assad, he was the biggest fucking drug dealer in the fucking whole place,
Huh.
He had drug factories, and the main news media doesn't have anything on the real truth. And things that need to be said. Maybe people would look at it a little different. They think all of these battles and objectives
Yardbirds, I knew it.
Protection. It was for the protection.
And I encourage it. Oh yeah, protection. Yeah, sure.
That. It wasn't
it's funny how that opium made it here. So how did that opium get here? Right? That opium came here. It did make it. It did make it to our shores. It did make it into somebody's fucking vein here in America.
Yeah, and the part about it is what was this fucking well, god damn it, Bin Laden, his fucking goddamn, he was the son of a fucking wealthy fucking construction.
Yeah, Bin Laden Corporation.
Yeah. And
Bin Laden Corporation, massive, multi-billion dollars.
Yeah, some of the Arabs was fucking funding all of that shit too, and they were getting shit kicked off and this and that. And it's kind of like, okay, what the fuck are we doing here for again? What are we doing here?
Destabilization.
Yeah.
Destabilization and depopulation. Yeah. I'm always remembered Sun Tzu's little saying, those who are willing to die for their country can be led to their deaths. I mean, those who are willing to die for their cause, I think I'm paraphrasing the fuck out of it. Those who are willing to die for their state's cause or whatever cause can be easily led to their deaths. So,
yeah, whenever you take command of, when you take command of troops and people in a situation.
Hold on, wait a minute, Yardbirds.
Yeah.
I am a hothead.
You're gonna have losses. You're gonna, and that's what people I think are scared of.
Death. Absolutely. Yeah, and it shapes public opinion as well. We've seen with the Vietnam War. That played right into public opinion, tugging on everybody's heartstrings. Boom! Next thing you know, you got fucking, free love and drugs everywhere. Which is where the Weathermen came from. Which is where Antifa came from, and BLM came from the Weathermen from the '60s, because they seen the destabilization, and they started to boom, subversion 101, start making these juxtaposed organizations, right, and start protesting and destabilizing areas. I mean, they're well versed in it.
Then you can have the National Guard open up live fire on protesters at the college.
Yeah, I mean, that's, right? I mean, there's that. Let's just go ahead and shoot these guys. Fuck it. We're the National Guard, but that fuck it. Let's shoot them. I want to go home. These guys are pissing me off. I mean, but it's different, right? And so yeah, they took it's like taking Marines and throwing them into fucking what they did. I mean, the protest. They were a little bit more heavy handed, right? They were pushing people around, they were slamming people on the ground, choke slamming motherfuckers. I even see the little nut checks here and there. Whack! You know, I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that. Nothing stops a fight. Nothing stops an argument quicker than a slap in the nuts. You know, boom. You know, what'd you say? Oh God. You know, but of course, we're taught differently. Like, you know, military, their riot control doctrine includes fixed bayonets. Does that make any sense here? Right? So that okay, y'all want to play, huh? Y'all want to play melee weapons? All right, here we go. You know, fixed bayonets, stand on the line. You know, chop, stab, step forward. You know, it's like, oh fuck. Blood stroke if you need to. And then we had snatch and grab units that would stand behind those lines and just grab motherfuckers. Boom, hog tie them, take them off. Done. And like, oh shit. Yeah, I got a scar on one of my fingers from a fixed. We were doing training, riot control training, and they fixed bayonets, but they had the bright idea to keep the scabbards on. Still hurt, but the scabbard would rise up, like ride up the blade and expose like a little piece of the blade, like 2 inches, and that's what cut me. You know, I put my hand up to block it, and it must have moved the fucking scabbard, and it cut me. Yeah, no shit. I mean, the bayonet. I mean, they used to be a lot bigger. You know, a lot fucking bigger, a lot more dangerous. Fucking crazy. Just run a motherfucker through.
Yeah.
And I love the training doctrines of them. Right. So I mean, you know, that's your melee weapon. And there was so many classes on it, right? And I've developed my own, like, you know, bayonet rifle. Every Marine does. Like, okay, because we have the bayonet training, right? Charge, right? You stab a fucking, you know, sea bag or something, or a target, you know, and you run through this course and shit. But I mean, there is a martial arts to it that goes way back. I mean, way back, you know, because it's a pole weapon, just shortened, and that was the king, like the pike, right? Pike work, or halberd work. That was what the infantry knew. That's what security forces knew. That's what war knew. That's how you fought a war. You didn't have guns, but I mean, it's best melee weapon ever. You know, just boom, stab, chop, stab, butt stroke, stab, slice, stab, move forward, move back, move, shift left, shift right. You know, you can create a phalanx and just run through a fucking group of people, you know, just destroy everything on your way out, right?
Yeah, the best way to win a knife fight, best way to win a fight with a knife is your distance. Just keep fucking distance.
Keep running.
Yeah.
Keep running. Just run. Yeah. Run, stop, take a shot. Run, stop, take a shot. Bang, bang. I mean, because I study, you know, I practice knife fighting. If I can get close to somebody, I'm just slicing and dicing and stabbing quickly. It's quick, you know. So that's what you got to do. You got to create distance, and you got to create more distance than it takes, because it only takes like what is it? Somebody. It doesn't matter the size or weight. It takes like 1 second to cross, 1 or 2 seconds to cross 12 feet. And then you got your tooler. You talk about the tooler, 15 feet, 20 feet. The more you can, you know, isolate, contain, and back up, the more your shots are going to be on target. But if somebody can cross that gap, right, with a melee weapon, you're fucked. You know. So yeah, bring a knife to a gunfight, and we've seen this happen time and time again. You know, you see what the cops do. Like there's a knife wielding maniac in the local park. What do? They don't get right up in his face and shove a gun in his face. They back up. They back the fuck up. They hit him with the flashlight. Okay, taser. You're still back away in distance, right? Until they can inch up and, put you into custody if possible. But, they just back up. So they've taken away your advantage, your measure, because their measure is greater than yours, right? In like fencing theory, their measure is greater than yours. It would take you longer to get to them. Thus, they can react faster. Right, and just that's it, or issue commands. Right, that's it. Hit them. Right, boom, done.
Ain't nothing better than a 12 gauge pump rubber ball. Yeah.
Damn, that just does not sound like a good time.
Like a fucking bean bag. I got hit with a bean bag one time training, just for training purposes, to be shot with a bean bag, and it's not a very nice feeling to be hit with a bean bag.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they've got. I've never faced these before. I've been hit by the beanbag, but it wasn't out of a shotgun. It was out of a beanbag launcher. It was, I don't know, prison shit. So it was kind of
fucking. Seen them taser gloves that they got now?
No.
It's just a glove. Yeah.
No.
Grab your ass and fucking tase your ass at the same time.
Fuck.
They got them. They got them.
You're done. That's bad.
The ICE agents and immigrations has been being accused of abusing them, but why the fuck not? You know what I mean?
Damn.
Instead of shooting the motherfucker, just grab him with a fucking taser glove. It's electric. It's how the fuck you get around that?
Yeah, he's on you, or 2 or 3 are on you. They just tase and fucking boom.
There you go. Tell me who your daddy is. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and you check out. I've been tased. You check out. You don't know what's going on. You're like, oh God, fuck. And your body goes rigid. You fall down. You have no control. And motherfuckers are manhandling you like a piece of wood, like you're a 2x4. They have to actually wait until you stop convulsing and twitching before they put the handcuffs on you, because it's impossible. It's like,
Stop resisting.
They keep hitting the fucking, and they keep hitting the fucking button. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, the testing, they only do it once. Like, they lay you down. Okay. And they make you piss beforehand.
Oh yeah.
They go to the bathroom. You're gonna piss yourself, so go ahead and get it out now.
A good time when they're helping them raise their underwear and pants back up around their waist when they finally get them up off the ground handcuffed. They had a real good time.
What? The fuck are you talking about?
I've seen that I've seen incidents where once they get them on the ground, and I know it's a dirty move, but whenever
you talking about the oil check? The oil check. Is that what you're talking about?
Whenever that motherfucking them trousers come down and them boxers come down, that taser hits that cheek of that ass, and you start behaving.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I went to the oil check. You know what the oil check is?
Yeah. I told you, I fight dirty.
You stick a thumb right in their butthole.
If I get up on the opponent, I'm gonna run my finger up his fucking asshole between his nut sacks, and that's I'm gonna say, yeah, quit squirming.
It's fucked up. I just step on an ankle. Or I have I'll put my knee in their butt plate, so that's as far as I get to their butt, and hold them down, and they're not getting up, especially if I'm on But no, I'm not oil checking anybody. I'm not. Nope. There's not. I've had it done to me too, and it's fuck you, fuck you. It's a dick move, dick, because you squirt. You're like, what the fuck? And you freak out, you know. And
finger in the cheek, the finger in the cheek works too. Just keep your finger away from the teeth, and just pull back on that jaw. You know.
Oh, you talking about the fish hook? Yeah, the fish hook, man. The fish hook.
Oh yeah.
There's a fish hook where you grab the jaw and just the cheek part. Okay. There's another one. It's called the Korean fish hook. This one sucks. And you've probably seen it, but they still teach it to their fucking police, especially if somebody's like running their mouth. They literally take their finger and they put it in your mouth, underneath your tongue, and push down. And what that does is, if they can hit that pressure point, your mouth goes, your lower jaw goes down, and they can literally lead you wherever they want to lead you. But the problem is, which I have experienced, is that if they're fast enough, they can bite your finger off, and now they got your finger. So it's timing is everything. But once you get that jaw down, then you can control them, because they can't move their jaw up because of the pressure point and the pressure. The Korean fish hook, that sucks.
Yeah. You know, it just, when it comes to getting physical and you don't want to use real force, when it comes to being physical, you gotta fight dirty. You know, you can pull hair.
Yeah, pull some hair, grab some balls, and just twist, grab, twist, pull, grab. That was our ditty. That was in line training 1 or 2, I forget. And that was the ditty. Grab, twist, pull, grab. So I'm grabbing nuts, twisting them, pulling them, and then grabbing somebody's arm at the same time. That was the ditty. Paul, what's going on?
All you hear is a bunch of oh my god, oh.
Yeah, total carnage. Yeah, it's life-changing fucking pain.
Turn from a badass to a bitch all of a sudden, you know.
Yep. Yeah, it can be effective for majority. And sometimes you don't. Sometimes you miss. Like it would go from like a hit, grab, and sometimes you can't get it, and you're grabbing just leg skin, or you're grabbing the trousers itself, but you're not letting go. So it actually, you can transition into a takedown from there. A vicious takedown on their back of their head.
You ever get a fucking lock on that fucking chicken wing when you chicken wing a motherfucker, and you get that arm just right on a chicken wing?
The chicken wing.
Make a motherfucker. Oh Lord.
I caught it when they would. I could make people dance. Yeah, on their tiptoes. Yeah. I'm familiar with the chicken wing, and we would call it the dance. Yeah, we would call the dance the chicken wing mule kick, because their other arm would be like shooting out like a fucking chicken wing, and they're kicking their legs like a fucking chicken, like a mule, like trying to kick you, trying to kick behind. I mean, just total chaos and erratic. They have no control at that time. That means that you've applied the chicken wing too good, right? But they freak out. Yeah, I mean, the weirdest noises come out of their mouth. You're like, come on, come with me.
Stop fucking pulling on my fucking arm. I've heard that. Stop fucking. You're gonna break my fucking arm.
Oh, I get them to the point where they can't even say words. It's it's just high pitched sounds coming out of them, and everybody's listening. Oh, what the fuck, this motherfucker. Yeah, but I mean that was our escort. Or if I had to escort somebody, like immediately, it was chicken wing. Boom, chicken wing, chicken wing, chicken wing. Let's go. And any time that somebody like getting a fight in the dorms, it was protocol to escort them straight to solitary confinement with the chicken wing. Yeah. And everybody would shut everything down and move everybody out of the way from me to the solitary confinement, so I could get this guy in, right? And then there's another guy. There's 2 guys in there that's going to take charge of him and put him in a cell, or I put him in the cell and they just help, right? that motherfucker is on the chicken wing the whole time. And if it resorts, boom, I dump him and I cuff him, and then I get more help. And now you got two people on him, dragging his ass in handcuffs behind his back to the solitary confinement. They throw him in there. They just throw him in there. Fucking boom. There you go. We'll take the cuffs off later. Slam the door.
Yeah. Fucking assholes.
You're acting a fool. So, and then eventually, they'll put their hands out the fucking little slot, and we'll take our cuffs back, right? And they get to chill out, and think about their decisions.
The old
Maybe they get it.
infamous pie hole, the old infamous pie hole.
Pie hole?
Yeah, the pie hole.
What's the pie hole?
That's the flap on the door. And they got
the pie hole.
got
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, they got them on the bottom and the mid door now, and a lot of
I've
places.
seen that. Yeah. That's where you take the handcuffs off. That's where you give them their food. There you go. That's where they use the phone. Like we had a phone. There was a phone. I wound up working in solitary confinement, and we had a phone on wheels. And it was a pay phone, and we'd wheel it to every fucking cell. Open up what you call the pie hole. I forgot what we called it, but it wasn't pie hole. But yeah, you open that up, and they have to reach in there and grab the phone. And they, do this little fucking slot.
Big ass fucking long ass cord. Did it have a big old long cord on it?
Fairly long.
I just know about some of that stuff, man. I'm not going to elaborate, but
I'm remembering, and what used to get me was the fishing, and so we had to inspect the phone because they would hide shit in the phone and pass messages to each other and shit. It was funny, but fishing, if there was a gap under the door, they would take a CD cover, tie a string to it, and throw it across the room to the next cell to drop off something or give them a note or give them some drugs or something,
They pull a nylon thread. They pull a nylon thread out of the fucking mats and make them a fucking rope.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I guess you could call it prison bushcrafting. It was amazing. Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah. Fucking
And they call it fishing.
Bob Barker on it. That's what we call it. Put the Bob Barker on it. Everything was made by Bob Barker Company.
Oh, really? Okay.
Those fucking little mats with the nylon, and it's a bunch of fucking things that can cause a person to get really hurt. It's supposed to be seg, it's a seg this, it's a seg that, to where they can't use it for a weapon, but that's bullshit.
Right. They'll make shit. Yeah. All right. I'm going to leave you unsupervised for a minute.
Oh, shit. I'm listening to him in the background, ladies and gentlemen. See if you
Boom.
can see if you
I hear
see if you can see if you can identify the noise and win a prize.
Yeah, that's a good. Okay, that's a good one. I'm in the room actually. So yeah, hope you can hear that. All right, I'll be back.
I got about another cup and a half of coffee left and a half of safety meeting.
Okay, I'm back. I am in the room. I promise you. Cleveland. Yes. Yeah, we got rain. We got lots of rain. Lots and lots of
You
rain.
know, I've been begging for rain for like a month with no luck.
You want some? We got some.
It's rained everywhere. It's rained everywhere around me, and not here for some reason. I'm thinking I must be living in a radiation zone or something. I don't know.
A radiation zone. Okay, I'm back.
You remember that fucking movie, Damnation Alley? You know,
Doesn't ring a bell.
where they had that articulating fucking vehicle with 3 tires on each corner, and it was Damnation Alley. It was based on the end of the world and nuclear catastrophe, and they were on this journey. You know, they got tired of sitting around at their base where they was stationed at, so they figured they was going to go out and look for survivors. You know, and then the actor, the black actor in the movie, gets inside a car to get away from the screeching cockroaches, and they ate him all the way down to a skeleton. You know?
Oh shit, that does kind
Yeah.
of sound familiar.
Yeah,
Damnation.
Damnation Alley, man, that was a pretty good little fucking flick back
Wow.
in the day.
It had special effects like that, huh? Kiss off. What's
Yeah.
up, Kiss off? Wow.
Kiss off. What's up, girl? What you
That's right,
doing up
Pilgrim.
this early in the morning?
Everything's a weapon.
No, I think they've been trying to tell people in a fucking way for a long time, based on fucking movies, you know, what you go to the theater and watch, what people fantasize about, you know.
Yeah. I can speak ad nauseum about that. That's that entertainment media complex.
Yeah.
So
Even
riddle me this. Why, when you see an action movie, there is a lone wolf hero?
Yeah.
When that never really actually happens in real life.
Yeah.
It's usually a
it's
group
like,
of people. Oh shit!
There's always something fucking. I think that one of the best movies that they ever made was Escape from New York. You know,
Snake, Tristan or Pliston or whatever his name. Snake. Yeah. He did Escape from New York and Escape from L.A. I don't know which one's better. I think Escape from L.A. was better. the whole groups, the different group, like the one that fucking creeped me out was the one gang. They were the plastic surgery addicts. And they would conduct raids and kidnap you, cut off pieces of your skin and sew it onto themselves. I was like, what the fuck? And yeah, they were doing drugs and all that shit, right? But yeah, I could see that happening in a post apocalyptic, society of California. Just the plastic surgery addicts.
Hell yeah. You got them people that just keep injecting themselves with shit. Like, what is them fucking freaks on fucking where they inject they make themselves look like they have muscles, and they just
Yeah,
injecting themselves with saline,
yeah.
saline injections. I'm like, you fucking people are crazy.
You can actually buy implants, bicep implants, chest implants. Like, everybody's like, oh yeah, plastic surgery, nip tuck, good. A girl gets a good rack, the perfect body. There's so many, like butt augmentation, and breast augmentation. Of course, not to mention all the facial stuff, right? And so there is like literally a black market that exists of injectors. Brazil is the worst. I knew a chick from Colombia. I'm from Colombia. And she had them. She was like in her 40s, and she probably should have been like fat and ugly, but she had the perfect sculptured ass. She had the perfect tits. She had the perfect chiseled body. She had the plump lips, right? She had everything done. She was a walking billboard for what her job was. And that was to inject silicone into women, give them the perfect ass and all this. That's all she did. And she would charge them money. Well, she killed somebody. She went to their house, and she was running out of silicone from her country. So she bought silicone from Lowe's, from Home Depot, and she injected it into somebody, and they had a fucking massive allergic reaction there and died. And she got in trouble and got deported and all kinds of shit. I was like, damn, you fucking, what the fuck? That happened in Myrtle Beach.
Man. That fucking silicone, man, it's silicone out of the fucking ground that's combined with chemicals and stuff into a fucking, I don't know, man. I think silicone is fucking crazy,
Right. And that, they're getting their lips done, their tits done, their ass done. Right. And that's what this lady did, was just took a fucking big ass hypodermic needle and dumped like fucking 100 cc's of fucking silicone into somebody's ass, or tit, or whatever. It's like, here you go. Hope you survive. If you survive, you get the best ass in the world. Like, what? Yeah, like kiss all like concrete, ass like concrete. And they pay big money for it. These women are actually fucking risking death to look a certain way for aesthetics, and they're overinflated. Like, everybody's seeing the fucking lips, the Kim Kardashian lips. It's like, what the fuck? That is not natural.
It's fucking hideous, man. It's like fucking weird. Just like somebody punched them in the fucking face.
Yeah. They got in a fight with Mike Tyson. He punched him straight in the mouth. Boom. Swole that lip. Swole both lips permanently. Yeah. Botox. I mean, yeah, they got the Botox. Botox. You know what Botox is? It's botulism. It's botulism. It is fucking highly toxic. Extremely. To any fucking life form. 7 pounds of it in powdered form is enough to kill everybody in the whole world. The Russians figured that one out. But Botox, I mean, it's crazy, and it's they injected Botox in to literally kill the nerves, because that's what it does, to create the aesthetic that they want. Like, it smooths out the skin, because it's fucking eating the skin. It's eating barely just eating like the tissue and the fat that's underneath the skin. and it kills the nerves because it's eating those too. It eats the nerves, and that's what gives you that smooth appearance under your eyes. I mean, it's crazy.
You know, you got every
And
fucking thing like fucking dick implant. You know where you have that.
oh yeah.
They had one of the dick implants where he had the fucking pump right there in his nut.
I actually knew a redneck veteran quadriplegic stuck in a wheelchair, and he always had the hottest wife because he had a pump up.
You know what I mean? It's like,
You know, and he told everybody, he's like, yeah, I got the hottest wife because of this. And he was a veteran, right? You know, lived in a fucking trailer, had kids, had dogs, had weed, had beer. You know, he's roasting raccoons. You know, but he had the hottest fucking wife. He's like, yeah, I can just pump it up. You know, any size I want, any size she wants. Like, okay, you got a point there. All right, cool.
yeah.
Yeah, but you know, and so all right, let's go here too. How do I do this how do I do this without being uncouth? You know, people like the female to male thing. Like they've been doing a lot of these where, you know, I'm saying this female to male, right? And what they'll do is they'll cut a large portion of material, muscle and tissue from, like, say, their bicep or the back of their leg, and graft it onto their nether regions and fill it full of silicone and run plumbing so that they can have a semblance of a penis.
I read a fucking article about. You know,
it usually rots off. Like that. That's the malpractice of it. It usually rots off.
You know, they just keep doing it anyways. You know, and it's like I read a real article off of a Doximity network. It's a medical network, and like 92% of the people that engage in sex change, which means going from guy to girl,
right? Male to female, female to male. Yep.
Yeah, they have full regret afterwards. They just
there is a massive a regret, the buyer's remorse. Yeah. Poor Jazz. All right, the story behind Jazz. You know Jazz. Remember Jazz?
Yeah.
Jazz was the fucking. It's a disgusting and horrible story. It's so sad too. Jazz, she was on TV. He was on TV. It was a boy. Like a pre-pubescent boy that they televised and made a whole series of his sex change. Right? And it got up to the very point where years had passed and Jazz is now absolutely like affected by the hormones, all that shit, right? Has been living for years as a little girl with therapy. Now comes the day that the vagina gets installed and the boobs get installed. Actually, the boobs have been growing, so they're natural, right? So what they do, if you don't know, they basically turn your manhood into a inside-out banana. That is the surgical procedure. And you can imagine the complication. Yeah, they turn it into an inside-out banana and they shove it back into you and do some fancy crafting, and now you have a vagina. Well, in Jazz's case, it started to close up, it started to infect, and actually, like, it almost killed him. Almost killed him. Almost killed this kid, which was now a young adult. And which was now, because of the torture, was 300 pounds with a gaping, rotten gash that could kill him. And that was televised. Fucking what the fuck? And yeah, and mommy and daddy was like, "Oh yeah, we're like totally behind this. This is great. You know, he gets to choose his gender." No, he was groomed into it on national television.
It's a damn crazy ass world, man. It's like I said,
Yeah.
we as a society, we haven't learned to have tolerance of this fucking atrocities, you know.
Yeah. The worst one, that's not even the first one. It's been several. Another famous one is someone called Petra. Petra was actually the youngest male to female successful sex change. And it started when he was like 5 years old. And now Petra is a singer. He's done collaborations with John London, Body Shop. There's a fucked up song for you. But is now a sexual female icon and one of their high priestesses of the elite occultists. And Petra, I mean, is pop singer is what they call him, but looks just like a blonde hooker, 2-bit hooker from Los Angeles. Really, and is treated as such, and the whole aesthetic of it and the message of it. Yeah. So yeah, the entertainment industry, the entertainment media complex, industrial complex, is alive and well, and it's to spread debauchery and depopulate, because that Petra's not having kids. Okay, Petra is not going to sire heirs, because Petra is a biological male that now looks like a stripper on Ventura Boulevard.
Wasn't it fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger that played a role in a movie to where he was pregnant, gonna have a baby?
Yeah, right. With him and Danny DeVito, the first surrogate male. Yeah, that was in the 80s. They were trying to talk about this shit. They were trying to groom us into this and accepting it. It was a horrible movie too, absolutely horrible movie, and it tanked. It tanked in the ratings. It didn't make a lot of money, but it's out there.
Yeah, and that's California. That's California, the one he become governor in.
Go to the chopper. Right, and he had an extensive collection. Now, mind you, I don't think he was a. Wait a minute. His immigration status is in question. So he was a naturalized citizen. He was born here, but he was from Belgium.
You can be a governor or a mayor.
My point is, he had a collection of military equipment, vehicles, and guns. Like he had the Uzi from Commando. He had an RPG. And what the fuck? Wait a minute.
Still does. And Jay Leno done an episode where he actually borrowed something from Arnold Schwarzenegger to do a show, and it was like a armored vehicle, some kind of shit.
Yeah. Right. I mean, he's got like this. His compound. It's like hundreds of acres. Most of it's desert. But that's where he goes and drives his vehicles and blows shit up and does live fire fucking exercises, invites his friends and has parties. Wait a minute. You're from
I tell you another one that did that shit too, and was Jesse James. Jesse James has got some fucking hardware,
Jesse James, yeah, I've heard about him, yeah, but he's American though. I mean, he is actually American. I don't know if Schwarzenegger is actually American. To tell you the truth, I don't know for sure.
Well, when he got out of the fucking, he was a fucking bodybuilder, world champion bodybuilder, and then
Right.
somehow, you know, he got his citizenship here, but he was straight up fucking Red Army, man. Arnold Schwarzenegger was, you know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he's the one that told us to, that we should all be rounded up and put into camps if we didn't take the jab. He's the one. He also does a lot of anti-gun stuff. Yet his movies are known for that's exactly what he does. Is shoot from the hip, fully automatic. In every fucking movie, he does that. He even did that with a shotgun in Terminator. So his whole fucking career and success is based on him and his relationship with guns in a movie. Yet he is anti-gun.
Killing motherfuckers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely fucking decimating with special effects and everything, right? Gruesome deaths, okay. What was, I believe it's after 5 years, naturalized citizens can own 2A. Okay. All right. I get that. That's cool. But he had giggle switches when I didn't. So what the fuck? I get it. He was rich and shit, but. And I get it. I mean, he did the whole NFA thing, right? He filled out a lot of paperwork to get those toys, and he paid a lot of money to get those toys, which we could all do, by the way. So, all right, especially in the 90s. Yeah,
I've seen an ad. There's an ad on Air Trade where you can buy airplanes and shit. There's an article on there where you can actually buy a fucking Black Hawk helicopter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. There's once again in the Mojave Desert. There's this guy that he owns hundreds of acres of nothingness, and you can rent, and you could probably take your pick of any jet fighter that he has. He has jet fighters, and you can do a live fire fucking shoot with a jet and missiles and guns. It probably costs you fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it, but he's got it. I think it's in Nevada. Nevada.
Yeah. There's a social media guy over on the East Coast somewhere that's got a fucking Abrams tank.
Yeah, I remember this too. Yeah, there was a lot. They have a tank range.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a tank range. You can shoot it off, and he's got artillery pieces. He just shoots that shit off. Now, I mean, he's costing like $1,000 a round or some shit, but I mean, if you get that kind of money, if I had that kind of money, that's what I'd be doing. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna take the Sherman out today. I'm gonna shoot the 20 Mike today. I just got a new school bus from the scrapyard. I say we shoot it with the Hellfire missiles. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, I think we're gonna shoot this oxygen tank with a 50 cal and see what happens. We all know what's gonna fucking happen.
Oh man, I love the videos. I mean, I love the fact that they survived, but like they put like a 20-pound tank, a 20-gallon tank full of thermite in a refrigerator, and they step back about 300 yards and they shoot it, and the fucking door almost takes out the fucking cameraman. Like, oh fuck!
Well, I know you've seen it.
It embeds it right into the side. It embeds the door in the side of the fucking truck they're behind. Go ahead.
Does a fucking ball of silly putty stop a bullet? Just fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, and that's why I miss about. I used to be subbed. I loved it. Demolition Ranch. Of course, Kentucky Ballistics comes to mind.
Oh yeah,
He hates
Dougie
mayonnaise.
Ballistics, man. He's off the fucking chain, especially with his punt gun. He likes that fucking big ass fucking punt gun. You
Fuck
know,
that thing.
he's got
Hell
it.
no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fucking
I watched the
monster.
video where he got the strongest man to shoot it. It didn't go well for the strong. He was like, "Fuck you, no,
Yeah,
this sucks." The strongest man in the world is like,
my
"No, I
favorite
don't want to shoot
episode
this punt
was
gun." Was it
when
like
he bent a barrel on a fucking 30-06, I think it was, to a fucking 10-degree and then a fucking 20-degree or 30-degree and then a 90-degree angle on the barrel, and it's managed to keep shooting. You know,
It's crazy.
fucking I
Shit
love
around.
motherfuckers crazy, and his fucking 4-wheel drive fucking Trans Am.
Yeah, always throwing tables. Yeah, yeah. There's so many.
You know,
I
he
mean,
had a
so
fucking
many.
accident. He had
Yes,
an accident
yes.
with a 50 cal and it injured him and almost
Just
killed his
put a
ass.
thumb. Yeah, just put a thumb in it. I bought the T-shirt to support him. It was like $30. But yeah, that's what happened. What happened was is he shot a slap round. A slap round out of a 50 cal, and what it did is it overpressured and detonated. And so it sent shrapnel from the gun into his neck, right into his fucking jugular. And so that's why he said, like, you'll see it, just put a thumb in it. It shows a thumb. He took his thumb and put it into his neck to stop the bleeding, while his dad drove him to the emergency room. You know, it's like, damn, just put a thumb in it. But yeah, he shot a slap round that was overpressured. A slap round is, let me get this straight. It's either a old GWAT surplus round that they had that they never used in Afghanistan. They sent them back to be sold, or it's one that's been reloaded.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
machine reanimated. You know,
Yeah.
he reanimates ammo because some of that ammo's just fucking expensive, so it's easier to just fucking have somebody make the round.
A reloader.
Yeah.
And you can still find them, these slap rounds. They're just made by nobody knows who makes them. You know, they show up and it's good luck. You know what I mean? Good luck. User is advised. Be advised. This could be dangerous. But they just make their way, and that's what he shot. Detonated. It's fucking crazy. I have had some rounds detonate in a 30-30, in a 30-06, I think it was. 30-30. I know a 30-30 detonated. I've seen shotguns that somebody reloaded a hot shell and it detonated in the shotgun. You know, seen that.
I had an old lever action Winchester 30-30, man, and I actually the round didn't go off. I chambered a round, it didn't go off, so I went to lever it out. It didn't come out, and then when I went to lever another round into the chamber, that lever made the other shell go off inside the barrel.
Damn.
It just pushed it right into the cap. I was like, damn, and that's a rim fire shot. Those rim fires, right, man, them's awful fun. They're jam prone anyways, you know what I mean? So I mean,
anywhere you hit, it's going to detonate. Yeah. The whole thing, the whole backside of it
I got rid of that gun. I got rid of it after that.
Oh shit, that's kind of scary. That is scary as fuck. Like you just chambered around, couldn't get it out, and it detonated anyway. I mean, hopefully you had it in a safe direction.
Yeah, I mean it just fucking happened, you know.
Yep. My worst, and not to one up your story, but I had a hang fire on a Mark 19. So a hang, you know what a hang? We're dealing with. It's a different munition. It's a grenade, right? And it's fired out of a fully automatic grenade launcher. That's on a fucking tripod, or they put them on Humvees. But this was on a tripod at a range, and I'm shooting this thing, and you've got a 50 round or 25 round drum, which is basically an ammo can that they just put in there, and they've got it's on links. So you pull it, boom, 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 boom. You wait a second, boom, 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 boom. It's very satisfying, as a grenade launcher. It's very fucking. It's one of the most satisfying things I've ever done. I think it's more satisfying than the 50 cal. I love the Mark 19. Just something about like you just kind of like gauging like, that's the right. Because you've got an arc. It's not a straight shot. It's an arc, right? And so you're trying to like just kind of lob it in there on the target. You really don't have sights or reference point or whatever. You're just kind of like eyeballing it, going, I think it's right there. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, and then you wait a couple seconds. Got hang time. It's flying in the air, and then it goes boom, 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 boom. It's like well. The procedure for a hang fire means that like I this thing is fully automatic, so I do 3-round bursts, 5-round bursts, 10-round bursts if I want to, but you usually do like you can shoot it one fire, like single shot, but it's not advised because everything is the way it's made, right? It likes to shoot boom, 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 so a 3-round burst, okay. Cool. Yeah, there's ways that you can milk the trigger and you get a 1-round burst off, 1-round shot, just to kind of judge. Like, okay, here's my test round. All right, that's cool, right? And then you shoot this thing. Well, it fires from the open bolt position, meaning that the whole mechanical bolt, if you will, whatever, it slams forward and fires the round and then comes back. And through that process, it chambers around, it pulls the link and puts one in the chamber and fires it. So it's doom, 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 doom. A lot of moving parts, right? So when it slams forward and nothing happens, you have a hang fire, meaning that it slammed forward and it was supposed to fire the round. The firing pin hit the round, and the round is just sitting there. It's a hang fire. It's stuck and it's armed. It's also called a cook-off, right? A cook-off. So, and the procedure is to keep it on target for 30 seconds because it might shoot. The gunpowder might detonate and fire the round out of the barrel. It might. So you got 30 seconds that you're sitting there holding it on target, hoping that it doesn't detonate, because that could happen too. That the gunpowder does not burn. Yet the grenade is now armed, and you have X amount of seconds before it detonates because it's been armed, right? And that's why they do a rotation detonation, rotation, like on your RPGs and some other rounds too. They arm after 7 rotations or something. Well, this has no rotation, but it has the possibility of detonating, and that's a 10-meter kill radius. So everybody backs up 10 meters or 15 meters or 20 meters, takes cover, and they just let you fucking figure that shit out. And if it doesn't go off like over like 2 minutes, because it's a tense time, then you can go through the procedure of making it condition for making it clear. You take the ammunition, you break the link, you take any remaining rounds that could go into the gun, take it away, some other poor soul has to come up to you, usually a lower rank, right, and grab the rest of the ammunition and run back to cover, and you keep it on fucking target and wait. And so if it doesn't, after a certain time, then you can unchamber the round and lightly put it into like a, what they'll do is they'll take it and put it in a box, really, like a crate, and they'll take another private and take it way out into the fucking impact area and try to detonate it, try to shoot it. That's fun too. So that's the procedure. And it is long and drawn out.
Man. I've seen them fucking hand grenades, man. I've seen motherfuckers pull a pin, hoist that motherfucker, and all of a sudden a minute goes by and it still ain't went off. And you're thinking, okay, what are you gonna do about that, bub? You know what I mean? It was
take cover.
Just pull another fucking pin and throw it over there close to it and hope it detonates that motherfucker. Who wants to do
because you clear it.
You know?
Yep, and it could go off at any time while you're up, while you're behind. Because our grenade range was cool. They had a room. I'll never forget this room. While you're waiting to run the grenade range, to work the grenade range, which you've got this wide open area of impact area, and then close to that is a dug in, fortified with concrete kind of like trench, and it has a sump. It has a sump built into it too, at the bottom. The sump hole. So if need be, you could dump that thing into the sump hole and run to the dive to the left and right while this thing detonates and it shoots straight up. So, but you're supposed to throw it past the barrier, past the fortification, right? They had a room that was behind that was made out of reinforced concrete and had the thickest fucking bulletproof glass. This shit was like 2 foot thick, 2 foot, like a 2 foot thick of blast proof glass, and we were all standing there waiting to go through this class, and it's one at a time with an instructor, right? And that's how you grenade qual. And so this is in boot camp, in boot camp, and you do it throughout your course, your time in the fleet as well, right? Just I don't know, whatever, maybe once or twice, but you have to do it in boot camp, and they teach you. And I remember being there and the shrapnel hitting the fucking window. I was like, what the fuck? And we were good like 30 feet away, or 50 feet away, maybe 100 feet away. I don't know. And we still got shrapnel, and so they're standing at this thing, and it's like a 3 foot drop off in a mound, and you throw past that mound. And so your instructor and your drill instructor, or your drill instructor, and the boot, and they teach you beforehand. They're like, "What's my ditty?" Death-like grip, and you make a C-clamp or C-clamp grip, and you grab the grenade close to your chest, and then they say, pull pin, throw grenade. So death-like grip, pull pin, throw grenade. And of course, you throw one hand out, and you cock your other hand, and then you make this motion that forward, and you throw the grenade and take cover at the same time. That's the ditty, right? I've seen many times where they say, "All right, what's my ditty? Pull pin, throw grenade." They would go pull grenade, throw pin. And the instructor is like, "What the fuck?" And takes the grenade out of the kid's hand, and throws it, and boom, covers him up, takes cover. And then, it's crazy. Later on in the fleet, we learned the art of milking. And we learned this. And I had heard that the GWAT and have done this as well. Milking is where when you pull the pin, you have a spoon. The spoon runs the length of the detonator down to the body of the grenade, and it's in like the back of your hand where your thumb is. So if you continuously squeeze that, it won't go off, but you'll have a live grenade in your hand, and it doesn't start the countdown. You've got 3 to 5 seconds before it detonates when you pull pin through a grenade. You got 3 seconds, 5 seconds. I think it's like 5 seconds, right? So what we would do, milking, is I pull pin and I release kind of like a pulse with my one hand. 1 time, 2 times. That releases the pressure from the spool that starts the countdown for detonation. And then what you do is you milk it and you throw it, and you can, if you time it just right, you can get an air burst, or you can get like the closer range. If you so yeah, if you throw it through a door, you're doing CQB and you got a breach, and you milk the grenade and throw it. Because what we found out, and what y'all found out as well, and GWAT, is that sometimes they would catch the grenade and throw it back because they would count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so by second number 3, they would 1, 2, 3 throw it back, and now it's that classic troop. It does actually, it's true. It's the same thing in World War I, World War II. It was a problem. So you would milk the grenade and throw it in a room, and it would either blow up instantly as soon as you threw it, or about 2 seconds, 3 seconds after you threw it. So it would be like, oh shit, grenade, grab it, boom. Instead of, oh shit, grab the grenade, throw back.
There's been a lot of incidents that whenever you're packing your gear and you got these guys they just hand out the fresh 60 packs and everybody's got their hands in it, to where they accidentally pull the firing pin on a fucking grenade, and then they're self-detonating. You know what I mean? What the fuck can you do about it? Nothing.
Yeah, it's time for you to lay down, unless you can throw it in a safe location within 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. There was always a procedure when they gave us grenades, right? So, but it was,
reach for something and fucking pull the pin on something that you're not supposed to pull the pin on, and then you can just kiss your ass goodbye.
and you've got like a whole crate of grenades next to you. Oops. Yeah. So I mean, dealing with live ordnance. We were talking about mortars. They would keep the mortars off the line until it was time to fire for effect. Yeah. So while they're like, doing a mission, like the beginning of it, they would keep the rounds off the line, maybe have a few there, and that's just for spotting. And they had a distance, and somebody would run up and give it to them. And you would drop it in the tube, and when they said fire for effect, this 2 guys would come running down the fucking hill, carrying a fucking, big old fucking crate full of grenade mortars, and these guys at the gun would just fucking be just going boom, 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 sending it. Side note, don't you have mandatory overtime?
Yeah, just for those people listening, they don't keep the fucking bombs in the same places as they do the aircraft or the tanks. It's always kind of held
right. Yeah, there's a procedure. Yeah, and there's a transportation procedure. Yeah.
I watched those motherfuckers shooting a fucking 155 over there, and those motherfuckers was dollying them fucking rounds in, from around the corner, away from that fucking gun, because that vibration could set them off.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, it's that. I felt that what's it called? Overpressure that you feel in the atmosphere. It's crazy, man.
Shake the whole fucking, everything moves at once, and
your body. Yeah, I mean, it has a potential, if you're close enough, to rearrange your fucking vital organs. You know, scramble your brain. You know, I mean that's the thing. Like TBIs are common with artillery because they'll forget to turn their head, get out of the back blast area, and boom, you're fucking shitting yourself and swirling your word, drooling and shit.
You're standing over on the side of that motherfucker in the wrong spot where that vent's at. If it's got a vented barrel on it, and it'll knock you off your fucking feet.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And it's sending a fucking a shell miles away, over the horizon. Boom. Yeah, artillery, man. Artillery is fucking no joke. Yeah.
Yeah, count the fucking. You can sit there and count. People say that's crazy, but you could count to 10. You could count to 15, and you could say, "God damn," and all of a sudden you hear some boom that's fucking 5-6 miles away.
Yeah.
Done fucking dropped the whole fucking building. Yeah, it's interesting, man. It's very interesting.
Yep. I mean,
It's
artillery.
like all those fucking trees, all the trees up around Fort Campbell, the loggers wouldn't go in there and cut the trees because of the fucking fragmentations that's in the trees that ruins the saw blades and stuff.
All that shit.
Metal.
Yeah, you hit a fucking shrapnel or fragment. Yeah, you just ruined your saw. Yep.
Yeah, I've seen the results of that shit.
My uncle had a house in Surfside Beach, South Carolina, and what that area used to be back in the 1950s was the impact area for the planes and their live fire range. So he brought us over one weekend, and it was a job, and we were laying a sprinkler system. We were doing all this work on his yard, and we were laying a sprinkler system, and we had to dig in the ground. We were digging out fucking shells and ordnance, and I mean, it's nothing for someone to find. Hey, I got a 20 mic here that hasn't detonated. Right? You're like, what the fuck? But it's not, we were like, wow. I mean, digging up his yard, we were like, bro, I'm finding brass. I'm finding big brass. Whoa, I found a fucking bullet. Like, holy shit. It's been in the dirt for fucking 80 years or 100, whatever. 80, 70, 80 years. It's just been, and they used it for years. So that whole area, which is nothing but houses and shit, they've got fucking live or spent ordnance all over the fucking yard, every fucking square inch of that place.
It's crazy. Fucking, that's what we do, though. We make the best guns in the world.
I don't know. I mean, the Germans are pretty good. The Swiss, I don't know. The Swedish, they got some really good shit.
They all ran pretty neck and neck there for a while, because they had an equivalent. Whenever they would come out with another gun, then somebody else would come out with an equivalency of that gun, but they would just chamber it a little bit, just a little different chamber, It's like
they would come.
Okay. I got a 303 British. I got a 303 British. It's not safe, but I can take a 30-30 round and put it in that rifle and fire it. It's not safe to do it, but it will fire it.
Damn. Yeah.
And the old, which one was it? I mean, it's a lot of them was this chamber. The world, the world ammunition is an old dependable 7.62 round. To where There's all kinds of different varieties of that 7.62 rifle.
Yeah,
One it's
7.62 by 31, 51, 54,
5.56,
68.
all of them, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to say the Germans, no, not the Germans, the Russians with the Kalashnikov kind of that, you know, when Kalashnikov, I remember, you know, going down the rabbit hole on him. Man, he revolutionized the world. I mean, the AK-47 and that AK, that 7.62, right, which can be scaled up or down and work reliably, you know, with whatever effect you want. What's the Dushka? The Dushka is 7.62 by something, 100 something, you know, and so they just scale it up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's been all kinds of variations to it, you know, and it's like whenever they came out with the 7.62, that was the after production of the fucking 8mm. The 8mm was fucking
The 8mm.
reliable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you could still find, I mean, the 8mm is a fucking reliable fucking gun. It just is. You know, it's tough as hell. It's
Totally.
accurate.
Big barrel.
You know.
Yeah. Interesting.
I mean,
that was the Galil, right? Pilgrim, the Galil, Israeli, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it just scale up, you know. I mean, we still use, there's a, oh my God, the Bushmaster. Oh, they have it in 51 and 54. And of course, you know, of course, 20 Mike, but that 7.62 still reigns true. Not sure either. Me either. I don't know. I forget. But a lot of countries use the 51. You know, that 20 round, you know, magazine in the fucking an HK or an HK variant or the FNFL. A lot of countries still use that big ass round, that 7.62 by 51, right? And 7.62 by 54 is very very reliable for their sniper. You know, it's a big fucking round. It's got a good, nice fucking trajectory. And then you look at the 7.62 by 31. You're like, what the fuck? This has a max effective range of 200 meters. That's it. You know, but it has the potential to like just punch. It's got a lot of weight. You know, it has a tendency to turn cover into Swiss cheese eventually.
Yeah, them little fuckers. That was one of them fucking things that they mass produced that shit in the Middle East, man. They went with a smaller round with a efficient chamber, 7.62 chamber, but it had more punch. It was fast.
There's another one they made because ours was 5.56. They made it 5.55 or something, or no, 5.57. So that our round could fit into their AK. It was like, huh? What?
Yeah, the 5.26. The 5.26 is a fucking real round. You want to shoot some rounds, that 5.26 will do it. You know what I mean? And
that's it. 5.26. I don't know. Yeah.
5.26. It's a smaller round, but it's got a lot of punch to it. You know what I mean?
I had the opportunity to shoot a weird round. It was a 22. It was a 22 round, but a 2258 or something. It's called. Had a lot of power behind it. A lot of powder. Big fucking. It was a pistol.
M1. Early versions of the M1 was chambered in a 22, and it had a big grain shot to it. It was a big shell. And if you ever seen one of them old M1 rifles, the old M1s had that little tiny hole down the middle of the barrel, but it had that shell that went in that motherfucker, and it had some punch to it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I guess I shot the pistol version of that. And I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
You take that M1, you put a sniper bull barrel on an M1. That's a badass gun right there. It leaves a little tiny hole, but it's very effective.
It's moving at like more than 3,000 feet per second, right? Yeah, high velocity. And so that's badass. I never got one, but the 17 mil, that was a snappy fucking. That's a snappy ass round and gun. They were hoping they could turn the 17 mil into like some kind of urban sniper weapon, but I don't think it ever took off. But it has a straight trajectory for like 200 yards straight. It's so much power behind this thing. Like, damn.
A lot of the SWAT teams and stuff still have the big 30-06s. They use 30-06, no sights, just scope only. I had one of them. Really nice gun.
Oh yeah, right.
One in a bolt action 30-06 with a scope only.
Close to 7.62 by 31. Yeah, 7.62 by 31. I mean, in comparison, yeah.
Badass gun.
Yep. They still take deer with it. Big deer. Yeah. Oh.
Funnest one I ever owned was a fucking 44 rifle single shot. It opened up like a fucking shotgun. You just put a 44 mag in that motherfucker and slam it shut and pull the trigger on that motherfucker. And it was just a fucking.
I've shot the pistol version with a scope on it, like a hunting revolver.
Yeah.
44. That was not fun.
Yeah, that's a good gun. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, well, it's fun. Even if I don't hit the target, it's still fun squeezing it. It's such a powerful gun,
Fucking hand cannon. Boom! You have a big explosion in front of you. And if it's not ported, you get hit by it. It's crazy. Yeah.
I've had both versions. I've had a revolver and I've had the rifle. The rifle is a beast. It's a beast.
Yeah, that's a field artillery piece. Yeah. I had my sniper thing set up. I think it was a 7 mil. Yeah. I had a 7 mil and composite stock. It had a cat eye scope on it. But that was my swamp gun. My big bore swamp gun. That was it was bolt action. It was crazy. Damn, this is a fucking beast. I sold it though. There's no way I could shoot. I could use that effectively because I had no range. I mean, I might as well. I mean, the 5.56 is going to cover the range I needed. There was no way I was going to make a half a mile shot or a past 1,000 meter shot in the swamp. There's just not enough. There's no room. There's no real estate. But it would have been fun. You sure? Yeah. I mean, you're dropping whatever you're hitting.
What is it? Standard infantry is like 300 yards. Is that what it is? 300 yards. I think it's 300 yards. And then
300 meters.
300 meters, and then at advance, 600 to 800.
800. Yeah. So with the M16A2, which is what I used in the Marine Corps, and so what they did is you BZO'd at 36, and that got you to 300 meters. This is all meters, 300 meters. And then you would shoot. That was like the low profile target, and then 800 meters was a standing target, and you had to qual with the 800 meter standing target, and you could hit it. It was hitting. It was making hits. But they said after that, it just did whatever it wanted. It lost everything. Yeah, it lost accuracy and punch. Yeah.
We use balloons you know, for targets. We used balloons, green balloons, red balloons, blue balloons,
That'd have been
you
cool.
know, different ranges. You had to take, you had to take, you had to take
Yeah,
a
no, we
certain
didn't have
kind
that.
of shot. Yeah, and you had to don't kill the red balloon or don't kill the blue balloon. You know, you just had to
That'd be
take
fun in
shots.
800 meters. And especially fun if you filled the balloon with like shaving cream or something.
Uh, they still doing it. I think they still got the balloon course where
Really?
your target balloons.
I've never done a balloon course. I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Marine Corps. I guess that's the difference between the Army and the Marine Corps. We're more
Oh, they
strict.
use
You guys
different
get to do whatever you
styrofoam
want.
cups. They use
Okay.
styrofoam cups, hubcaps, whatever. You know, it's there.
I mean, when I was doing shit on my own, yeah, I used to love. I had the hookup with an old bowling alley, and I would get their old fucking pins, and I would shoot those. They were my targets. Anyway,
That's crazy.
I am going to go ahead and call this. It is
It's about
almost 4 o'clock. Yeah, it's
I'm
about
just
time.
sticking to the end with you. I'm just sticking with you. You know, I'm gonna be
Okay.
there.
Thanks, bro.
So
Till the bitter
I
end.
got you, man. I got you. I got you.
Thank you, Zombie. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's and I'm thinking, man, I got 10 more minutes to make 9 hours. But
I'm just hoping fucking somebody don't go out here and blow fucking Nabisco up because of our conversation.
all right, we started the war because of our what if scenario. Sorry, Nabisco. Don't sue us.
And we
Don't.
said peanut butter too, so we got to go get that Peter Pan motherfucker. You know.
Damn. Damn. Yeah, the revolution didn't turn out how I expected.
Peanut butter crackers.
Peanut butter crackers. And then everybody started spamming with Cheez-Its. So no Cheez-Its.
I'll let
Yep.
you close your own show, brother. I love you. And
All right,
everybody
bro.
out there still listening, hanging. I'm out.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Zombie Force. Check out Zombie Force's channel. And like, sub, share, subscribe to him. Thank you, bro. Skull to you. Maggie, you've been hanging on since the beginning. Almost 9 hours. Amazing. Thank you. Yep, I triggered Maggie too. She was coming for me. She's like, wait a minute. You better let them know. Here I come. So yeah, good hanging out with you, Maggie. Kiss off. Man, there's been so many people coming through. Kiss off, yeah. Pilgrim. Yeah, all you guys and gals out there. Paul, Cleveland Visions, Yardbirds, KP Heathen, EMP of Enlightened Preppers Adventures. There's so many. Everybody on panel, from Trent to Hutch to Zombie Force to Wolfang to Karen. Thank you all very, very much. For making this episode a absolute success. Great times, great conversations. Yeah. So thank you all for hanging out with me at Unsupervised Saturdays. I wish I could say, hey, what's up? But this is what you get. Yes, thank you all for hanging out, and Skull. Good night.